Chapter 1374. Yes, Chief. Xiao Yi nodded seriously. I will use my life to protect Miss Gu's safety. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Xiao Yi and said lightly, I believe in you. She was one of the best female field agents in the Special Operations Forces. Not only was she outstanding, but she was also quick-witted and had a kind and loyal personality. Now that she had returned to the team, she could be put to good use. After they finished talking about work, they started to eat breakfast. After breakfast, Xiao Yi went back to pack her things and prepared to be Gu Nianji's personal assistant. Of course, her real identity was actually her personal bodyguard. Hua Xiaoheng took out his computer and worked in the living room while waiting for Gu Nianji to wake up. Gu Nianji slept until noon. When he woke up, he saw that the room was filled with sunlight. He squinted his eyes and slowly sat up. The room was quiet. The thick, dark green curtains were pulled open, leaving only a layer of white gauze inside. The sunlight shone through the layer of white gauze. Gu Nianji assumed that Hua Xiaoheng had already gone back, so she casually put on her robe and walked to the bathroom. Hua Xiaoheng heard the noise from outside and opened the bedroom door to see Gu Nianji in her nightgown. She turned around and stared at him blankly. Hua Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he said hoarsely, Get dressed. Only then did Gu Nianji realize what was going on. She let out a low cry and quickly fastened the strap of her robe. She whispered, You're still here? Okay. Hua Xiaoheng turned around. I'll heat up the Xylong Bao and porridge for you this morning. Gu Nianji smiled and said, That's great. I just wanted to eat. I don't want to have a proper lunch. She went to the bathroom to wash up, then took a shower and washed her hair before coming out to eat. Hua Xiaoheng had already started eating lunch at the dining table. In front of Gu Nianji was a bowl of plain porridge, a plate of steamed dumplings with tofu skin, shrimp and vermicelli filling, and milk. Gu Nianji sat down and quietly finished everything in front of her. Hua Xiaoheng had also finished his lunch. As he cleaned up the cutlery, he said, Pack your things later. I'll send you to the apartment on the 3rd Ring Road. Gu Nianji looked up in surprise. Why? I'm living well here. Hua Xiaoheng didn't hide it from her and said honestly, I'm worried about you living here alone. Do you still remember the invalid number that Luo Jialan contacted yesterday? Gu Nianji frowned slightly. The 4-digit international number? Yes. Like Gu Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng also had a beast-like instinct for danger. He said, Either you come with me to the official residence, or you move to the apartment on the 3rd Ring Road. You can't live here alone anymore. He couldn't be here with her every day. It was unrealistic. Gu Nianji thought about it and said reluctantly, I'm currently in a lawsuit with Kai Shengnan and Luo Jialan. It's not suitable for me to stay at your official residence for a long time. Then we'll go to the San Juan apartment. Hua Xiaoheng decided for her. I found you a personal assistant. She will stay with you while I am away. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Gu Nianji was even more surprised and amused. Personal assistant? Seriously? Hua Xiao, I just started working. Why would I need a personal assistant? People will gossip about me behind my back. You still care about other people gossiping? Hua Xiaoheng was amused. She's called a personal assistant, but she's actually a personal bodyguard I found for you to protect your safety. Gu Nianji, Hua Xiao, I'm very safe here. Don't you think I need a personal bodyguard? Besides, haven't you given me enough security personnel? Gu Nianji sat on Hua Xiaoheng's lap and acted coquettishly. I already have no personal freedom. Do you still want me to have no personal privacy? Compared to your life, none of that is important. Hua Xiaoheng kissed her lips. Be good. When I find out about that invalid number, I'll remove your personal bodyguard, okay? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. Hua Xiaoheng, is the personal bodyguard you found for me a man or a woman? Of course it's a woman. Hua Xiaoheng didn't think much of it. Do you think I can let a man live with you every day? But Brother Xiong and Brother Zhe used to live with me. Gu Nianji poked Hua Xiaoheng's iron-hard chest with her finger and said unhappily, What do you mean? You were still young at that time, and I trusted Big Xiong and Little Zhe. Hua Xiaoheng held her messy finger. But now Big Xiong and Little Zhe both have their missions and can't leave. This female bodyguard is no worse than them. Huh? She's that powerful? Gu Nianji's interest was piqued. You mean, she's also your subordinate? Yes, you've met her once. It's Xiao Yi. Do you remember her? Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji's expression carefully. Gu Nianji immediately remembered the pretty girl she saw yesterday. Huh, no way. It's her? How powerful is she? Is she as powerful as Miss Lena from Russia? Among the people Gu Nianji had met, other than Hua Xiaoheng, she admired the Russian KGB woman the most. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was a little strange. You mean Lena? Yeah, it's such a pity. Why did she die? Gu Nianji rested her head gently on Hua Xiaoheng's chest and wrapped her arms around his waist. It's too dangerous for you guys to do this. Hua Xiaoheng hugged her and gently rested his chin on the top of her head. After a while, he said, She's very powerful as Lena from Russia. Gu Nianji looked up in surprise. That means she's even more powerful than Miss Lena. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't keep up with her train of thought. Gu Nianji smiled and pinched Hua Xiaoheng's face with her hands. She pulled them apart and said, Because she's prettier than Lena. That's why you're stronger than her. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Hua Xiaoheng patted Gu Nianji's back and asked her to come down. Let's go unpack. If I don't go to your place for the next few days, Xiao Yi will stay with you. Gu Nianji thought about it and decided it was just like having a roommate. There was nothing wrong with that. She and Ma Chi-Chi lived happily on campus. Okay, Gu Nianji agreed. I'll go pack. Fortunately, summer is coming, and the clothes are thin and easy to clean up. However, although the clothes were thin, there were more sets. Gu Nianji casually took out 4 large suitcases of clothes. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He helped her carry the suitcases into the car and sent her to the apartment on San Juan Road, which was more private and safer than here. Gu Nianji stood at the door of the high-end apartment on San Juan Road and looked up. Gu Yanran's apartment is upstairs. Hua Xiaoheng said lightly, She bought it with the Gu family's money. It doesn't belong to her anymore. Gu Nianji would be able to take over all of the Gu family's assets once the announcement of Gu Xiongwen's death expired. However, Gu Nianji didn't feel happy at all. Her head drooped as she followed Hua Xiaoheng in silently. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed her head. Don't be unhappy. Your father definitely wouldn't want you to be like this. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She nodded heavily. Okay, I understand. Hua Xiaoheng had already sent someone to clean the apartment. Gu Nianji took out the clothes and daily necessities she had brought with her suitcase and placed them in the closet and bathroom. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng received a call from General Ji asking him to go to the military for an impromptu meeting. He called Yin Shixiang and asked him to buy some groceries from the special supply store in the military compound. Yin Shixiang quickly agreed and bought some vegetables, fruits, seafood, and meat that Gu Nianji liked. He drove to Gu Nianji's apartment on San Juan Road. The doorbell rang. Gu Nianji thought it was Xiao Yi. She looked through the peephole and saw that it was Yin Shixiang. She opened the door happily and said, Brother Xiong, why are you here? Yin Shixiang was carrying 2 big bags of things. He smiled and said, Major General Hua ordered me to come. I didn't dare not come. As expected, when you have a fiancé, you threw me, your good friend, aside. Gu Nianji pretended to be angry. Yin Shixiang knew that she was joking. He smiled and freed a hand to flick her forehead. All right, stop fooling around. Major General Hua asked me to buy groceries to cook for you. Where's the kitchen? I'll go wash the vegetables. Gu Nianji pointed in the direction of the kitchen and followed Yin Shixiang to ask questions. Brother Xiong, did you know that Major General Hua found me a personal assistant called Xiao Yi? Xiao Yi? Yin Shixiang turned around and narrowed his eyes at her. Is she our colleague? Gu Nianji nodded. Yes, I just met her yesterday. She's so beautiful. But Major General Hua said that she's even more powerful than the Russian woman from the KGB. I really don't believe it. She couldn't bear to hurt him in front of Hua Xiaoheng just now. Yin Shixiang couldn't help laughing. Don't doubt me. She's just that powerful. Really? Gu Nianji's big eyes widened even more. Her pupils were big and round, and they were very pure black. The whites of her eyes were slightly blue, and she looked unconsciously charming when she looked at people. Let me tell you something. She used to have a nickname in our base. She was called Night Owl. You should know how powerful she is now, right? Among a group of smart and powerful men from the Special Operations Forces, it was really unusual for a woman like Xiao Yi to have a nickname, Night Owl. Gun Yinji was convinced and praised her from the side, but In Shixiang began to mutter. He had sent the famous Night Owl of the Special Operations Forces to be Gun Yinji's personal assistant. Could it be that Gun Yinji's situation was even more dangerous than before? As In Shixiang washed and cut the vegetables, he nagged at Gun Yinji, "You have to be careful these days. Don't run around alone. Since you've given Night Owl to be your personal assistant, don't be too naughty. Remember to be obedient and take her with you wherever you go." "Do I have to take her with me to the Special Operations Forces headquarters?" Gun Yinji deliberately argued with In Shixiang. You have to ask Major General Hua about that. I don't have the final say." In Shixiang glanced at her slyly. He quickly finished cutting the vegetables and began to cook. "You go out first. I'm going to cook. Can't I watch from the side? I want to learn too." "No." In Shixiang didn't even turn his head. "I'm afraid that if you stand by the side, these flames will recognize you and want to greet you and play games." He was talking about the last time she had cooked at Hua Xiaoheng's official residence and almost burned down the kitchen. Gun Yinji was so angry that she pinched In Shixiang's arm. "Brother Xiong, you're so mean. I'm going to complain to Chi-Chi." "Forget it. If you tell Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi will definitely advise you to cherish your life and stay away from the kitchen." In Shixiang said with a mischievous smile. Go out. I'll be done soon." Gun Yinji walked toward the kitchen door, looking back 3 times at every step. She suddenly remembered something and asked, "Brother Xiong, does that Night Owl know how to cook?" "Yes, our colleagues in the Special Operations Forces are all good at cooking." This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1364. That's how amazing. 8 p.m., the third update. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 1375. Thank you. P.S. Today's second chapter, Chapter 1364. That's how awesome, has been updated at 1 p.m. You can see it if you scroll forward. Chapter 1376. Gun Yinji was overjoyed. Miss Xiao Yi was not only beautiful, she could fight and cause trouble, but she was also a good cook. She had taken advantage of her. In the evening, Xiao Yi carried a travel bag to the entrance of Gun Yinji's apartment complex. When she asked the property management to call Gun Yinji personally went down to pick her up. At the entrance of the apartment complex, a reserved woman wearing big black-rimmed glasses and a rubber band to tie her black hair behind her head appeared in front of Gun Yinji. Her skin was relatively fair, but it wasn't the kind of tender white that she had seen yesterday. Instead, it was a cold porcelain white without a trace of blood. Her lips were also pale, and her big black-rimmed glasses covered her bright eyes. Her thick bangs covered her perfectly shaped forehead, and her entire attractiveness was severely reduced. Gun Yinji was stunned for a moment and asked tentatively, "You're Xiao Yi?" It's me. Aya, Miss Gu, why did you come and pick me up personally?" "I'll go on myself," Xiao Yi said quickly. She even had an accent. "Was this cosplay?" "Miss Xiao, nice to meet you." Gun Yinji quickly came back to her senses and extended her hand warmly. Xiao Yi smiled and shook her hand. "Miss Gu, you're too polite. It's my honor to be your personal assistant." She was polite, and her smile was even a little flattering. Her body was slightly bent, and her legs were bent. She looked a little shorter than Gun Yinji. She looked like a little assistant who was at the mercy of others. Gun Yinji's heart was filled with admiration. She had grown up in the Special Operations Forces base and was very familiar with them. She knew that these Special Operations Forces members were all either best actors or best actresses. Real actors were nothing compared to them. Because actors couldn't act well, at most they wouldn't be popular and wouldn't be able to act. And if they couldn't act well, they would die. Just like Xiao Yi in front of her. When she saw her yesterday, she was still a fashionable woman. When she saw her again a day later, if Hua Xiaoheng hadn't told her in advance, she wouldn't have been able to connect her with the beautiful lady from yesterday. "Come with me." Gun Yinji turned around and walked towards her apartment building. When she arrived at her floor, Gun Yinji opened the door and said to Xiao Yi, "Make yourself at home." "How can I do that?" Xiao Yi smiled even more obsequiously. She carried her travel bag and followed Gun Yinji to the guest room to settle down. In Shi Xiang cooked for Gun Yinji and waited for her to finish eating before he chatted with her. When Xiao Yi arrived, he stood up and said with a smile, "Yi Xiao, long time no see." Xiao Yi straightened her back and rolled her eyes. "Who is this gentleman? I don't know him." "Ha, of course not. I don't know you either. Where did this village girl come from?" "Nianji, where did you find this clown?" In Shi Xiang winked and picked up his car keys. "I'm leaving. You guys have fun." After In Shi Xiang left, only Gun Yinji and Xiao Yi were left in the empty apartment. Gun Yinji was very curious about Xiao Yi, but she knew that she shouldn't ask about things that she shouldn't. She could only pretend as if nothing had happened and knock on the door of Xiao Ye's guest room. "Miss Xiao, have you had dinner?" Xiao Yi opened the door and smiled at Gun Yinji. "You don't have to call me Miss Xiao. Just call me Xiao Yi." Gun Yinji was embarrassed. "Can I call you by your real name?" "Sure. Not many people know anyway." Xiao Yi smiled good-naturedly. "Just remember that I'm your personal assistant. Don't worry about me, and don't stand on ceremony." At the mention of dinner, Xiao Ye's eyes flashed. "Have you had dinner?" Gun Yinji shook her head, but said, "I had lunch late, so I'm not hungry now." "I'm worried that you're hungry." She pointed to the kitchen and said, "There's rice and vegetables there. If you're hungry, go make your own food." Xiao Yi pursed her lips into a smile and whispered, "Got it, Miss Gu. You can tell me what you want to eat. Don't go to the kitchen yourself." Gun Yinji's eyes widened. You know too. How terrible. Had her reputation as a kitchen killer spread so far? Didn't Xiao Yi just come back from abroad? Gun Yinji was indignant. Xiao Yi looked at Gun Yinji's little face and thought it was especially cute. Thinking of her situation, even she couldn't help feeling pity for this little girl. "Know what? I don't know anything." Xiao Yi made a zipping motion over her mouth with her hand to show that she was tight-lipped and wouldn't talk nonsense. Gun Yinji teased her with a smile. "What are you doing? Those who don't know you might think you're a zipper." As a veteran field agent of the Special Operations Forces, wasn't it a piece of cake for Xiao Yi to deal with a little girl like Gun Yinji? She quickly got along with Gun Yinji, and after an hour, they became best friends. The two of them chatted until their mouths were dry before Gun Yinji went back to her room to drink some water and eat some snacks. Xiao Yi stayed with Gun Yinji just like that. Gun Yinji had nothing to do recently, so she was mainly preparing for Song Jinning's lawsuit against Luo Jiaolan. The court hadn't sent any news about the second trial, so Gun Yinji was getting a little impatient. The key was that she wouldn't be able to return to work in the Senate until this matter was settled. Fortunately, Xiao Yi accompanied her. The two of them went out for a run in the morning for morning exercise. After breakfast, they either played games together or went shopping. They had a very comfortable time. Playing games with Xiao Yi was the best. Her heaven-defying hand speed helped Gun Yinji win without doing anything. Soon, she went from stubborn bronze to the strongest king. That day, Gun Yinji finished playing games and rubbed her fingers. She planned to take a shower and go to bed early. She planned to go to the court tomorrow and ask what was going on. It had been almost a week. Had Kai Shangnan submitted their new evidence? She pushed open her door and walked out. She knocked on the door of Xiao Ye's room and said, "Xiao Yi, I want to go to bed early today. I won't play games with you anymore." Xiao Yi opened the door and said with a smile, "You're sleeping so early today?" The two of them had been playing almost until dawn these past few days. "Yes, I've been up for a few days. I really can't take it anymore. I have to go to bed early today." Gun Yinji nodded. "Xiao Yi, you should go to bed early too. It's been hard on you these past few days." "How is this hard? It's like I'm on vacation now." Xiao Yi tilted her head and smiled. "Hurry up and go to bed. The dark circles under your eyes are all coming out." Gun Yinji yawned and returned to her bedroom. She walked to the bathroom in the bedroom. At that moment, her phone rang. Gun Yinji subconsciously looked at her watch. It was only 8 o'clock in the evening. Has she gone to bed too early? She walked over and picked up the phone. It was He Jichu calling. She quickly swiped it open and picked it up. "Professor He." Gun Yinji was elated. He Jichu was in a great mood when he heard Gu Nianji's voice. He curled his lips and asked, "What are you doing?" "I was about to take a shower and then go to bed. I didn't expect you to call." Gu Nianji yawned. "Are you sleepy? Didn't sleep well?" He Jichu was very sharp. "Why don't you go to bed?" "I'm fine. I just wanted to ask how your lawsuit is going. I still have to wait for the next court session." Gu Nianji became unhappy. Kai Shangnan said that they still have evidence, but I've been waiting for almost a week, and there's still no movement from the court. "Okay, don't be impatient. Kai Shangnan and Luo Jialan probably don't have any other important evidence. They're just stalling for time." He Jichu comforted Gu Nianji for a while before hanging up. He wanted Gu Nianji to sleep well. But as soon as he hung up, another call came in. Gu Nianji looked at the number and saw that it was Kai Xingnan's number. This was the third update of the day. Chapter 1365, Role Play. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 1377. Why was Kai Shangnan looking for her so late at night? Gu Nianji muttered to herself, but she was also curious. She picked up the phone anyway. "Hello, who is this?" She pretended not to know whose number it was. Kai Shangnan paused and said pleasantly, "Lawyer Gu? I'm Kai Shangnan. I represent my client and want to talk to you about pleading guilty." Kai Shangnan immediately said, "Plead guilty." Gu Nianji, who had wanted to hang up the phone immediately, instantly became wide awake. "What did you say? Your client wants to plead guilty? Why are you looking for me instead of the court?" Gu Nianji sat at her desk and turned on her laptop. She was no longer in a hurry to go to sleep. Kai Shangnan seemed to laugh and said, "Pleading guilty? Of course it's a misdemeanor. Lawyer Gu, are you not familiar with this kind of operation?" "I'm really not familiar with it." Gu Nianji smiled. "I'm not practicing in the United States, so I don't know how you operate." Kai Shangnan heard the faint mockery in Gu Nianji's words, so she chuckled nonchalantly and said, "Now you can understand." After a few seconds, Kai Xingnan's voice deepened. "Before you agree or object, I want to tell you something. Before we talk about this, I want you to turn off all recording and monitoring devices and turn on the software that blocks the monitoring. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't do this, you'll regret it." Gu Nianji was baffled. "Are you threatening me?" "Sorry, I never accept threats. Do whatever you want. I'm hanging up." "You really don't mind? Even if this matter will ruin your fiancé's reputation. You don't care?" Gu Nianji's finger almost pressed the stop button. She paused, raised the phone to her ear, and said in a flat voice, "What did you say?" "Turn off the recording and surveillance equipment and block all surveillance software." "I'll tell you. Believe me, I don't want your fiancé's reputation to be ruined either, but if I have no other choice, I have no choice. After all, he's not my fiancé. It's not my place to protect him." Kai Xingnan shrugged and made a victory sign to Luo Jialan, who was listening in front of her. Luo Jialan pursed her lips and smiled. There was a strange excitement and stimulation in her heart. Gu Nianji hesitated for a second, then decisively turned off the recording device and turned on the monitoring software on her phone. This was a small app that she had specially written after discovering that He Jichu had hacked into her phone. This little app referenced He Jichu's techniques and used reverse programming logic to analyze it. The final product was unbelievably powerful. Gu Nianji didn't tell anyone. She didn't want to block other people's surveillance. She just wanted to maintain some privacy when she needed it. Just like now. To be on the safe side, she said to Kai Shangnan, "Send me your location. I want to know if you're lying to me." Kai Shangnan didn't suspect anything and shared her location. Gu Nianji hacked into Kai Xingnan's phone through the back door of the location-sharing app and included her phone in her little app that blocks surveillance. This would ensure that no one on Kai Xingnan's side knew what they had said. This was Kai Xingnan's home. Although there were surveillance cameras around Luo Jialan, it wasn't enough to send them to Kai Xingnan's home. Therefore, as long as Luo Jialan didn't use her phone, the people monitoring the Special Operations Forces wouldn't know about their phone call. Gu Nianji checked repeatedly to make sure that no one else could eavesdrop on their conversation before saying, "If it's such an important topic, what about you? Will it be monitored?" Kai Shengmin smiled. "Of course not. I've checked this place many times. Other than this phone, I don't even have the internet in my room. Gu Nianji nodded. Tell me, what's the big deal? Okay. Kai Xingnan glanced at Luo Jialan and saw that her face was flushed with excitement. She looked away in disdain and said to Gu Nianji, my client gave me a new piece of evidence. Before we hand it over to the court, I think I should communicate it with you. What new evidence? Didn't you just say it had something to do with my fiancé? Gu Nianji frowned. Are you lying to me? Of course not. Kai Shangnan stood up, turned off the hands-free, and put on her Bluetooth headset. She said to Gu Nianji, my client told me something that happened 12 years ago. Gu Nianji, are you telling a story? Why are you keeping me guessing? Hurry up and make it short. Gu Nianji was getting impatient. My patience is limited. Okay, then I'll make it short. Kai Shangnan walked slowly to the window and looked at the night view outside. The night in the mountains was pitch black, and only the starry sky was extremely bright. She looked up at the night sky and said lightly, 12 years ago, on the eve of your fiancé's enlistment, he was drunk and violated my client. That year, my client was only 16 years old. Gu Nianji's mind buzzed, as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in her mind. A mushroom cloud filled the sky, blotting out the sun and almost causing her consciousness to go into shock. After a long while, Gu Nianji stood up angrily and gritted her teeth. Kai Shengnan, don't be too despicable. How dare you make up such a rumor? Where's the witness? Where's the physical evidence? Don't think that you can violate me just because you say so. Show me the evidence. My client clearly stated the time, place, people, and the entanglement between the two of them after the incident. Also, Kai Shangnan deliberately paused for a moment, like a cat playing with a mouse. She enjoyed Gu Nianji's unspeakable anxiety, hatred, and anger, then said, also, my client still has evidence, physical evidence. It must be fake. Gu Nianji denied the authenticity of the evidence without hesitation. I never had any expectations for Luo Jialan's character, and now I have no expectations for your professional integrity, Lawyer Kai. Haha, Lawyer Gu, you haven't even seen the evidence. How can you deny it immediately? Kai Shengnan crossed her arms and looked down at a tightly sealed dress on the windowsill. Through the translucent plastic seal, she could clearly see that the dress was red with white flowers. It was made of silk, but there were lumps of sticky filth on it that were visible to the naked eye. Really? Then tell me, what kind of evidence did you fake? I don't know if it was fake or not. Kai Shengnan turned around and sat on the windowsill with a smile on her face. I have a silk dress that's been sealed in plastic. There are visible semen spots on it. You don't need me to tell you who it is, do you? Gu Nianji was so angry that she almost laughed. Haha, tell Luo Jialan that she wants to learn from Lewinsky? My fiancé isn't a zipper ton either, so you guys can save it. If you have the ability, hand the evidence over to the court and let the court test the DNA. I don't believe that lousy dress has anything to do with my fiancé. Lawyer Gu, why are you so sure? Kai Shangnan asked curiously. As far as I know, you only met your fiancé 7 years ago, but Luo Jialan has known your fiancé for almost a lifetime. Yes, if Luo Jialan only plans to live until she's 28, then she has indeed known my fiancé for a lifetime. Gu Nianji said sarcastically, I won't be threatened by you. I believe in my fiancé's character. And if this dress was real, you would have handed it over to the court a long time ago. You wouldn't have waited until now to make a deal with me. I'm not that stupid. If you want to threaten me, think of another way. Kai Shangnan secretly praised Gu Nianji's quick-wittedness, but if Gu Nianji really thought so, she was indeed too naive. Kai Shangnan's voice was flat as she said word by word, Yes, we will hand it over to the court, but we will also announce it on Weibo at the same time. Gu Nianji's voice suddenly stopped. Her throat felt like it was being strangled by someone, and she couldn't breathe for a long time. Kai Shangnan said meaningfully, Lawyer Gu, do you understand what this means? A high-ranking military official violated a minor 12 years ago, and this minor was his cousin. Lawyer Gu, do you think the netizens will give up on such an explosive and sensational subject matter? Gu Nianji opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't say anything to refute. You and I both know that as long as this matter is announced on the internet. So what if it's fake? Kai Shengmin scoffed. Most people are brainless. There are also many people who want the world to be in chaos and are afraid that this society isn't dark enough. They will only immediately believe such sensational topics and give you more and darker inside stories. Then, they will chase after you to prove it yourself. As for what the truth is it important to them? Don't tell me you don't know that every Weibo post that starts a rumor is much more reposted than a Weibo post that refutes the rumor, right? Gun Yinji's hands were trembling, and it wasn't easy for her to control her voice to not tremble. She suppressed her anger and said calmly, "But if you fake it, the court won't accept it. I will even countersue you for perjury. What's the point of doing this? First, my client didn't fake it. She personally swore to me that it was true. Second, what's the point of doing this? Of course it's meaningful. If the court doesn't accept it, the netizens definitely won't think that it's because of judicial fairness, but because you have a high status and are deliberately pressuring the court not to accept it. If your DNA test doesn't match, then you've swapped the evidence." Kai Xingnan's aura was on full display at this moment. She crushed Gun Yinji in minutes. She was like a master of the dark side of online public opinion. It could be seen that the Kai family was indeed a family in the media industry. They had rich experience and knowledge of how to manipulate people's hearts. When the time comes, who cares if your fiancé is wrong or not? He will pay for what he did, and so will you. His reputation will be completely ruined. I don't think your organization will be willing to let such a person stay in the organization, so his career will be ruined. Gun Yinji, think about it carefully. Do you really want this to happen to your fiancé? I admit that my client did go a little overboard when it came to Song Jining, but she really had no intention of killing her. Moreover, she said that she had always resented your fiancé for violating her, so she vented her anger on his mother. Kai Shengnan spoke very carefully and wasn't afraid that Gun Yinji would record her. She pushed everything onto Luo Jialan and relayed it all from Luo Jialan. She wasn't afraid, even if it was announced in court. Gun Yinji came back to her senses and sneered. Really? She resents my fiancé for violating her. But why is she racking her brains to marry my fiancé now? Doesn't she hate him? This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1366, Sensational Theme. The second update was around 1 in the afternoon, and the third update was around 8 in the evening. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 1378. Yes, but you've also heard of love born from hate and Stockholm Syndrome, right? Kai Shengnan raised her chin proudly. Otherwise, why would she ask me to call you and talk about admitting to a misdemeanor? This is an exchange, and everyone can win. If she really hated your fiancé, she would have already gone on Weibo. Gun Yinji's face was as dark as water. She didn't believe a word about the dress. No matter who the dirty thing on the dress belonged to, it had nothing to do with Hua Xiaoheng. That was how she unconditionally believed in the man she loved. But just as Kai Shengnan had said, if they really wanted to splash this basin of dirty water on Weibo, it wouldn't just be a basin of dirty water, but a whole Pacific Ocean of dirty water. Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he wanted to. It was undeniable that Luo Jialan's rumor did have her unique internal logic. According to the court's information, 75% of cases where minors were violated were committed by acquaintances. They were all their relatives, direct and collateral, friends, and neighbors. Therefore, many people would believe Luo Jialan's words without hesitation, because she had indeed poked at many people's sore spots. People who specialized in using other people's sympathy and pain to spread rumors were especially hateful, because not only were they draining the sympathy of passersby, but they were also blocking the way for the real victims to seek justice. They were even more hateful than the child in The Boy Who Cried Wolf, because the child had only harmed himself. But this kind of rumor hurt not only the innocent, but also the real victims, as well as the people's confidence in social justice. However, the current law was far from punishing people for spreading rumors, which led to such things happening one after another. Because the cost of spreading rumors was too low, the benefits were huge. This was the reality that made people feel helpless. Gun Yinji took a deep breath and thought about the consequences carefully. She almost shuddered. She heard herself say slowly, "Let me think about it. I can't accept this evidence all of a sudden." I understand. When I first heard it, I was also very shocked. But my client says this is the last thing she can rely on. If even this doesn't work, she doesn't want to live anymore. Kai Shangnin seemed to be very easy to talk to. She pretended to be tolerant and said, "How about this? I'll give you one night. I'll call you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning after I've thought about it. I won't wait after the expiration date." If Luo Jialan really committed suicide after that, then this hat would properly fall on Hua Xiaoheng's head. Gun Yinji was furious when she heard that. She wanted to slap her in the face. It was such an important matter, but he only gave her one night to think about it. It was like he was doing her a favor. Did he really think that she had 3 heads and 6 arms and was omnipotent? Wasn't it obvious that he wanted her to submit? But Gun Yinji was such a person. She was like a spring. The harder you pressed, the greater the rebound. Therefore, even though Kai Shangnan had only given her one night, Gun Yinji had no intention of surrendering. She pretended to be alarmed and said, "How can one night be enough? Give me at least 3 days." 3 days? Sorry, I said one night, one night. When you were in a hurry to sue my client for intentional homicide, you didn't give us any leeway. Kai Shingnan hung up the phone and blocked Gun Yinji temporarily, so that Gun Yinji couldn't harass her at night. Anyway, she could just release Gun Yinji's number at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and call her. Luo Jialan looked at Kai Shingnan with a smile and gave her a thumbs up. "Lawyer Kai, you really crushed me just now. You're too kind. I was just doing my job as a lawyer," Kai Shangnan said, pretending to be modest. She looked down at the plastic dress beside her hand and asked curiously, "Is this true?" Luo Jialan giggled. "What do you think? If it's true, you should have taken it out to grandfather Hua long ago and asked Major General Hua to marry you." Kai Shangnan shook her head. "Although I'm your lawyer, I have to say that this is too risky. What if the other party is blind and insists on going to court? What will you do?" Kai Shangnan had long felt that if this was true, no matter who had violated Luo Jialan, she wouldn't have endured it for 12 years and only taken out the dress now. As far as Kai Shingnan knew, Luo Jialan wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't dare to fight back after being bullied. Therefore, she was sure that the thing on the dress had nothing to do with Hua Xiaoheng. As for who it belonged to, it had nothing to do with her. Kai Shangnan didn't want to ask. She also didn't want to embarrass herself by sending something that was obviously fake to court. It was fine to scare Gun Yinji, but if she really brought something that was obviously fake to court, so what if the public opinion on Weibo won? Luo Jialan would be the one to benefit, but Kai Shangnan wouldn't benefit at all. She might even become the laughingstock of the legal world. Because ordinary people didn't understand this kind of thing, the legal world knew it. Luo Jialan rested her chin on her hand and said leisurely, "I have no choice. Anyway, even if I go to court, I won't lose out. At most, I'll die, and they won't have an easy time either." Even Kai Shangnan felt ashamed of her aura of being willing to be cut to pieces and dare to pull the emperor off his horse. Luo Jialan looked down at the cappuccino in front of her and smiled coldly. She wanted to take everything away from her and send her to prison for the rest of her life. Haha, she was really thinking too much. If her ultimate outcome was to be stripped of everything, penniless, and to go to prison for the rest of her life, what was the big deal about slandering Hua Xiaoheng? Hua Xiaoheng had only been scolded a few times, but she would have to pay for it for the rest of her life. What right did Gun Yinji have to sit back and enjoy the fruits of her labor? After hanging up, Gun Yinji called Kai Shingnan a few more times, but found that she couldn't get through. In the end, she had no choice but to follow the little app that she had put in advance to Kai Shingnan's phone. She found that she had indeed blocked her number. She wasn't giving her a way out. She was sure that she would give in at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Gun Yinji pursed her lips and frowned slightly. Her hands quickly typed on her laptop. Her heart was filled with anger. "You want to play dirty, don't you? Just because I don't play dirty doesn't mean I don't know how. The app that she had installed in Kai Xingnan's phone in advance was actually a Trojan horse program. She used this program to not only control Kai Xingnan's phone, but also followed the address book in her phone and found her father, Kai Sumin's private number. Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow. Kai Xingnan, it's time for you to have a taste of what it feels like to have the person you care about the most threatened. Gun Yinji took control of Kai Xingnan's phone and sent a text message with a Trojan horse to her father, Kai Sumin's private number. It was around 9 o'clock in the morning in the United States on the other side of the ocean. Kai Sumin held a cup of coffee in his hand and entered his office to prepare for the day's work. When he heard his phone ring, he took it out and saw that it was a text message from his daughter, Kai Xingnan. There was nothing in the text message. It only said that she missed him a lot. Kai Sumin laughed and shook his head. His daughter had always been very independent and rarely acted coquettishly like this. He swiped open his phone and also replied with a text message, "Daddy misses you too." He then put away his personal phone and picked up his work phone. He began to look at emails, text messages, and private messages. As soon as Kai Sumin swiped open his phone and clicked on the text message reply, Gun Yinji's Trojan Horse app entered Kai Sumin's phone and quickly took control of his phone. Kai Sumin happened to not look at his personal phone much during the day at work, so he gave Gun Yinji plenty of time to work. After flipping through Kai Sumin's phone, Gun Yinji's horizons were broadened. She had actually discovered the contact information of Senator Mason. This was the main congressman who had set up a private scholarship at Columbia University in the United States and only given it to the daughter of the prosecutor. Previously, Hua Xiaoheng and the others had investigated in many ways, but they couldn't find any personal dealings between Kai Sumin and Mason. There was no trace of any financial dealings. Gun Yinji looked at Kai Sumin's phone for a while, but she couldn't see any contact between him and Mason that wasn't official business. Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was 11 o'clock in the morning. Xiaoyi came out of her room and went to the kitchen to get some water. She was a little surprised to see light peeking out from under Gun Yinji's bedroom door. She knocked on Gun Yinji's door. "Miss Gu, are you still awake?" She had said she was sleepy at around 8 o'clock, but it was already 11 o'clock, and she still hadn't slept. Gun Yinji raised her voice in the bedroom and said, "I have something to do. Xiaoyi, you go to sleep first." Xiaoyi saw that she was fine, so she didn't ask any more questions and went back to her bedroom to sleep alone. Gun Yinji wasn't sleepy at all. Her eyes were bright as she followed Kai Sumin's phone and hacked into Representative Mason's private phone. These people all had many phones, but the public phone numbers were the same as public accounts. Many of them weren't even managed by them themselves. Only their private phone numbers were truly useful numbers. However, this kind of private phone number was usually not known by very close friends and family. Therefore, while the field personnel of the Special Operations Forces were still working hard to find evidence, Gun Yinji had already beaten them to it. This time, Gun Yinji realized that she had seen something incredible. She saw a few electronic boarding passes that she hadn't been able to delete completely in the trash can of Mason's phone mailbox. The name of the plane displayed on the screen gave Gun Yinji a huge shock. Lolita Express. Lolita Express. The destination of the flight was the famous orgy in the Caribbean island. TSK, 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 TSK. What an unexpected gain. Gun Yinji had an idea. She didn't waste any more time on Mason and Kai Sumin's phones. She directly found the special private flight, nicknamed Lolita Express, and looked for the passenger list in their flight records. This was indeed easier than searching through Kai Sumin's and Mason's phones herself. Not surprisingly, she found Mason and Kai Sumin's names in the passenger list of the private flight. She confirmed that Mason and Kai Sumin had really taken this infamous flight to the even more infamous orgy. After Island, Gun Yinji returned to Mason's phone. This time, she cracked the cloud account and password on Mason's phone. After logging into the cloud account, Gun Yinji looked at the unsightly photos and videos, as well as the evidence of financial transactions that would be difficult for ordinary people to find. She smiled coldly. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1367. The greater the pressure, the greater the backlash. The third update was around 8 p.m. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 1379. Without another word, Gunyinji encrypted all of the information and sent it back to her encrypted email. Kai Sumin, on the other hand, was even more cautious. Gunyinji hacked into his cloud account and found that it was empty. It seemed that Kai Sumin was indeed very careful and didn't believe in these advanced technologies. However, it was useless no matter how careful he was. He had stupid teammates, such as the senator named Mason. She couldn't find any evidence on Kai Sumin's watch, but Mason was piling up mountains to fill in the sea. Gunyinji then returned to Kai Xingnan's phone and erased all traces on her phone, especially the text message Kai Sumin had replied to her. She then logged into her encrypted email and looked through the photos and videos one by one. She quickly found photos of Mason with Kai Sumin and a Caucasian girl, as well as an R-rated video. Mason and the Caucasian girl were the subject of the photo, while Kai Sumin watched with a smile on his face. He was even filming with his phone. From the analysis of this scene, there should be a fourth person at the scene, and that person must have filmed the entire video. Gunyinji didn't care who the fourth person was. She was only happy that she had also discovered Kai Sumin's weakness. Wasn't Kai Sumin a famous lawyer in the United States? He had once helped the former president win a tough battle and thwarted the grand jury's efforts. If the American public saw these photos, videos, and their senator's ugly behavior, it would set off a political storm. Gunyinji's face darkened. After making a copy of the evidence, she first sent it to Kai Xingnan's email. By the time she finished sending the email, it was already 5 in the morning. Gunyinji almost didn't sleep all night. She was so sleepy that she yawned. She went to the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth again before going back to the bed and falling asleep. Kai Xingnan's alarm was set for 7 in the morning. She planned to wake up early and enjoy Gunyinji's silly appearance of crying and begging in front of her. Sitting up in bed, the first thing Kai Xingnan did was pick up her phone to read the news. She swiped open her phone and found that Gunyinji had sent her several text messages. Kai Xingnan, didn't she blacklist her? How could she still send her text messages? Kai Xingnan was confused and quickly looked at her blacklist, but she didn't see Gunyinji's name. So her hand slipped last night and didn't blacklist Gunyinji? Kai Xingnan had just woken up and was still a little confused. She shook her head and opened Gunyinji's text message. Pictures started to appear on her phone. Kai Xingnan rolled off the bed in surprise. These photos. How did Gunyinji get these photos? It can't be true, it can't be. Was it photoshopped? Kai Xingnan was flustered. Her hands and feet were trembling, her entire body was trembling, and her lips were trembling so much that she couldn't speak clearly. She muttered to herself for a while, then dialed her father, Kai Sumin's number. When Kai Xingnan called, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. It was 7 o'clock at night on the east coast of the United States. Most people would have gotten off work and gone home by now. Kai Sumin often worked overtime. At this time, he only made a cup of coffee, then continued to throw himself into work. He heard his personal phone ring again. He picked it up and saw that it was Kai Xingnan calling. He quickly picked it up and said with a smile, "Xingnan, what's wrong? What's the matter?" Kai Xingnan hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip and said, "Daddy, have you ever sat in Lolita Express, been to Orgy Island?" Before Kai Sumin answered, he was obviously stunned for a moment before he denied it. Of course not, why? If it were anyone else, they would probably believe Kai Sumin's words. But Kai Xingnan wasn't anyone else. She knew her father very well. The obvious pause before Kai Sumin denied it made Kai Xingnan understand that these photos definitely weren't photoshopped. It was obvious. Why would Gunyinji use such a despicable method to lie to her? After all, she had just used Hua Xiaoheng to threaten her. Thinking of this, Kai Xingnan suddenly understood. So Gunyinji was taking revenge on her. "Xingnan, what's the matter?" Kai Sumin saw that Kai Xingnan hadn't spoken for a long time, so he remembered that she had asked about Lolita. He felt a little uncomfortable about the express incident. He had taken that private plane and been to that island, but he had followed Mason to see the world purely out of curiosity, Kai Shengnan came back to her senses and forced herself to say, "It's nothing, Daddy. I just miss you." This matched the text message that Gun Yinji had sent before. Kai Sumin didn't doubt it at all. He smiled and said, "Daddy misses you too. When I'm done here, I'll come back to China to accompany you." Kai Shengnan nodded and chatted for a while before hanging up. She sat alone on the carpet in front of the bed, holding her phone and scrolling through the photos and videos that Gun Yinji had sent her. She despised Gun Yinji very much. It had to be said that this person's methods were too sinister and vicious. She didn't think her father was wrong. This was his privacy, and he had gone to the Caribbean island of Orgy, which was not governed by American law. He hadn't done anything illegal. She only hated the person who used these photos to threaten him. But she also knew that no matter where Gun Yinji had gotten these photos, they were a fatal threat to them. This wasn't like Luo Jialan's false testimony. The things in Gun Yinji's hands were real evidence that could withstand the examination of computer image experts. And these things were definitely real. Her father's attitude just now said everything. Kai Shengnan stood up with a pale face. Her body trembled as she looked ahead blankly. She imagined the outcome of these photos and videos being published online. She was so upset that she was about to vomit blood. She rushed into the bathroom and screamed at the big mirror in the bathroom for a few minutes before she calmed herself down. She had no choice but to admit defeat. She wasn't as vicious or cunning as her. She couldn't beat Gun Yinji. Kai Shengnan had never expected that Gun Yinji would be better at playing dirty than her. Thinking back to how she had created public opinion on Weibo and inexplicably failed, Kai Shengnan finally realized that there was a computer expert in Gun Yinji's team. At this time, she still didn't know that the real computer expert was Gun Yinji herself. She only thought that just like how she had found Hacker Mike to help her, Gun Yinji must have her own hacker helper. At this point, the only thing Kai Shengnan wanted to protect was her father's reputation. Luo Jialan was no longer in Kai Shengnan's consideration. If these photos would be leaked, not only would her father's reputation be ruined, but his lawyer's license might also be revoked. That would be a big joke. Her father definitely wouldn't be able to take such a blow. Kai Shengnan washed her face with cold water, changed her clothes, and called Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji, on the other hand, was sleeping soundly. She turned off her phone and couldn't hear Kai Shengnan's call at all. Kai Shengnan had no choice but to call her over and over again. She called from 7 in the morning until 10 in the morning before Gun Yinji woke up. She lazily took out her phone from under the pillow, turned it on, and swiped it open. Almost 100 missed calls popped up. They were all from Kai Shengnan. Gun Yinji curled her lips. "Aren't you pretty good? You're not waiting for me." Gun Yinji stretched lazily before picking up the phone. She deliberately said, "Oh, I accidentally overslept. It's already past 8 o'clock. I thought you weren't waiting for me." This was the third update of the day. Chapter 1368, Not Waiting for Me. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 1380. This was a return of Kai Shengnan's earlier taunting of Gun Yinji. Kai Shengnan's mouth was filled with bitterness, as if she was chewing on a piece of Chinese gold thread. However, she didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction with the photos on her phone flashing in front of her eyes. "Miss Gu, what exactly do you want?" Kai Shengnan held her phone in one hand and rubbed her forehead with the other. "I admit defeat. I quit. I won't be Luo Jialan's defense lawyer anymore. Can you let me go now?" "I'll let you go." Gun Yinji sat up from the bed and chuckled. "That's not what you said yesterday." Kai Shengnan's face was burning. It didn't feel good to be threatened, especially by someone she had once looked down on. It was 100 times worse. But what could she do? She could only lower her head and admit defeat when someone had something on her. "Miss Gu, I apologize. I was wrong yesterday. I already said I quit. That won't do. Can you solve this matter just by quitting?" Gun Yinji scoffed. "How can it be so easy? Kai Shengnan, you really disappoint me. Then what do you want me to do?" Kai Shengnan stopped in front of the window and looked at the clear sky outside. She actually felt that the sunlight was too dazzling, so she used the back of her hand to block her eyes. "Do you still need me to teach you that?" Gu Nianji's voice turned cold. I don't want to pursue the matter of whether Luo Jialan came up with this move herself or whether someone suggested it. I just want this matter to be resolved satisfactorily. If even the slightest bit of my people gets involved, I won't hold back. Kai Shangnian could tell from Gu Nianji's words that Hua Xiaoheng was completely stripped of everything. She wasn't even allowed to mention his name. She knew how important Hua Xiaoheng was in Gu Nianji's heart. In order to protect her fiancé, Gu Nianji was willing to take the risk and do dirty work. Kai Shangnian said expressionlessly, "Then what guarantee do I have? I'll help you settle this matter. What if you don't keep your promise?" Gu Nianji smiled. "I sent you photos and videos using my own account. If I don't keep my promise, you can just sue me with this. I'm also a person who cares about my reputation. I won't be so stupid as to take out something that I obtained through dishonest means to kill 1,000 enemies and injure 800 of my own men." Kai Shangnian looked at her phone and came back to her senses. Gu Nianji didn't hide the origins of these things at all. This was probably the condition of the exchange. Kai Shangnian didn't believe in swearing, but she believed in this kind of evidence that could be used as evidence in court. Gu Nianji used her phone to send these photos that she had obtained through improper means to threaten Kai Shengnan. If Kai Shengnan wanted to sue, she would do so. Of course, Kai Shengnan wouldn't be so stupid as to actually sue Gu Nianji in court. As long as Gu Nianji didn't make these photos and videos public, Kai Shengnan didn't have to perish together with her. Therefore, the two of them reached a compromise and balance on this matter. No one was afraid that the other party would really spill the beans, because that would be the outcome of a life and death struggle. This was not what they wanted. Kai Shangnan was relieved. She thought for a moment and said, "The thing on that dress wasn't Major General Hua's." Luo Jialan admitted it herself. "If you want to go for a DNA test, it will be accurate." "You don't need to tell me that." Gu Nianji flicked her fingernails and made a sound. She said casually, "Don't avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. I don't need to teach you what to do." Kai Shengnan had been hoping for a fluke before, but now it was completely gone. She nodded. "I understand. After this case is over, I'll go back to the United States and never come back. There were too many capable people in the Huaxia Empire. She'd better go back to the United States and spend her time there. I don't care what you do, but Luo Jialan's matter must be put to an end at the root." Gu Nianji restrained her expression. "I don't want to see any more innocent people involved in this matter. I'll think of a way," Kai Shangnan said meaningfully. "Luo Jialan's hero pool is very deep. I can't find out which man the thing on that dress belongs to for the time being." Luo Jialan's hero pool was very deep? Gu Nianji was stunned for a moment. Then she understood, and her face instantly turned red. Kai Shangnan was indeed a famous lawyer from the United States. She had a unique style of dirty talk. After ending the call with Gu Nianji, Kai Shangnan was alone in the study, thinking about how to solve this matter. Luo Jialan had gone berserk and had almost caused her to fail miserably. The anger that Kai Shangnan had accumulated over Gu Nianji was all vented on Luo Jialan. As Luo Jialan's lawyer, it was too easy for Kai Shengnan to mess with her. She first called Luo Jialan and asked her to come to her villa in Yushan to talk about the new evidence that was to be submitted to the court today. Luo Jialan drove over happily. When she arrived at Kai Shengnan's study, she saw Kai Shengnan sitting behind the desk with a serious expression. She sat down in front of her with a smile and said, "Lawyer Kai, why do you look like that? Who owes you money?" Kai Shengnan didn't smile. She placed the plastic half-length skirt that was used as evidence on the desk and said, "Miss Luo, let me ask you again. Does the thing on this skirt really belong to Gu Nianji's fiancé, the prosecution's lawyer?" Luo Jialan raised her eyebrows in surprise. "What's wrong? What happened?" "The evidence submitted to the court can't just be about your accusations, but also logical proof. For example, if you say that the semen stain on this skirt belongs to Gu Nianji's fiancé, then you have to produce DNA proof. Otherwise, the court won't accept it." Why did these words sound different from yesterday? Luo Jialan muttered to herself and frowned. Aren't we going to build momentum on Weibo? Why don't we need to test the DNA? But if you don't hand it over to the court, how will the court start another trial? Kai Shengnan tapped her finger on the desk. If there's no new evidence, the court won't try it again, and the verdict will be based on the results of the last trial. Do you really want to go to jail? Of course not. Luo Jialan quickly shook her head and said anxiously, Lawyer Kai, you have to help me. Yesterday, you said I was negotiating with the prosecution's lawyer yesterday, so of course I had to make it sound real. But if it really got to the court level, it wouldn't be enough. Kai Shengnan scared Luo Jialan with half-truths. In fact, she could directly hand over the skirt as evidence, and then the prosecution's lawyer could prove that the skirt had nothing to do with Hua Xiaoheng. Unfortunately, if she did that, Hua Xiaoheng would be pushed into the teeth of the storm, which was exactly what Gu Nianji didn't want to see. She would definitely fall out with her, and Kai Shengnan's father's reputation and career would be in jeopardy. Therefore, Kai Shengnan had already changed her mind. Tell me the truth. Whose did the thing on this skirt belong to? Kai Shengnan pretended to be very interested and confided in Luo Jialan. Luo Jialan stammered for a long time and said, Can't we really hand it over to the court directly? Why don't we report on Weibo with our real names first? Kai Shengnan's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. This move was really vicious. Many people would immediately believe it when they saw the real name report. Real name report? How are you going to report it? Your Weibo account? Kai Shengnan remained calm. Show me your Weibo account. Luo Jialan looked uncomfortable and said with a sheepish smile, Lawyer Kai, don't you have a Weibo account? Wouldn't it be more convincing to use your Weibo account? F*CK. Kai Shengnan was about to die of anger. She actually wanted to trick her? She looked at her computer expressionlessly, adjusted the camera, and said calmly, It's not that you can't use my Weibo account, but as your lawyer, I have the right to know what's going on with your dress. Whose is it? Also, I've checked what you said back then carefully, and there are some discrepancies in the details. Luo Jialan was impatient. She sneered and said, I already said it's not Major General Hua's, so why are you still asking? It turns out that I was wrong about Lawyer Kai. A lawyer who came back from the United States only has so little courage. Since you know it's not Hua Xiaoheng's, why are you still using my Weibo account to falsely accuse him? When Kai Shengnan recorded what she wanted, she immediately turned hostile. Luo Jialan, is there anyone who would screw over their lawyer like this? Luo Jialan was slightly stunned. Lawyer Kai, what are you talking about? I gave you an advance payment of $6 million. Kai Shengnan stood up with a swoosh and said with a sullen face, You can't humiliate my professionalism and professional ethics. My professionalism and professional ethics are priceless. Luo Jialan also stood up and said blankly, Lawyer Kai, I don't understand what you mean. Kai Shengnan looked up at Luo Jialan and calmed down. Miss Luo, in view of what you just said, I can no longer be your lawyer. I will transfer the balance of your advance payment, after deducting the actual lawyer's fees, back to your bank account. Let me give you a word of advice. Don't break the law unknowingly. It's a felony to falsely accuse someone in a criminal case. That's all I have to say. I hope you can get back on the right path. After Kai Shengnan finished speaking righteously, she pressed the stop button on the camera, then looked up at the dumbfounded Luo Jialan and said, I've recorded everything you said just now. If you still want to use this trick, I'll send the video just now to the relevant people. Only then did Luo Jialan realize that she had been tricked by Kai Shengnan, and she immediately lost her temper. Kai Shengnan, you've gone too far. How dare you set me up? I'm going to file a complaint. Luo Jialan pounced over and snatched the plastic dress. But as soon as she grabbed it, the dress fell out of the translucent plastic seal. It turned out that Kai Shengnan had already cut a hole in it, and on Kai Shengnan's desk, there was an inkstone filled with freshly ground ink. The dress fell right on top of the inkstone. The red dress with white flowers was immediately stained with large patches of ink. Luo Jialan's hands were also stained with ink. It was wet, black, and sticky. She subconsciously rubbed her hands on the dress, and the entire dress was instantly smeared to the point that it was unsightly. Looking at the dress again, even if there were semen spots, It was so dirty that it was hard to believe that it was evidence of a crime. Was she going to convince others that someone had a special hobby and liked to sit on ink and have sex? The entire evidence became extremely comical. Luo Jialan was so angry that her eyes turned red. Kai Shengnan was cutting off her escape route. Originally, it wouldn't have been difficult for her to get another one since the dress was dirty. But the video just now had directly cut off her escape route. Even if she got another 100 dresses, that video would be enough to prove that she was faking it. Luo Jialan couldn't help it anymore. She stretched out her hand and slapped Kai Shengnan in the face. Kai Shengnan didn't dodge at all. She held her phone and turned on the video camera. She allowed Luo Jialan to hit her until her face was bruised. In the end, she lost her balance and fell headfirst onto the corner of the desk, causing her head to bleed. Luo Jialan couldn't control her anger. She hit Kai Shengnan hard before she felt relieved. She pointed at Kai Shengnan, who was rolling on the ground with her hands over her head, and said, "If you don't take on the case, someone else will." As she spoke, she took the ink-stained dress and left angrily. Kai Shengnan raised her head from the ground and glanced at Luo Jialan's back with disdain. Then, she took out her phone and called the police. "Is this 110? I was beaten up by my client just now. I can't move now. Please save me." This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1369, Falling Out. The second update was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the third update was around 8 o'clock in the evening. Reminders of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 1381. Luo Jialan was driving on the highway on her way home. Several police cars with flashing lights caught up from behind and forced her car to stop by the side of the road. "What's wrong? We're not speeding, are we?" Luo Jialan was baffled and asked the driver in front of her. The driver said that it was indeed within the speed limit. A policeman knocked on the window, showed her his ID, and motioned for her to get out of the car. He said, "Ms. Luo Jialan?" She nodded. "It's me. What's your name? Which police district is he from?" "I wasn't speeding. Why did you stop my car?" "I want to lodge a complaint." The policeman shook his head helplessly and said, "Ms. Luo Jialan, we just received a report that you were suspected of being involved in a personal injury case. Please go back and assist us in the investigation." "What? Are you looking for the wrong person? How could I have anything to do with a personal injury case?" Luo Jialan was furious. Just as she was about to say, "I want to find my lawyer," she suddenly thought of Kai Shengnan. Just now, she was flustered and exasperated, so she did hit Kai Shengnan. In fact, she only wanted to slap her in the face at first, but Kai Shengnan didn't fight back, so the more she hit her, the more excited she became. She thought that Kai Shengnan was in the wrong, so she let her hit and scold her. Luo Jialan's eyes flickered, and she suddenly asked, "Who called the police? I have the right to know who is falsely accusing me." "I don't know if it's a false accusation. It was your lawyer, Kai Shengnan, who called the police. She has already gone to the hospital to have her injuries examined. Come back with us first to record a statement." "It's really her." "You don't know." Luo Jialan suddenly couldn't continue. How was she going to tell the police? Was it because she forced Kai Shengnan to use perjury to frame someone else and was rejected by Kai Shengnan? So she became angry out of humiliation and beat her up? But then again, Kai Shengnan didn't look like someone who would compromise. Luo Jialan's face was wooden. She finally understood that she had been tricked by Kai Shengnan. "Wait a minute. I need to call my lawyer." Luo Jialan took out her phone. The police officer next to him teased, "Your lawyer? Didn't you just put your lawyer in the hospital?" "I've already fired her. I have a new lawyer," Luo Jialan said as she found a name on her phone and immediately dialed it. "Lawyer Jean? Would it be possible for you to come here? I need a lawyer right now." "Yes, I'm Luo Jialan. Advance payment? Okay, no problem. I'll transfer it to you right away." Without saying anything, Luo Jialan transferred 100,000 yuan to Jean Wani's law firm bank account. Compared to Kai Shengnan, Jean Wani really had a conscience. After receiving the money, the contract would be established. The formal agency contract could be signed later. Jean Wani immediately drove to the police station that Luo Jialan mentioned. At this time, Luo Jialan had already been brought to the police station. She refused to speak until her lawyer arrived. When Jean Wani came in, she saw Luo Jialan curled up on a hardwood chair in the corner with a pale face. Jean Wani had met Luo Jialan once before. She knew that her name was Hua Jialan, but she didn't know why she suddenly changed her name to Luo Jialan. "Miss Luo, what can I do for you?" Jean Wani smiled and sat next to Luo Jialan. Luo Jialan told her the whole story and emphasized with a bitter face, "I was just angry." She suddenly let go and didn't want to be my lawyer anymore. I was so angry, so I patted her twice, but she actually called the police. Jean Wani was very familiar with the name Kai Shengnan. When she found out that Luo Jialan had actually hit Kai Shengnan, Jean Wani's expression immediately changed. It wasn't that she couldn't defend Luo Jialan, but that Luo Jialan had hit a lawyer, which had offended almost all the lawyers. Also, Kai Shengnan had a good reputation, and she was especially good at socializing. She was quite popular among the major law firms in the capital. Her father was also an important figure in the American legal world. With such an identity, status, and profession, Luo Jialan still dared to hit her. Not only did she dare to hit her, but she also didn't care after hitting her. This was too much. Jean Wani's heart skipped a beat, and she said, "Miss Luo, don't get agitated. I'll call Lawyer Kai and ask him what's going on." Jean Wani was now a big lawyer, and she was no longer the little lawyer who had a sense of justice that she used to be. She had learned to be cautious, to compromise, and to see through the appearance, to see the essence. She asked for Kai Shengnan's number from Luo Jialan, walked to a corner of the room, and began to call Kai Shengnan. The phone rang several times before Kai Shengnan picked it up. It was an unfamiliar number. Kai Shengnan asked weakly, "May I know who this is?" Jean Wani paused, then said with a smile, "Are you lawyer Kai Shengnan?" "I'm Jean Wani, and I'm also a lawyer. Miss Luo Jialan wants me to be her lawyer. I'd like to ask, how are your injuries?" Kai Shengnan's voice turned cold. "I just finished examining the injuries. They've already reached the scope of minor injuries stipulated in the criminal law. If that's what you want to know. The requirements for minor injuries stipulated in the criminal law were actually very strict. The bruises and swelling caused by ordinary beatings were actually not considered minor injuries. There were strict legal standards for determining minor injuries." "Huh, is it really that serious?" Jean Wani was stunned. They were all beaten by Miss Luo. Kai Shengnan grunted in agreement and sent the video of Luo Jialan hitting her to Jean Wani. Then, she scanned the doctor's injury report for her. Jean Wani saw such a line on the doctor's injury report at a glance. The cumulative length of the blunt force wound on the scalp is 6 centimeters. This was the injury that Kai Shengnan had suffered when she was pushed by Luo Jialan on the corner of the desk. Based on this alone, the criminal law stipulated a minor injury was more than enough. The video of the beating, the doctor's injury report, and Kai Shengnan and her father Kai Sumin's status in the legal world determined that Luo Jialan wouldn't be able to find a decent person to represent her. Jean Wani immediately returned the advance payment of 100,000 yuan to Luo Jialan and said, "Miss Luo, I can't defend your case. I'm sorry, I'll be leaving first." It wasn't just Jean Wani. All the top lawyers in the capital's legal world avoided her. Luo Jialan stayed at the police station for a whole day and made countless phone calls, but she couldn't find anyone who was willing to represent her. Even if she offered a high price, no one was willing to stand up for her. She didn't know that during that day, the video of her beating up her lawyer had already spread all over the internet. Lawyers all over the country were filled with righteous indignation. They all came out to express their stance that they would never defend such a scum who beat up her lawyer. This way, even some people who were tempted by the high lawyer fees didn't dare to take on the case. Luo Jialan had no choice but to defend herself. However, she made many mistakes in front of the well-trained police officers, and she didn't dare to tell them the real reason why she beat up Kai Shengnan. Therefore, The prosecutor's office quickly filed a case again to charge her with intentional bodily harm. At this time, the prosecutor's office discovered that Luo Jialan already had a case on her, which was the crime of intentional homicide against Song Jining. It was prosecuted by another prosecutor's office and had already been tried in court once. This was another crime committed during the interrogation. It was obvious that this suspect had a criminal record of intentional bodily harm. The court that was trying Song Jining's case didn't receive any new evidence within the stipulated time. They only knew that she had beaten up her lawyer again, so they didn't plan to wait any longer and were about to issue the verdict of the first trial. Luo Jialan was locked up in the detention center for 48 hours. After paying a sum of bail, she was finally able to go home. She didn't know how she had gotten to this point. Sitting in the car, she covered her face and cried bitterly. She was in a state of panic. Was she going to lose all of this? Not only her huge wealth, but also her personal freedom. Why wouldn't these people let her go? Like Gu Nianji, she was an orphan with no parents. Why would Xiaoheng rather have Gu Nianji than her? She at least had the huge trust fund left behind by Hua Guanyuan. Although it wasn't more than Hua Xiaoheng's wealth, who would complain about having more money? Luo Jialan felt that the whole world had let her down. In despair, she picked up her phone and desperately called the strange number that Yamaguchi Aiko had left behind. She sent a text message to tell her what had happened to her. She told her that she had almost been forced into a desperate situation and that Gu Nianji was about to get engaged to Hua Xiaoheng. Luo Jialan actually treated this number as a tree hole. All the things that she couldn't say in front of others were all poured into that number. After her hysterical outburst, she finally felt better. When she arrived at the West Mountain Villa, she got out of the car with a straight face and returned to her home. The first thing she did when she got home was to take a shower and change her clothes. Coming out of the bathroom, Luo Jialan habitually picked up her phone and glanced at it. Suddenly, her breathing stopped. The 4-digit number that she had been unable to get through had actually replied to her text message. She quickly swiped open her phone and entered the text message to read it carefully. As expected, Yamaguchi Aiko hadn't left her in the lurch. The first text message: Gu Nianji has been looking for the whereabouts of her father, Gu Xiangwen. The second text message: I'll tell you where Gu Xiangwen is. You can use this information to exchange for personal freedom from prosecution with her. The third text message: only then will they see clearly that Gu Nianji is using her public office for personal gain. This was today's second update, Chapter 1370, Using Public Office for Personal Gain. The third update was around 8 o'clock in the evening. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 1382. At the end of the third message, there was a screenshot of Gu Xiangwen's location. When Luo Jialan saw these 3 messages, her enthusiasm instantly cooled down. Was this really possible? She really didn't believe it. Putting herself in their shoes, if someone else told her that they knew the whereabouts of her biological father and that the condition was for her to give up her inheritance, she would definitely slap the other party a few times and tell them scram as far as they could. For the same reason, Gu Nianji hated her so much. Would she give up the chance to get rid of her greatest love rival just to find out the whereabouts of her father, whom she had never met? Luo Jialan thought for a long time and finally replied to the number. Is this really okay? However, there was no reply from the other party. Luo Jialan waited until night. She had no other choice but to try dialing Gu Nianji's number. Gu Nianji looked at Luo Jialan's number on her phone. She didn't want to answer it, so she hung up and put her number on the blacklist. Luo Jialan dialed Gu Nianji's number again, but it was always busy. She realized that Gu Nianji had blocked her number. Although she didn't think that she could use the whereabouts of Gu Nianji's father to exchange for her freedom, she couldn't even find a lawyer at this time, so she had no choice but to try her best. What if Gu Nianji was an idiot and agreed? She had nothing to lose. Luo Jialan walked out of her room and borrowed her phone from her servant. She called Gu Nianji again. Gu Nianji saw that it was an unfamiliar number, so she swiped it open and picked it up. It was still Luo Jialan. Lawyer Gu, there's something I want to talk to you about. Are you free? Do you want to come to the West Mountain Deer Head restaurant for a meal and a chat? Luo Jialan held back her anger and asked with a smile. Gun Yinji turned on the recording function and said calmly, "Let's talk in court. I don't think there's anything between us that needs to be discussed in private." Lawyer Gu, don't be so stubborn. If you speak too harshly, you will be slapped in the face. Without waiting for Gun Yinji to object, she continued, "I heard that Lawyer Gu has been looking for her biological father, Gu Xiangwen, hasn't she?" Gun Yinji. Seeing that Gun Yinji had been silent, Luo Jialan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had a plan? Was Gun Yinji really that stupid? She felt more confident. She smiled, and her voice softened. "Lawyer Gu, do you really not want to know about your father? Actually, I'm very sorry about what happened back then. I can apologize to Ms. Song. She's fine now. Why are you so persistent? Trying to please his mother-in-law? If you have the time, you might as well please my second uncle." Gun Yinji's mind raced, and she frowned slightly. Why would Luo Jialan suddenly say that she knew where her father, Gu Xiangwen, was? This was too sudden. Was someone giving her advice from the back? It wasn't that Luo Jialan wasn't smart enough to not think of this, but that only certain people knew the whereabouts of her father, Gu Xiangwen. Luo Jialan dared to come and talk to her about a deal. Did someone find Luo Jialan? Without batting an eyelid, Gun Yinji planned to hack into Luo Jialan's phone to see who she had called. But to her surprise, Luo Jialan's phone seemed to have suddenly turned on, as she couldn't get in. Her little program was blocked out of the system by Luo Jialan's phone and could not be received by the other party at all. That's interesting. Gun Yinji sat at her desk and rested her chin on her hand as she pondered. After a while, she said, "Miss Luo, I don't think you know where my father is. Given that you're a habitual liar, I have no reason to believe you. Goodbye." She was about to hang up. Luo Jialan panicked. "Hey, don't hang up. Let me tell you, I do have news about him, as long as you agree." Gun Yinji tapped her finger lightly and hung up Luo Jialan's call. She then blacklisted her number because she didn't want her to continue harassing her. Luo Jialan was flustered and exasperated. She returned to her room and sent a long text message to the number. She mainly complained that the other party was unreliable. Who would agree to such a condition? If it were her, she wouldn't agree either. She didn't know if the person behind the number was also angry with her. He didn't want to talk to her at first, but after reading her long text message, he still replied to her. If Gun Yinji doesn't agree, you can find someone else, like Song Jining. Then the person attached a draft of an academic paper to the text message and said, "Give this to Song Jining as well. She'll contact you." Luo Jialan understood that he wanted her to negotiate with Song Jining directly. But would Song Jining agree? After thinking about it, she felt that Song Jining should be easier to talk to than Gun Yinji. She remembered that Song Jining used to be very tolerant and kind. Luo Jialan thought about it for a while and tried to send half of the draft of the academic paper to Song Jining. 5 minutes later, he received a call from Song Jining. "Luo Jialan, you sent me the draft of the academic paper?" Song Jining asked suspiciously over the phone. "Where did you get this paper?" "What do you mean?" "It was a set of data in the same category as the experiment Song Jining was demonstrating on the computer. Although it wasn't exactly the same, it had a strong reference value. However, Song Jining disdained plagiarizing other people's data. If it was a published paper, it was fine to refer to it as long as the source was cited. But this was obviously a draft, not a published one. So as soon as she saw the draft of the paper, Song Jining immediately called to ask about it." Luo Jialan laughed. "Second aunt, do you think it's useful?" Song Jining frowned impatiently. "Luo Jialan, it's illegal to plagiarize other people's experimental results. Don't break the law yourself and drag others down with you. I've already deleted the draft of the paper you sent. Don't do these crooked things again." Luo Jialan was so stifled by her that she could barely speak. Just as Song Jining was about to hang up, Luo Jialan quickly said, "Even if you're not interested in the paper, aren't you interested in the whereabouts of Gun Yinji's father?" Song Jining was stunned. "The whereabouts of Gun Yinji's father? You mean the great physicist Gu Xiangwen? Do you know where he is? This draft is his. It sounded like Song Jining was more interested in the whereabouts of Gun Yinji's father than Gun Yinji herself. Luo Jialan pursed her lips and thought to herself that it was actually useful. She calmed down and said calmly, "Of course I know. I can tell you, but I have a condition. If you ask her to drop the charges against me, I'll tell you. Think about it carefully. Don't stall for time. Think about it. If you miss it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." In order to please you, Gun Yinji refused to agree to my condition. But can you bear to see her father and daughter separated? Luo Jialan actually knew nothing about Gu Xiangwen's situation. This was highly confidential information even in the Special Operations Forces. She had only said these words to trick the other party. Song Jining also knew that she was tricking her, but she didn't agree rashly. She didn't reject her outright, like Gun Yinji either. She only said, "I need to think about it. I don't understand legal matters. Give me 2 days, and I'll give you an answer." Luo Jialan saw that there was really a chance. She chuckled. "1 day? I'll give you 1 day at most." Song Jining hung up the phone and immediately called Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng was listening to the report from the surveillance personnel. They had been monitoring Luo Jialan's phone and had just heard her call Song Jining about Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts. They hadn't listened in on Luo Jialan's call to Gun Yinji on someone else's phone. It wasn't until Luo Jialan used her own phone to call Song Jining that they became vigilant. This was today's third update, Chapter 1371, I Cheated. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 1383. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the name on the phone and saw that it was his mother. The call they had just heard happened to be from Luo Jialan to Song Jining. Hua Xiaoheng didn't answer Song Jining's call. Instead, he listened to the monitor's report and texted Song Jining to ask her what was the matter. Song Jining understood that Hua Xiaoheng must be busy at this time, so she quickly texted him to call her after he was done. Hua Xiaoheng agreed and turned his attention back to the monitor's report. "Chief, that's what happened." Luo Jialan claimed that she knew Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts and wanted to use this as a condition to exchange with Ms. Song and withdraw the charges against her. Hua Xiaoheng's face was expressionless as he nodded lightly. "Got it. Continue monitoring." After the eavesdroppers left, Hua Xiaoheng called Song Jining back. Song Jining's phone was busy. Song Jining couldn't help but call Gun Yinji again while waiting for Hua Xiaoheng's call. "Yinji, Luo Jialan called me just now and said." Gun Yinji quickly said, "Luo Jialan? Did she say that she wants to negotiate with us and use my father's whereabouts in exchange for dropping the charges?" "Yeah? How did you know?" Song Jining was puzzled. "Don't tell me." "Yes, she called me first and said that she knew my father's whereabouts. She used that as a condition to threaten us. Of course I objected wholeheartedly. People like her don't know what she's talking about. Who knows if she's telling the truth or not? I don't have the time to argue with her." Gun Yinji indicated that she had rejected Luo Jialan's suggestion. Song Jining was touched and sad at the same time. She whispered, "Yinji, actually it's not impossible. Ms. Song, don't say that. It really has nothing to do with you. Whether or not she knows where my father is doesn't affect our charges. I said I want her to go to jail, so I want her to go to jail." However, Song Jining was a scientist. She was used to imagining all kinds of possibilities and verifying them step by step. Just like Luo Jialan's words, it might be a lie, but it could also be true. Before sufficient verification was conducted, they could not arbitrarily kill all of them. So she said, "What if she does know? If your father is somewhere waiting for us to save him, every day we stay here is another day of torture for him. Do you have the heart to do that?" Gun Yinji was silent for a long time. She restrained her churning thoughts and tried her best to say rationally, "Logically speaking, Luo Jialan doesn't have the qualifications to know my father's whereabouts. But as you said, if she isn't lying and she really knows, then there's only one possibility. The mastermind has found her and sent us a message through her. If that's the case, then the nature of the whole thing has changed. All the more we can't accept her condition." because that means that if we agree to her conditions, we will fall into the trap of the mastermind behind the scenes. When she said this, Song Jining could hear that Gun Yinji's voice was slightly choked up. This girl's heart was really bitter. Song Jining could tell that Gun Yinji yearned for family, and she was willing to fulfill her wish. Yinji, you're right. We need to plan this out. But as long as there's a sliver of a chance, we can't give up. Song Jining comforted her and saw another call on her phone. She quickly said to Gun Yinji, I still have something to do. I'll ask Xiaoheng to come out later, and we can discuss it together. Gun Yinji nodded. Okay, Miss Song. Go ahead. She hung up the phone and continued to work on cracking the plug-in on Luo Jialan's phone. She didn't believe that she couldn't crack the security system on Luo Jialan's phone on her own. Song Jining answered Hua Xiaoheng's call and said, Xiaoheng, let me tell you, Luo Jialan called me just now and said a lot of strange things. By the way, she also sent me half a draft of an academic paper. It's very similar to the experiment we're doing right now. It can be said to be in the same category. But I've already deleted the paper because it's not a published paper. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his temples and said helplessly, You don't have to read it yourself, but you can forward it to me. Why did you delete it? These were all clues. How could she delete it just like that? Song Jining said righteously. The data wasn't published publicly, so how could others see it? What if someone plagiarized it and published it in a magazine in advance? What do you want the original author to do? When it came to academic issues, Song Jining was very stubborn. Hua Xiaoheng didn't continue to argue. He just listened quietly and heard Song Jining plead softly. Xiaoheng, if Luo Jialan really knows the whereabouts of Ninji's father, I'm thinking that we should agree to her for now. I never negotiate with people. Hua Xiaoheng held a cigarette in his hand and shook off a bit of ash from the ashtray on the table. He calmly refuted Song Jining's suggestion. Song Jining sighed. I understand what you mean. The nature of your work dictates that you can't do this. But I just want you to think about it from Yinji's perspective. You know better than me how much she longs for family and her parents. I've been trying to find them. Hua Xiaoheng was unmoved. He took a puff of his cigarette. Luo Jialan isn't trustworthy. Don't be fooled by her. I'm just pitiful for Yinji. Song Jining was rarely so emotional. She had been provoked today and was actually moved by her words. She really only has you in her heart. She's willing to do anything for you. Why can't you? Hua Xiaoheng's expression was solemn and calm. His eyes were hidden in the rising white smoke. He interrupted Song Jining unhurriedly. Ms. Song, principles can't be used in a deal. I still have something to do, so I'll hang up now. Sigh, Xiaoheng, if you weren't my biological son, I would have persuaded Ninji to fall in love with someone else. You really have a heart of stone. Can't you make a little concession for her? For some reason, Song Jining felt very sorry for Gun Yinji. It wasn't because she completely believed Luo Jialan's words, but because she was a little sad about Hua Xiaoheng's attitude. There was clearly a great clue in front of her, but Hua Xiaoheng refused to compromise. As the person involved, Song Jining was thinking that if Luo Jialan really knew the whereabouts of Gun Yinji's father, Gu Xiangwen, then she would be willing to drop the charges. Of course, the premise was that Luo Jialan wasn't lying. She really knew Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts, no matter how she found out. However, Hua Xiaoheng wasn't even willing to feign civility and quietly verify it. He directly said, I don't negotiate with anyone, and completely blocked this path. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and said, This matter is very complicated. Don't tell Ninji. Do you need me to tell you? Song Jining was furious. Ninji already knew. Before Luo Jialan called me, she called Ninji first. I talked to Ninji for a while just now, and the little girl was about to cry. She even said that she couldn't compromise. Seriously, look, even if you don't feel sorry for her, I feel sorry for her. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. Ninji already knew? Luo Jialan called Ninji before she called you? Yes. I advise you to be careful with your words. Don't reject her in front of Ninji. Don't hurt her heart. She didn't agree to show her attitude. If you don't care about her father's whereabouts, the little girl will be sad. Song Jining nagged for a while, but when she saw that the run program on the computer was about to end, she didn't say anything else. I still have something to do here. so I'll hang up first. Nianji isn't such a narrow-minded person. Hua Xiaoheng retorted unhappily, but found that Song Jining had already hung up. He got up and went straight to the monitoring room. He asked the staff on duty, "Show me today's monitoring log." The staff on duty quickly printed out the monitoring log and handed it to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng quickly flipped through it and found that Luo Jialan had indeed called Gu Nianji many times, but none of them had gone through. It seemed that Gu Nianji had blocked Luo Jialan's phone. Then Luo Jialan had used someone else's phone to call Gu Nianji, so they hadn't been monitoring everything. This was a reasonable loophole in the monitoring work, because they couldn't monitor all the citizens' phones unconditionally. Every wiretap had strict procedures and regulations. It could only be carried out after approval was reported to the higher-ups. Otherwise, it would be like the Snowden incident in the United States and cause an international scandal. Hua Xiaoheng left the monitoring room and returned to the central control room on the 6th floor of the building. He asked the staff there, "Can you still crack Luo Jialan's phone?" They had installed a Trojan horse program on Luo Jialan's phone before. In theory, they could check the condition of her phone at any time. But after Hua Xiaoheng's questioning this time, they realized that Luo Jialan's phone had used some kind of security program, and their Trojan horse had all been deleted. "Chief, we're cracking it." A staff member turned around awkwardly. Luo Jialan deleted the Trojan horse. "That's impressive." Hua Xiaoheng raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. "Then you guys take your time cracking it. I'll wait for your news." The staff in the central control room blushed at his taunts. They turned around and vented their anger on the keyboard, slamming it loudly. After coming up from the underground central control room, Hua Xiaoheng smoked another cigarette outside by himself before calling Fan Jian and asking him to send him to Gu Nianji's apartment on the 3rd Ring Road. On the way, Hua Xiaoheng called Xiaoyi first. "Major General Hua, what can I do for you?" Xiaoyi's voice came from the phone. It was clear and melodious, and she was very apologetic. Hua Xiaoheng's brows relaxed slightly. He asked calmly, "Where's Nianji? Is she at home?" Xiaoyi looked at Gu Nianji's bedroom and walked out the door with her phone in her hand. She closed the door and whispered, "Major General Hua, I think something's wrong with Miss Gu these 2 days." "What's wrong?" "She's been locking herself in her bedroom and rarely even comes out to eat. A few days ago, she had nothing to do and played games with me every day. She hasn't even logged on to the game for the past 2 days." Hua Xiaoheng frowned. It seemed that Gu Nianji was hiding something from him. Did she want to carry this matter on her own? "I'll be there soon." "Wait a moment." Hua Xiaoheng hung up the phone. His brows were misty, and there was a sense of urgency. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1372. If your heart doesn't ache, my heart does. The second update was around 1 in the afternoon, and the third update was around 8 in the evening. Did he need to remind his relatives of their monthly votes and recommendation votes every day? Thank you. Chapter 1384. Half an hour later, Fan Jian's car arrived at the San Juan apartment where Gu Nianji lived. Hua Xiaoheng got out of the car. His expression was normal as he slowly walked into the elevator. When he arrived at Gu Nianji's floor, Xiaoyi was standing guard at the door waiting for him. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand. "You can go down." "Yes, Chief." Xiaoyi quickly nodded and walked quickly to the elevator. When the elevator door closed, she saw Hua Xiaoheng push open the door and enter. Gu Nianji sat at her desk, her hands flying across the keyboard of her laptop. Her fingers were slender and slender. Her knuckles were round and soft, as if they were boneless. But when she typed, she was very powerful. Just like herself, just from her appearance, she looked like a delicate little girl, the kind that needed to be pampered. But in reality, she was tough and tenacious, not weak at all. Hua Xiaoheng gently pushed open the bedroom door and saw Gu Nianji sitting in front of the computer with her back straight. She was unexpectedly thin. It hadn't even been a week since they last parted, right? How did she become so thin? Hua Xiaoheng stared at her silently and walked over steadily. Gu Nianji was too focused. She was in the middle of the intense calculations of cracking the program. The numbers jumped on her fingertips. Every step she took made her as excited as if she had solved a world problem. She didn't realize that someone had walked in at all. It wasn't until Hua Xiaoheng leaned over from behind her, placed one hand on her chair and the other forward to hold her mouse that she realized that someone had come. As soon as she turned around, Hua Xiaoheng kissed her on the lips. Hua Xiaoheng retracted his hand and held Gun Yinji's head. He moved his lips around her. The long kiss made Gun Yinji feel suffocated. Her breath was filled with his scent. He was strong and gentle, controlling her body and mind, but still giving her freedom. Gun Yinji retracted her hand and wrapped it around Hua Xiaoheng's neck. She pulled him into her world, gentle and affectionate. Hua Xiaoheng's heart was indeed as cold and hard as Song Jining had said. He gave Gun Yinji the only softness he had. After the kiss, their heads touched, and neither of them spoke. Hua Xiaoheng took the opportunity to sit down and put her back to him on his lap. He held her mouse with one hand and looked at her computer. "What are you doing?" His magnetic and deep voice had a captivating charm like a bell. Gun Yinji's ears were burning. She tried her best to be nonchalant and said, "I'm programming." Hua Xiaoheng dragged the mouse and looked at the lines of code thoughtfully. "Are you cracking Luo Jialan's phone security program?" How did you know?" Gun Yinji turned to look at him, unable to hide the surprise in her eyes. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and kissed her slightly pouting lips. "Guess." "I won't guess." Gun Yinji put her hand between their lips and rolled her eyes. "I remember that you monitored Luo Jialan's phone. You should know that she called Ms. Song, right?" "You guessed it right. I'll reward you with a kiss." Hua Xiaoheng pulled her hand away and kissed her again. Gun Yinji, she began to act coquettishly. "If I guess correctly, I'll get a kiss. What if I guess incorrectly? Are you not going to let me kiss you?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly. "If you guess incorrectly, I'll punish you with a kiss." Gun Yinji beamed and leaned over to kiss him on the lips. "That's more like it." Hua Xiaoheng's hand started to get restless. "Can you check her phone?" Gun Yinji pressed down on Hua Xiaoheng's hand and tried to change the topic back to the main topic. "I think there should be something on her phone. Otherwise, why would there suddenly be such strict security procedures?" It really seemed like she was trying to hide something. Hua Xiaoheng stopped teasing her. He leaned back in his chair and said regretfully, "There was a Trojan horse program, but she deleted it all." Gun Yinji pursed her lips. "Does she have the ability to delete it? I guess she doesn't even know that two parties are using her phone as a battlefield." "You can say that." Hua Xiaoheng looked at the code that Gun Yinji had written and felt a little itchy. He was also a computer expert, and he was no worse than Zhao Yangzi. However, there were no more than 3 people in the world who knew this. "Your code is quite interesting." Hua Xiaoheng rested his chin on Gun Yinji's shoulder and leaned forward to carefully look at the code she had written. "The architecture is quite unique. I've never seen such a logical structure before." Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. This logical structure was based on the idea of Hijichu's app program. It was indeed different from the code they usually used. However, Luo Jialan security program, which was like a cheat code, was more suitable than the logical structure they usually used. Gun Yinji didn't say that she had gotten this inspiration from Hijichu. She just smiled and said, "It's good that it works, but the effect isn't obvious. I don't understand why, but I know that I'm working in the right direction." There was just one obstacle that she couldn't overcome. It was like a bottleneck that prevented her from moving forward. Hua Xiaoheng held her in his arms and reached out with both hands. He typed lines of code on her keyboard and wrote down her program. Gun Yinji had never tried to write code with someone before, and she found it very interesting. The two of them were in high spirits. They supported each other, communicated, and wandered in the sea of computer programming languages. They communicated in a language that only the two of them understood in this world. It was like falling in love in another language. Because it was unique, it was irreplaceable. The efficiency of their cooperation was surprisingly high, and they both performed exceptionally well. There were a few very difficult areas that the two of them easily solved after a few minutes of discussion. From noon to 6 o'clock the next morning, the two of them didn't eat anything other than drinking some water. They didn't sleep either. They worked like this for a whole 18 hours. Fan Jian and Xiao Yi sat in the car and waited for 18 hours. This wasn't much to them. When they were out in the field, it was common for them to lie in ambush for a few days and nights. Moreover, the two of them had gone to eat 2 separate meals. They listened to music, chatted, and slept in the car. It was much more comfortable than going out in the field. Sitting in the underground parking lot, they couldn't see the rising sun, but from the cars that drove out one by one, they knew that it was dawn and people had woken up to go to work. Xiao Yi hesitated and asked Fan Jian, "Should we call the chief to confirm if they're safe?" Fan Jian crossed his arms and leaned against the driver's seat with his eyes closed. He said calmly, "No need. Major General Hua is working. He'll call us when he's done." Hua Xiaoheng ran through the code they had written again. After confirming that there were no bugs, he sent it to Luo Jialan's phone. Gun Yinji also stared nervously at the computer screen, watching as the program cracked the security system of Luo Jialan's phone. They had never tried to deal with such a complicated and advanced security program before. It could be said that if it weren't for He Zhichu's little app, Gun Yinji would never have thought that the code could be written like this. 5 minutes later, a soft beep came from the headset. It was the signal that the code they had set had been successfully cracked. Hua Xiaoheng's slightly furrowed brows relaxed. He smiled and pressed the last button. All the contents of Luo Jialan's phone had been backed up by them and sent to the Special Operations Force's work email. These emails were all specially encrypted and deeply hidden. Gun Yinji's big eyes curved as she smiled and said, "Leave this program in Luo Jialan's phone. I believe that the experts on the other side won't be able to recognize and delete our little program." This was because their program wasn't a Trojan horse program with the characteristics of a virus, but a proper application program. Just like cancer cells that disguise themselves as normal cells, targeted drugs that specifically killed cancer cells wouldn't be able to recognize and kill this kind of normal cancer cells. After a night of hard work, they finally bore fruit. Hua Xiaoheng carried Gun Yinji to the bed in the bedroom and put her down. "Go to sleep. You haven't slept all night, and you can't even open your eyes." Gun Yinji was indeed extremely sleepy. It wasn't just one night that she hadn't slept. She hadn't slept for several nights. But she didn't want Hua Xiaoheng to leave, so she held his hand reluctantly. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. "Go to sleep, be good. I'll go deal with the contents of her phone." Gun Yinji had no choice but to slowly let go and look at Hua Xiaoheng quietly. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a moment, then said, "I'll investigate carefully. If she really knows where your father is..." Gun Yinji's sleepy eyes suddenly lit up and sparkled. It turned out that she really wanted to know where her father was. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and said word by word, "If she really knows where your father is, I won't even need to trade. I'll make her talk." Hua Xiaoheng said it casually, but Gun Yinji couldn't help but shiver when she heard it. She didn't dare to think about how Hua Xiaoheng would make Luo Jialan talk. "Go to sleep. I'll ask Xiao Yi to prepare lunch for you." Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else and got up to leave. Returning to the central control room of the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Hua Xiaoheng sat alone in front of the most powerful mainframe and began to analyze all the data on Luo Jialan's phone. The staff didn't know that Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji had worked together to crack the security program on Luo Jialan's phone. Therefore, when Hua Xiaoheng sat in front of the most powerful mainframe and began to work, they thought that he had also begun to crack it with them, so they couldn't help but work even harder. Hua Xiaoheng's expression remained the same as he used keywords to search all the contents of Luo Jialan's phone. This search actually found some things that he didn't know about that had already been settled by Gun Yinji. For example, the dress that was stained with semen. At that moment, he squeezed the mouse so hard that it was deformed. He had no choice but to change the mouse to continue working. Without batting an eyelid, Hua Xiaoheng erased all the content and permanently deleted it. Then, he copied the hard disk many times and overwrote the data. This was indeed against the rules, but he really didn't want to keep this part of the content. In the future, his political enemies would use it to disgust Gun Yinji. Although it had nothing to do with him, it was disgusting to see what Luo Jialan had said. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1373, extraordinary performance. It was the third update at around 8 o'clock in the evening. Did he need to remind his relatives of the monthly votes and recommendation votes every day? Thank you. Chapter 1385. After processing this part of the content, Hua Xiaoheng finally saw a few text messages from the invalid number and a screenshot of shared location. As expected, Luo Jialan was still in contact with the owner of this invalid number. And the owner of this invalid number was actually Yamaguchi Aiko. She really wasn't dead. Hua Xiaoheng had never believed that Yamaguchi Aiko was dead. Whether she died in the Caribbean Sea or in Europe, he didn't believe it. This was because the news of her death had always been spread by word of mouth. Even if someone had seen her death with their own eyes, no one had seen her body in the end, nor had anyone attended her funeral. And Hua Xiaoheng was in this line of work. He knew how many ways to use death to escape and escape from death. This was the norm for field personnel like them. But this time, Yamaguchi Aiko was connected to that invalid number. This was too surprising. Hua Xiaoheng frowned as he looked at the invalid number displayed on the computer, as well as Luo Jialan's long text messages. They were all sent to Yamaguchi Aiko. Looking at the screenshot of the shared location, Hua Xiaoheng's eagle-like eyes instantly narrowed. This location looked too familiar. Wasn't this the location of the Cape of Good Hope that they had previously delineated? Zhao Yangzi had been stationed there for a year just to search the nearby sea. However, the sea was too big. After a year, they still hadn't had much success. This time, he hoped that their search circle would be narrowed down a little. Hua Xiaoheng sent the latitude and longitude shown on the screenshot of the shared location to Zhao Yangzi. At the same time, he ordered him, search this area immediately. If you find anything, report it immediately. He immediately ordered the staff of the Special Operations Forces. Now, there is evidence that Yamaguchi Aiko is not dead. Luo Jialan is involved with Yamaguchi Aiko. Yamaguchi Aiko is a foreign spy wanted by our country. She once gathered intelligence in our country, bribed officials, and cooperated with the former Prime Minister Do Yongsheng to interfere in our election. Luo Jialan is suspected of colluding with and sheltering foreign spies. Immediately go to the court to apply for a search warrant and arrest warrant to search Luo Jialan's residence and all her electronic network equipment. Hurry! A group of highly efficient Special Operations Forces staff obtained the search warrant and arrest warrant within 15 minutes and rushed to the West Mountain Villa where Luo Jialan lived. At 8:30 in the morning at the beginning of June, the Shishan Villa area was bathed in the warm morning light. The capital city was already relatively hot, but the West Mountain was surrounded by towering mountains, dense forests, and fresh air. The temperature was about 10 degrees lower than in the city. The climate here was pleasant, neither hot nor cold. Luo Jialan was still asleep on the bed. She had spent 48 hours in the detention center and was exhausted. She really did not want to go through that kind of life again. Now that she had victory in her hands, it all depended on Gun Yinji's reaction, so she slept very soundly. The doorbell of the West Mountain Villa rang, and a maid hired by Luo Jialan opened the door. Looking at the group of staff in black uniforms at the door, she was so scared that she took 2 steps back and asked in a trembling voice, Who are you? What do you want?" The leader of the Special Operations Forces team kindly showed the arrest warrant and search warrant and said, "Excuse me, are you Luo Jialan? There are arrest and search warrants issued by the court. Please do not obstruct us from carrying out our duties." I'm not Miss Luo. I'm just a maid." The maid quickly stepped aside. "Please come in." The staff of the Special Operations Forces swarmed in and quickly took control of the entire villa. All the maids in the villa were invited to an empty room to wait for their identities to be verified. A few female staff members finally went to Luo Jialan's bedroom and knocked on the door. No one answered inside. They looked at each other, took out their guns, and fired several shots at the fingerprint lock, breaking it. Then, they stretched out their long legs and kicked open the door of Luo Jialan's bedroom. Luo Jialan was woken up by such a loud noise. She rubbed her eyes and sat up from the bed. She said impatiently, What are you doing? Are you rebelling? She thought it was her maids. Luo Jialan, this is the court's arrest warrant and search warrant. Please come back with us to assist in the investigation. A female staff member also showed her the court's arrest warrant and search warrant. Luo Jialan's pupils constricted. She wrapped herself in the blanket and shouted, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Are you the police? You're deliberately framing me. Who has the time to frame you? Do you think you're the President of the United States? A female staff member sneered coldly. Don't think too highly of yourself. You're just a small fry who's been pushed to the front desk. Take her away. A few female staff members rushed up and dragged Luo Jialan out of the blanket in no time. They took off her pajamas, changed her clothes for her, and brought her downstairs with her hair disheveled. Luo Jialan watched in horror as her home was already under control. She glared at the staff members of the Special Operations Forces and was so angry that the roots of her teeth itched. The team leader of the Special Operations Forces team smiled like a Mithra Buddha and said slowly, Ms. Luo Jialan, you can stay silent now. You can hire a lawyer. This time, you're suspected of colluding with foreign spies. The rule that you must be released after 48 hours of detention is not suitable for you this time. Luo Jialan said angrily, Don't frame me. What did I collude with foreign spies? Yamaguchi Aiko, the team leader, simply said name. Luo Jialan's face quickly turned pale, and she stammered, Sean, Yamaguchi Aiko? I don't know what you're talking about. Team leader, this is her phone. Let her unlock it. A female staff member handed over the phone found on Luo Jialan's bed. The team leader took it and placed it in front of Luo Jialan. Unlock it. If you don't unlock it, our staff will unlock it themselves. When that happens, you'll be obstructing official business, and your crime will be even more severe. Luo Jialan gritted her teeth and turned her head. She sneered and said, If you have the ability, you can unlock it yourself. I want to unlock it for you. Hua Xiaoheng walked in at this moment and stood behind the group with his hands behind his back. He said lightly, Use your fingers to unlock it. Do you still need me to teach you? When Luo Jialan heard Hua Xiaoheng's voice, she suddenly looked up, and her face immediately became aggrieved. Cousin, don't call me cousin. My surname is Hua, and your surname is Luo. Hua Xiaoheng walked forward. You're not my uncle's daughter, so you don't have to pretend. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was as usual, and he was calm. But it was this expressionless look that made Luo Jialan even angrier. Did he really not care about her at all? How dare he? She had loved him for so many years. Just thinking about those secret loves that were born in the dark night made flowers bloom in her heart, and it was so low that it hurt. Luo Jialan's face contorted. She couldn't help but want to disgust Hua Xiaoheng in front of Hua Xiaoheng's subordinates and pour a bucket of dirty water on him that could never be washed clean. Hua Xiaoheng, don't forget, 12 years ago, Hua Xiaoheng interrupted her and said calmly, Don't try to slander me. 12 years ago, your mother, Luo Xinxue, was still alive. The summer I joined the army, your mother took you out on a trip and wasn't at home at all. With your IQ, you still want to frame others? You're really stupid. The undisguised contempt and humiliation in his tone was like a long whip, lashing her to pieces. She howled in a low voice, and her mind buzzed. She glared at Hua Xiaoheng, her lips closed, and the blood vessels in her brain expanded rapidly. Her brain was short of blood supply for a moment, and her vision went black. She fell to the ground with a thud. She fainted from anger at Hua Xiaoheng's words. This was today's third update. Chapter 1374, Stupid. Do you need to remind your relatives of the monthly votes and recommendation votes every day? Thank you. Chapter 1386. When Luo Jialan woke up again, she found herself facing the door of court number 1, which she had been to once before. She moved with difficulty, raised her arm, and rubbed her eyes. Is she awake? Of course, look at whose medicine it is. Chunlai asked her to wake up at midnight, so she can't drag it out until midnight. Chunlai's round, chubby face revealed an arrogant expression. Gun Yinji stood beside Chen Lai in a dark navy blue professional dress. Her slender trousers were straight, without a single crease, just like her entire aura. When she smiled, she was beautiful and lively, and when she didn't smile, she looked valiant and heroic. She raised her chin at Luo Jialan and deliberately provoked her with arrogance. Luo Jialan, today is the day you appear in court again. If you don't accept the verdict, you'll have to wait for the second trial. Luo Jialan's consciousness returned to her. She remembered that a few members of the Special Operations Forces had broken into her house, and then Hua Xiaoheng had followed them in. He had said something without batting an eyelid, and she had fainted from anger. Appear in court again? Luo Jialan murmured. She looked up at her surroundings, then looked down at her watch. It showed the time and date. It turned out that a day and a night had passed since she had fainted that day until she woke up today. The Imperial Procuratorate has accused Luo Jialan of intentionally killing Song Jining. Today is the last time she will appear in court. The plaintiff and the defendant, please be prepared. The staff of the court came over to perform a security check on them before they entered the court. Kai Shengnan also came. Her head was bandaged, and her face was covered in medicine. She looked very frightening. She walked up to the pale Luo Jialan and said, "Although we've already terminated our agency relationship, this is a separate matter. I like to finish what I started. It's fine if I don't charge you for your last appearance in court." Luo Jialan spat at her. Today, she finally understood how hypocritical this woman was. Kai Shengnan smiled good-naturedly, as if she didn't want to lower herself to her level. The door to court number 1 opened, and they walked in one by one. Gun Yinji was the last to enter. She looked back several times in the direction of the corridor, but there was no one there. When Chen Lai saw this, he tugged at her arm and whispered, "Don't worry, Major General Hua will definitely arrive in time." "Didn't he come back last night?" "Yes, but there's important news from Little Zay. He has to take command. When a matter is settled, he will bring his men over." Gun Yinji nodded. "I hope so." However, she also knew that Zhao Yang's business was Hua Xiaoheng's business. Who knew how long it would drag on? She could only do her best. They followed Chen Lai through the doors of courtroom 1. The judge, court clerk, and other relevant personnel were already seated at the head of the table. Luo Jialan and Kai Shengnan sat in the dock. Neither of them looked at the other. It didn't look like the relationship between a lawyer and a client at all. Gun Yinji sat with the prosecutor. Luo Jining didn't come today. Lu, Qiu Jin Shan, felt a? The judge at the head of the table knocked on the gavel and said, "The Imperial Procuratorate accused Luo Jialan of intentionally killing Song Jining. Both sides will make their final concluding statements." Gun Yinji stood up. "Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen in the courtroom, today on behalf of my client, Ms. Song Jining, I will conclude my statement on this case for the last time. My client made a great sacrifice for the country 17 years ago. In an experimental accident, not only did she lose her father, but she also lost her health, her memory, and all the cognitive and behavioral abilities of a normal person. Such a person who made a great contribution and sacrifice for the country was abused by Luo Jialan for 10 years in her own home and almost died from her serious injuries. The motive, evidence, and logical connection of the defendant Luo Jialan's mental abuse of my client have been fully demonstrated in the previous trial, so I won't repeat it here. I pray that the court will consider my client's great contribution and sacrifice, and consider that the defendant Luo Jialan has been scheming for 10 years to hide her background and attempt to kill my client, and give her a heavy sentence." After Gun Yinji finished speaking, she bowed to everyone in the courtroom. Everyone was infected by her emotions and looked at Luo Jialan with disgust. They despised her very much. At this time, it was the defendant's turn to speak. It was supposed to be Luo Jialan's lawyer, Kai Shengnan, who gave the speech, but because they had already terminated their relationship as attorneys, the judge asked, "Defendant Luo Jialan, do you agree to let your former defense lawyer, Kai Shengnan, make the final concluding statement?" Luo Jialan was now completely awake. She had been unconscious for a day and a night, but her mind didn't seem to be affected much. Perhaps it was because the other party had given her good medicine. Luo Jialan composed herself and thought to herself that she was already in a quagmire anyway, and there was no hope for her in this lifetime. One case after another, as long as the other party didn't gag her mouth, she would tell them all about it. Hua Xiaoheng's words that day were extremely humiliating. They had already fallen out, so she didn't care anymore. If they wanted to embarrass themselves, they would embarrass themselves together. In order to flaunt their justice, these people refused to deal with her secretly and even pretended to let her go to court. Then she wouldn't be polite. Luo Jialan stood up and shook her head. I don't trust her. I want to defend myself. The judge raised his hand. Go ahead. Therefore, she imitated Gu Nianji and bowed to the people in the courtroom. She said, Your Honor, what I want to say is that although I have indeed failed to take good care of Ms. Song all these years, I really didn't mean to kill her on purpose. I had no idea that her health had deteriorated because I'm not a doctor. And there's a reason why I treated Ms. Song like this. Luo Jialan looked at Gu Nianji maliciously. That's because 12 years ago, I was violated. I was still underage at the time. Gu Nianji, F***CK. This woman really didn't give up. Gu Nianji immediately stood up and said calmly, Luo Jialan, 12 years ago, your mother took you out on a trip to the Rhine Mountains in the south, didn't she? Luo Jialan's rhythm was interrupted, and she was immediately stunned. She instinctively asked, How do you know? You just have to answer yes or no. Luo Jialan nodded and said frankly, Yes, my mother did take me to the Rhine Mountains for a trip. But do you know why I went to a remote place like the Rhine Mountains? Because your fiancé, my eldest cousin, Hua Xiaoheng, enlisted in the army that year and went to the Rhine Mountains for recruit training. That year, she couldn't suppress her longing and urged her mother, Luo Xinxue, to take her to the Rhine Mountains to see Hua Xiaoheng. On the surface, she said that she was going to the Rhine Mountains to see what the place Major General Hua was like, so that she could explain to the Hua family when she came back. Luo Xinxue didn't suspect anything at the time, and she also wanted to care about Hua Xiaoheng, so she took her to the Rhine Mountains. 12 years ago, that place was very backward and poor. There was only a small, run-down hotel in the mountains for dozens of miles. Luo Jialan's eyes flashed, and she forced herself to come back to her senses. She continued, It was there that I was violated. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes. She didn't expect Luo Jialan to be so good at misleading. She first said that she had gone to the Rhine Mountains, then said that Hua Xiaoheng had gone to the Rhine Mountains for recruit training, and finally said that she had been violated in the Rhine Mountains. If it had been someone with a bad brain, they would have directly made such a logical connection in their mind. Luo Jialan was in the Rhine Mountains plus Hua Xiaoheng was in the Rhine Mountains plus Luo Jialan was violated in the Rhine Mountains equals Luo Jialan was violated by Hua Xiaoheng in the Rhine Mountains. In this way, Luo Jialan didn't say a word about being violated by Hua Xiaoheng, but it left such an impression. It could only be said that it was fortunate that they were in court. The people here weren't so simple-minded, and they weren't easily led by Luo Jialan. Gu Nianji coughed lightly and said, Because you were violated in the Rhine Mountains, you have a reason to deliberately abuse and kill Ms. Song Jinning? I don't understand this logic either. Haha, you're deliberately not understanding, aren't you? Luo Jialan sneered. Anyway, I'm already in your hands. You can judge me however you want. Why are you pretending? Gu Nianji walked up to her and said with a cold face, Luo Jialan, you can't leave the training camp during recruit training. What do you mean? Not to mention that the Rhine Mountains are so big. Don't deliberately hint at this and that. No one is more stupid than you. You'll insinuate that it's an innocent person. Haha, could it be that I imagined that I was violated in the Rhine Mountains? Luo Jialan was also angry. After so many years of forbearance, she really couldn't accept this outcome. Yes, let's assume that you were violated in the Rhine Mountains. It wasn't your imagination. Then let me ask you, why didn't you call the police 12 years ago? Why did you keep the evidence and wait until today to take it out? Gu Nianji actually took out Luo Jialan's dress as evidence. Luo Jialan, take a look. Is it this dress? The semen spots on it were left behind by the person who violated you? Luo Jialan looked at the silk dress that was a mess of red and white flowers stained with ink. It really seemed to be her dress, but she was still worried. She reached out and said, "Let me see." Gun Yinji handed the dress in the plastic bag to Luo Jialan. Luo Jialan pulled out the dress from the bag and shook it open to take a quick look. It was indeed her dress. She had marked it in a secret place, and no one had discovered the secret. She nodded. "Yes, that's the one. Because I always thought it was someone I respected who had done this to me. I didn't tell on him. Of course, I might have been mistaken," Luo Jialan said pitifully. "But I really thought it was him, although she didn't say who he was. Everyone already knew." Gun Yinji looked at her disdainfully and was about to continue speaking when there was a loud bang. The door to the courtroom was pushed open, and Hua Xiaoheng, dressed in a handsome uniform, walked in. Behind him were two police officers who were escorting a dejected, balding, greasy, middle-aged man in a prison uniform. He was short and fat, less than 1.6 meters tall. As soon as she saw him, Luo Jialan's pupils shrank to the size of a grain of rice, then quickly relaxed. Even her breathing became labored. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand. A police officer walked up from behind him with a file in his hand and handed it to the court clerk. He said, "This man's name is Hao Yin, and he's the former owner of the Rhine Mountain Hotel. He's suspected of being involved in several sexual assault cases. According to his confession, one of them happened 12 years ago. We verified it and found that it was consistent with Luo Jialan's account." The police officer pointed to the file again. "Inside is the DNA sequencing results of this person. It's exactly the same as the DNA test results of the semen stains on the dress provided by Ms. Luo Jialan." In fact, Hua Xiaoheng had only found the boss's record after he had entered the DNA sequencing results of the semen stains on the dress into the nationwide police system database. He had already been sentenced to more than 20 years for sexual assault and had already served 4 or 5 years in prison. And Luo Jialan's case was just one of the many he had committed. Back then, when he ran that small hotel, he had done something to many single women traveling on the Rhine Mountain. But in the end, only 2 or 3 women came forward to testify against him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only been sentenced to more than 20 years. Gun Yinji walked up to him and asked him, "Hao Yin, do you know this person?" She pointed at Luo Jialan, who was pale in the dock. Hao Yin turned around and grinned at her. "Of course I know her. She's the prettiest, the best figure, the most tender and tightest of all the women I've ever slept with. She's also the only one." "Shut up." Luo Jialan's face turned from white to red. She was so angry that her hands were trembling. I don't know you. It's not you. It's not you. It's not you. Ha ha. You think of me as your good brother. That trembling voice isn't bad, right? Although it's been so many years, I've still been thinking about you." The wretched man almost revealed the details of the incident in court. Even the judge couldn't stand it anymore. He quickly knocked the gavel and said, "Enough. After the suspect is identified, take him away and wait for trial." Luo Jialan couldn't stand the nausea anymore. She covered her mouth and retched. Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow and walked to Luo Jialan's side. She lowered her voice and said, "You finally understand how we feel. When you made up rumors about my fiancé, I felt the same way you felt when you saw this disgusting, wretched man. It's disgusting." Luo Jialan's eyes turned red from her provocation, and she looked up at her abruptly. She pointed at Hua Xiaoheng and said, I always thought it was him. I was drugged at the time." She looked at Gun Yinji, then at Hua Xiaoheng, who had an indifferent expression on his face. "How are you better than me? Is your figure better than mine? Or is your face prettier than mine? Ha, he's really blind." Gun Yinji was amazed. She chuckled and said, "I finally understand. I thought you were the little dragon girl who had met Yin Jiping, but now I realize that you're actually the narcissistic Mrs. Ma." From the little dragon girl to Mrs. Ma, these words made Luo Jialan's body sway, and she almost fainted again. But with Chunlai around, she couldn't faint even if she wanted to. After a few injections of medicine in court, She was extremely clear-headed. She could only watch as the judge pronounced the sentence. The evidence is conclusive in the case of Luo Jialan's intentional murder of Song Jining. The criminal confessed and was sentenced to life imprisonment. At the same time, the defendant, Luo Jialan, is involved in an international espionage case and will be transferred to the military court for handling. This was the first chapter of the day for 1,000 words. Chapter 1375, From Little Dragon Girl to Mrs. Ma. The second chapter was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the third chapter was around 8 o'clock in the evening. Monthly votes, recommendation votes. The more the better. Thank you. Chapter 1387. At the end of the sentence, the judge looked at Luo Jialan, whose face was as pale as a ghost, and said, "If you're not satisfied, you can choose to appeal. You still have a few cases that need to be tried separately. After this case was decided, the rest would be much easier." In the case of Luo Jialan's illegal appropriation of Hua Xiaoheng's estate, all of it was recovered after Hua Guanyuan's will was presented. Of course, the property that Luo Jialan had squandered over the years could not be recovered. She would make up for it by going to prison. Similarly, the case of Yamaguchi Aiko's international espionage case was also sentenced to 20 years in prison after she was unable to prove a relationship with her. Because Yamaguchi Aiko's whereabouts were too elusive, the Special Operations Forces had not been able to track her whereabouts until now. The only solid evidence they had now was the text message between Luo Jialan and an invalid number. She called the owner of the invalid number Yamaguchi Aiko, but she could not confirm whether the other end of the invalid number was Yamaguchi Aiko. So in the end, the case was only sentenced to 20 years. Of course, because she had already been sentenced to life imprisonment. Any additional sentence would only be a continuation of life imprisonment. So there was an additional clause to her sentence that she would never be able to be released early on parole. This meant that she would spend the rest of her life in prison. After the sentencing, she was taken over from the Special Operations Forces by the prison guards of the Imperial Women's Prison and transferred to the Special Punishment Area of the Imperial Women's Prison to serve her sentence. Luo Jialan sat in the narrow cell of the prison, lost in thought as she looked at the incandescent lamp on the roof. She had never lived in such a shabby place other than a shabby Foggy Mountain Hotel since she could remember. There was no hope for her in life anymore. She had hoped that Yamaguchi Aiko would descend from the sky to save her. However, when she found out that there was no news of her again, she did not have much hope for Yamaguchi Aiko. She also proposed to tell her about Gu Xiongwen's whereabouts, hoping to atone for her crimes, but she was also rejected. Because this information did not belong to her at all, she had no right to use it to atone for her crimes. She hugged her legs and sat on the hard wooden bed, feeling sorry for herself. At this moment, the prison door was silently pushed open. Luo Jialan's eyes turned mechanically. A man walked in. "Are you Luo Jialan?" He seemed to be holding a photo and looking at her. Luo Jialan blinked and said expressionlessly, "If I wasn't Luo Jialan, would I be locked up here?" The man sneered and clapped his hands. The lights in the room went out. The next day, Gu Nianji received a call. Lawyer Gu, prisoner Luo Jialan committed suicide in her cell last night in the Imperial Women's Prison. Please come and confirm it. Gu Nianji froze. What did you say? Prisoner Luo Jialan committed suicide in prison last night. Suicide? She's not in the special wing? How did she commit suicide? Gu Nianji was very confused. She used a transparent plastic bag to cover her head and suffocated herself to death. The people in the prison were silent for a while before telling the truth. Gu Nianji, what a creative way to commit suicide. Gu Nianji asked a few more questions but didn't get the gist of it. She could only say, "I'll be right there. Are you guys ready to send her to the medical examiner for an autopsy?" The other party quickly said, "We've already contacted the medical examiner. We'll send it over when you come over to confirm it." Gu Nianji agreed and hung up the phone. She immediately called Hua Xiaoheng. "Major General Hua, Luo Jialan committed suicide in prison last night. Hua Xiaoheng. She had just been transferred from the Special Operations Forces, and she had already committed suicide. The prison security was really bad. How did she die? Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly with his Bluetooth headset on. He played with the lighter Gu Nianji had given him in one hand and held a cigarette in the other. He didn't light it. Gu Nianji whispered. I heard she suffocated herself with a plastic bag. Hua Xiaoheng. I'm going to the prison to confirm it right away. Gu Nianji had already started packing her things. Are you going? Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. Let Xiao Yi accompany you. I still have something to do here. He didn't care about the cause of Luo Jialan's death at all. To him, sentencing Luo Jialan for all her crimes was already the end of the matter. As for whether she continued to serve her sentence, committed suicide, or was killed, he didn't care at all. He actually wasn't such a cold person. But Luo Jialan's actions, whether it was the abuse of his mother, Song Jining, or the humiliation of his character, had already crossed his bottom line, so he didn't want to devote any more energy or time to her. Gu Nianji also didn't want Hua Xiaoheng to continue paying attention to Luo Jialan's case. In her opinion, Luo Jialan had really gone too far. It wasn't illegal to like a person, but it was really unacceptable to like a person to the point that if she couldn't get that person, she would destroy them by slandering them. Xiao Yi drove Gu Nianji to the Imperial Women's Prison to confirm the news of Luo Jialan's death. On the way, Gu Nianji propped her head up with her hand and said tiredly, This Luo Jialan is really too much. She was adopted by Uncle Hua and became the Hua family's daughter. She's much luckier than many people. Why is she still so insatiable? You've been sentenced, so you should serve your sentence well. You can spend the rest of your life in prison. Why did you have to commit suicide to gain attention? Xiao Yi smiled. Of course, a person's heart isn't enough. When she has nothing, just give her a bowl of porridge and she'll be grateful to you for the rest of her life. However, when you bring her home and share your wealth with her, she will ask for more. She will think, why don't you give her all your wealth? Since you've already given her half, shouldn't you give her the other half as well? Ridiculous. Gu Nianji scoffed. I still think it's because of her personal reasons. At least her biological father and mother are good. She's the only one who's especially greedy. That's also possible. Xiao Yi nodded and skillfully turned a corner. She brought Gu Nianji to the Imperial Women's Prison. Since ancient times, there had been a saying in the imperial capital that the rich in the east and the noble in the west, the poor in the south and the lowly in the north. The women's prison was located at the foot of Yin Mountain, north of the imperial capital. The gray stone building looked like a gray space fortress, and there were very few windows. The high walls were surrounded by electrified barbed wire, and there were cameras monitoring from all directions. Gu Nianji got out of the car and looked up at the door. She put her hands in her pockets. She had rushed over at the last minute today. She was still wearing a pair of white sneakers and a juicy couture brown velvet sweater. She was wearing a maroon couture velvet sweater and carrying a backpack. She looked like a college girl who had just entered university. Xiao Yi glanced at her and secretly admired Gu Nianji's beauty. She walked into the prison gate with her. Gu Nianji showed her ID and asked to see Luo Jialan's face to confirm her identity. What if someone secretly made a move and used someone else's body to pretend to be Luo Jialan? She had to be careful. The prison guard who received them was a chubby middle-aged woman. She eagerly led Gu Nianji and Xiao Yi to the cell where Luo Jialan was staying. She introduced them. The forensic doctor just came and is examining inside. Then he'll be sent to the hospital for further dissection. Gu Nianji chatted with the prison guard as she listened. She quietly asked for a lot of information. Xiao Yi walked behind them and looked around warily. When they arrived at the door of Luo Jialan's cell, the middle-aged woman's prison guard stopped and said, "This is the place. The scene hasn't been touched. You can go and confirm it." Gu Nianji poked her head inside and was about to step in. Xiao Yi caught a glimpse of a cold light flashing in the cell from the corner of her eye. Her heart skipped a beat. She suddenly kicked the prison guard beside Gu Nianji away. Then, she pounced over and hugged Gu Nianji from behind. She rolled a few steps on the ground. At the same time, she raised her wrist and raised the gun in her hand. She aimed at the narrow cell door and fired several shots. The people inside immediately fired back and threw a grenade outside. It was the cold light that Xiaoyi had just caught a glimpse of. Xiaoyi's movements were unusually agile. With a sweep of her leg, she kicked the black grenade away. With a loud bang, smoke billowed in the prison for a moment. Gunshots that sounded like frying beans rang out in the dense space one after another. Immediately after, the sound of the siren resounded throughout the entire prison. This was the second watch of the day. Chapter 1376, Exposed. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the third watch. Monthly votes, recommendation votes. The more the better. Thank you. Chapter 1388. What the prison was most afraid of was not external threats, but a riot by their own prisoners. Fortunately, the Imperial Women's Prison was filled with female prisoners, so the biggest threat was temporarily gone. However, most of the prison guards' power still had to be used among the female prisoners in the prison to prevent them from taking advantage of the situation. As soon as the prison alarm sounded, the Imperial Police Department and the army received the news. The riot police quickly gathered and rushed to the women's prison at the foot of Mount Yin in the north of the imperial capital. The troops were on standby, just in case. Although the special operations forces that Hua Xiaoheng and the others were in were part of the army, they had always been in charge of overseas affairs. If there was anything domestic, they would almost never look for them unless it involved overseas affairs. However, because of Xiao Yi and Gun Yinji's involvement, the Special Operations Forces quickly received the news. Major General Hua, the Imperial Women's Prison, just sounded a level 1 alarm. Something seems to have happened to Xiao Yi and the others. Yin Shixiang pushed open the meeting room door and walked to Hua Xiaoheng's side. He lowered his head and whispered in his ear. Because they couldn't bring any electronic equipment during the meeting, Yin Shixiang couldn't contact Hua Xiaoheng directly by phone. Hua Xiaoheng's expression didn't change, but he had already raised his hand to end the meeting. He stood up and said, "That's all for today's meeting. Write me a report on the rest, and we'll discuss it next time." He left in a hurry with Yin Shixiang and jumped into Fan Jian's car. He only brought a few elite men with him and rushed to the Imperial Women's Prison. "What's going on?" In the car, Hua Xiaoheng finally had the time to ask Yin Shixiang about the situation. Yin Shixiang reported to him, "I just received an urgent message from Xiao Yi. She didn't have time to talk, so she just sent Mayday 3 times. He then asked, "Why did Xiao Yi go to the Imperial Women's Prison?" In their line of work, this was considered a more serious distress signal, but it wasn't the most serious. Hua Xiaoheng made up his mind and said, "Nianji took Xiao Yi to the Imperial Women's Prison today to confirm Luo Jialan's death." Yin Shixiang was stunned for a moment. He patted his head and said in surprise, "Luo Jialan is dead?" And then something happened in the prison. Hua Xiaoheng looked out of the car window and said calmly, "Luo Jialan probably didn't commit suicide." The other party used the news of Luo Jialan's death as bait. Fortunately, Xiao Yi followed Nianji. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yin Shixiang clicked his tongue. With Xiao Yi here, they really didn't need to worry too much. If she couldn't even deal with a few thieves who had broken into the prison, Xiao Yi would have wasted her reputation as a night owl. In front of Luo Jialan's cell in the prison, Xiao Yi had already taken the initiative. The 3 people in Luo Jialan's cell were all killed by her. Another person rushed out with a semi-automatic modified gun, trying to escape through the door while they were dodging. However, Xiao Yi was extremely valiant. She rolled a few times and rushed to the man's feet in the rain of bullets. She kicked the man's crotch. The other party reflexively softened his arms and covered his vitals. In the blink of an eye, his semi-automatic modified gun had been seized by Xiao Yi, and the situation was immediately reversed. More and more prison guards came to help, and the riot police outside also arrived. The entire prison was surrounded. When Hua Xiaoheng arrived, they were already cleaning up the battlefield. However, Xiao Yi was still very vigilant in protecting Gun Yinji and did not leave the scene for the time being. Because she didn't trust anyone there, she wouldn't hand Gun Yinji over to him unless Hua Xiaoheng appeared in person. This was her mission, and it was also her duty. Hua Xiaoheng walked down the long corridor of the prison with a calm expression. He listened to the prison warden's report as he strode forward. Only the sound of his hurried footsteps indicated that he was not without anxiety. In Shixiang brought a few elite men to protect Hua Xiaoheng from 4 directions and walked quietly beside him. That's it. We didn't expect the call to be transferred. The forensic team that came wasn't a real forensic team at all. The warden apologized to Hua Xiaoheng awkwardly. It's all our fault. We didn't find out their identities in time and let them in. Hua Xiaoheng didn't blame him. Naturally, the relevant departments would hold him accountable for such a thing. He didn't have to be nosy. He just asked calmly, "How's the situation over there? How many casualties?" 4 or 5 of our people were injured. They were all minor injuries, but no deaths. The 4 of them were all killed by Lawyer Gu's female bodyguard. The smile on Hua Xiaoheng's face disappeared in a flash. He had handed Gu Nianji over to Xiao Yi. There was indeed no mistake. However, even though he was mentally prepared, Hua Xiaoheng's heart still clenched when he arrived in front of Luo Jialan's cell and saw the mess in front of him. There were potholes everywhere, and the walls were riddled with bullet holes. He looked up and saw Xiao Yi standing at the door of the cell with a semi-automatic gun in her hand. Gu Nianji was tightly protected behind her. Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks. "It's fine. I'm here to pick you up." Gu Nianji's gaze lingered on Xiao Yi for a while. Gu Nianji could handle the sudden situation today, so she wasn't particularly afraid. However, Xiao Yi's attack really shocked Gu Nianji. Not to mention her agile movements. The key was that Gu Nianji felt that her every move was exceptionally familiar. She vaguely remembered where she had seen such outstanding skills before, especially when Xiao Yi had kicked the middle-aged female prison guard beside her in the beginning, then rolled on the ground with her arms around herself to avoid the bullets. It reminded Gu Nianji of her encounter in Tunguska, Siberia, Russia. Gu Nianji looked at Xiao Yi seriously before nodding at Hua Xiaoheng, who was walking towards her. "Major General Hua is here. I still have to go inside to confirm the cause of Luo Jialan's death." As she spoke, she turned around and walked into the cell. In Shixiang touched his head in surprise. "Nianji, you're getting bolder." Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and followed her in. Xiao Yi didn't go in, nor did she greet In Shixiang and the others. She raised the semi-automatic modified gun in her hand with a solemn expression and stopped In Shixiang and the others. "Stop. Who are you?" Although she knew In Shixiang, she was Gu Nianji's bodyguard at this time, so she should know In Shixiang. In Shixiang also understood, but he didn't show that he was very familiar with her. He frowned and said, "The chief has gone in. I have to go in to protect his safety." As he spoke, he showed Xiao Yi's ID. Xiao Yi looked at his ID carefully before raising the tip of the gun to let them in. Inside the cell, Luo Jialan was sitting on the ground with a plastic bag covering her head. She had been dead for a long time. Gu Nianji looked carefully and said, "From the figure, it's indeed Luo Jialan, but we still have to conduct a DNA test to confirm her identity." Hua Xiaoheng put his hands behind his back and responded. He called In Shixiang over to take a sample. They shouldn't have been the ones to do this, but if it weren't for the fact that the forensic doctor had ambushed Gu Nianji today, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't have intervened. Now, like Xiao Yi, they didn't trust anyone in the prison. "Major General Hua, do you think they accidentally let those people in?" In Shixiang asked in a low voice. "Do you think I believe them?" Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. He looked away and glanced at Gu Nianji. "Let's go. I'll leave this to Big Xiong." This was the 3rd update of the day. Chapter 1377, exceptionally familiar. Monthly votes, recommendation votes. The more the better, thank you. Chapter 1389. Hua Xiaoheng calmly held Gu Nianji's hand and led her out of the gate of the Imperial Women's Prison. Xiao Yi threw the semi-automatic modified gun to In Shixiang and said, "This is the weapon those people brought in. I'm wearing gloves, so I didn't leave any fingerprints." In Shixiang nodded and said politely, "You may leave." Protect Miss Gu well. Xiao Yi chased him out of the prison and saw that Hua Xiaoheng had already escorted Gun Yinji into the car. She hurried over, put her hand on the car door and said, "Miss Gu, where are you going?" Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng. "What do you think? Go to the base." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Xiao Yi. "You go back to Miss Gu's house." He paused and reminded her, "Be careful." Xiao Yi looked at Gun Yinji with concern through the window and said, "Miss Gu, are you okay?" Gun Yinji narrowed her eyes, and her curvy lips curled into a happy smile. She suddenly asked, "Xiao Yi, have you been to Russia?" Xiao Yi reacted very quickly. She immediately looked confused. "No, Miss Gu wants to go to Russia? Not for now, but maybe in the future." Gun Yinji smiled and waved at her. Hua Xiaoheng returned to the back seat and said calmly to the driver, "Fan Jian, return to the base." The window next to the back seat slowly rose, blocking Gun Yinji's line of sight. Xiao Yi's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't figure out where she had exposed herself. She used to be the field agent with the best results among her batch of students, and the record she left behind was still unbroken. Although Gun Yinji was smart, she hadn't been specially trained. She probably couldn't tell, right? The KGB in Russia hadn't even discovered it. So how would Gun Yinji know? Could it be Hua Xiao who said it? Xiao Yi shook her head. Impossible. She had absolute trust in Hua Xiaoheng. There was no way he would be so careless as to not distinguish between work and personal matters. In Hua Xiaoheng's bulletproof car, Gun Yinji tilted her head and studied Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng looked away and glanced at her. "What's wrong? Are you scared, silly?" No, I'm just happy to see you." Gun Yinji hugged Hua Xiaoheng's arm and sweetly coaxed him. Hua Xiaoheng knew that she had other thoughts in her mind, but he still smiled and rubbed her head with his large hand. Then he pressed her into his arms and sighed softly. Only then did his heart, which had been beating intensely, slowly return to normal. Gun Yinji had wanted to tell Hua Xiaoheng about Xiao Yi, but he had casually changed the topic a few times, so she stopped asking. She also felt that it was very strange. They clearly had two completely different faces and two completely different figures, but when she moved, it gave her an incomparably familiar feeling. Looks and figures could be deceiving, but movements could not. Especially in an emergency situation where one subconsciously displayed their movements in order to survive, they could not be faked at all. Gun Yinji couldn't help but say, "Hua Xiao, my place is in danger right now, right? Why don't you let Xiao Yi go to the base with us? She's your personal assistant. She can't go to the base." He raised his hand to pick up the newspaper next to his seat and unfolded it to read. Gun Yinji rolled her eyes 180 times in her heart. Keep pretending, keep pretending. She was silently cursing Hua Xiaoheng when she heard her phone ring. She took it out and saw that it was He Zhichu. She quickly swiped it open and picked it up. She smiled and said, "Professor He, what's the matter?" Hua Xiaoheng's gaze finally shifted away from the newspaper. Gun Yinji couldn't help smiling even more happily. He Zhichu's voice was very anxious. "Yinji, where are you? Are you okay?" Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. She opened the location sharing on her phone and saw the small icon representing He Zhichu flying towards the foot of Yin Mountain. She then looked at the hot news on Weibo. It was densely packed with news of the attack on the Imperial Women's Prison. He Zhichu knew her location. When he saw the news, he probably immediately came back to his senses and asked what had happened. Gun Yinji quickly said, "Professor He, I'm in Major General Hua's car." "Yes, I'm already out. It's fine. But Luo Jialan has something to do. I'll tell you in detail when I get home." He Zhichu was driving on the highway to the Imperial Women's Prison at the foot of Yin Mountain. He heard Gun Yinji say that she was in Hua Xiaoheng's car and looked at Gun Yinji's position. She was indeed getting further and further away from the Imperial Women's Prison. He heaved a sigh of relief. With both hands on the steering wheel, he got off the highway exit and turned back to the city. Since Gun Yinji was with Hua Xiaoheng, there was definitely no danger. Gun Yinji followed Hua Xiaoheng back to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. At night, Chen Lai came over with the DNA test report. "Major General Hua, the deceased is indeed Luo Jialan." Chun Lai placed the results of the DNA test in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Look at all matches. Hua Xiaoheng didn't doubt that the deceased wasn't Luo Jialan. He glanced at the DNA report and said, "Thank you for your hard work. It's a waste of your talent to need you for such a small matter." Chun Lai expressionlessly pushed his round glasses up the bridge of his nose and said, "Major General Hua, if you hadn't had such a fake smile on your face when you said that, I would have believed you for a minute." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him indifferently and said casually, "You saw wrong. I wasn't smiling." Chun Lai, would it kill him to praise him? The corners of his mouth twitched, and he said, "Where's Nianji? Is she injured?" Hua Xiaoheng pointed to the room upstairs. "Go see for yourself." Chun Lai thought about it and went upstairs with Yin Xixiao. He knocked on Gu Nianji's door. Gu Nianji took a shower and slept again. She was about to call He Ji-chu. When she heard someone knock on the door, she looked at the surveillance video and saw that it was Chun Lai and Yin Xixiao outside. She quickly opened the door and said with a smile, "Brother Chun, Brother Xiong, why are you guys here?" Chun Lai walked in first, carrying his small medical kit. He said, "Let me examine you. Did you get injured in prison today?" Gu Nianji stretched out her wrist. "I rolled on the ground a few times, and my arms and legs are bruised." Chun Lai examined her carefully and saw that there was only a slight redness and swelling. After confirming that there was no major problem, he gave her a bottle of medicine. "If you want to apply it, then apply it. If you don't, it's fine. Your injury will heal on its own in 2 days." Actually, it didn't need to take 2 days. It would probably be fine by the time she went to bed at night. Because before she went to bed in the afternoon, Gu Nianji still remembered that her wrists and legs were bruised and bruised. They looked quite serious. After she woke up from her sleep, there was only a small area of redness and swelling. The bruises were no longer visible. Chun Lai had a lot of things to do, so he was temporarily pulled over by Hua Xiaoheng to work for a few days. After that, he returned to his medical laboratory. Yin Xixiang held his coffee cup and sat on the sofa in Gu Nianji's room. He said lazily, "Remember not to act alone in the future. Xiao Yi is quite skilled. Did you see it today?" Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and said with a smile, I saw it all. I think I saw it once in Russia. It was exactly the same as hers." Gu Nianji raised her long legs and kicked twice in the air. "I remember this move too clearly." Yin Xixiang didn't say anything else. He just looked at Gu Nianji and smiled. Gu Nianji was embarrassed by his smile. She sat over and pushed his shoulder. She whispered, "Brother Xiong, tell me honestly, has Xiao Yi always been one of your people?" Yin Xixiang rubbed his chin and stared in the direction of the windowsill. He said with a half-smile, "Don't worry about who she is. She's always been one of us." Gu Nianji confirmed what she was thinking. She nodded vigorously and said excitedly, "Oh my, I should have thought of it. I was wondering why I liked that girl so much." "What girl?" Yin Xixiang flicked Gu Nianji's forehead with his finger. "Don't talk nonsense. She's your personal assistant and your bodyguard. She's doing a good job. Don't sell her out." "Of course I won't." Gu Nianji quickly sat up straight. "Isn't it just acting? Who isn't an actress?" "Yes, you're the only one who's acting." Yin Xixiang stood up and observed Gu Nianji repeatedly. Seeing that she really wasn't scared, he rubbed her head and said, "You've indeed grown up. You're much braver than before." He was worried that the bloody scene in the prison today would give Gu Nianji nightmares. He even wanted to find a psychiatrist to relieve her, but he didn't expect that he was thinking too much. He went downstairs with a fatherly smile. Yin Xixiang came to the living room and saw Hua Xiaoheng standing next to the sofa in the living room with his back facing him. He had one hand in his trouser pocket and the other holding a cigarette. It was obvious that he was wearing a Bluetooth headset and talking to someone. Yin Xixiang stood still next to the spiral staircase. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was solemn as he listened to his subordinate's report. "Chief, today's incident was quite a big deal. In addition to the pressure from our department, the Ministry of Justice conducted a comprehensive review of the Imperial Women's Prison. In the end, they found that 34 of the 346 felons imprisoned there had been replaced. Among them was Do Qingyan, the daughter of the former Prime Minister Do. Because Do Qingyin's case was related to Hua Xiaoheng, the subordinate investigated very carefully. Hua Xiaoheng took a puff of his cigarette and exhaled a ring of smoke. He said calmly, "Did you find out where she went?" The Ministry of Justice has formed a special task force to be stationed in the Imperial Women's Prison. Everyone in the prison, from the warden to the cleaners, is under investigation. Hua Xiaoheng frowned impatiently and said, "Don't wait for them. Give me the order to put a global bounty on Do Qingyin's head. Just say that she just escaped from the prison's internal strife. Send all her information to all our field agents and Interpol." Although Do Qingyin had been replaced a long time ago, in order to hide the truth, they used today's incident in the prison to bring the matter of Do Qingyin's arrest to the public. "Yes, Chief," Hua Xiaoheng asked again. "What about those fake forensic doctors? They're all dead." The subordinate couldn't hide his admiration. Miss Gu's female bodyguard was really amazing. She killed all those people. If she hadn't made the prompt decision to kill them all, our casualties would have been higher. Later, they found a few semi-automatic submachine guns with heavy firepower in Luo Jialan's cell. They were much more powerful than the modified guns they used. The reason why they hadn't been used was probably because Xiao Ye's reaction speed was too fast. Those people didn't have time to change their guns before she took care of them one by one. A smile flashed in Hua Xiaoheng's eyes. He said, "Write a report and submit it. Focus on Miss Gu's female bodyguard." He wanted to ask for credit for her. This was the first major chapter of the day. Chapter 1378. Who's Not a Drama Queen? The second chapter was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the third chapter was around 8 o'clock in the evening. Monthly votes, recommendation votes. The more the better. Thank you. Chapter 1390. After Yin Shixiang left, Gun Yinji returned to her bedroom and sat on the bed to call He Jichu. "Professor He, are you free now?" He Jichu had been waiting for Gun Yinji to call. If he hadn't seen Gun Yinji at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces the entire afternoon, he wouldn't have been able to resist calling her. When he finally saw Gun Yinji's call, he quickly answered, but his tone was indifferent. "I'm fine. What's up?" Gun Yinji pursed her lips and whispered. Luo Jialan had just been sent to the Imperial Women's Prison yesterday, and she suffocated herself with a plastic bag in the prison. "He Jichu, is that why you went to prison today? And then you were ambushed?" "As expected, they're coming for you. Why are you meddling in the affairs of the whole family?" He Jichu was a little angry. He looked at today's news coldly. It was all about the gunfight, grenades, and smoke in the Imperial Women's Prison. Gun Yinji laughed and said mischievously, "But the devil is 10 times stronger than the righteous. I have powerful bodyguards by my side. Not only did they not gain any advantage, but they were also completely defeated by my bodyguards. They were completely wiped out." He Jichu turned off the TV in front of him and said coldly, "That's because your bodyguard is powerful. Why are you so smug?" "Professor He, don't be a wet blanket. I really like my bodyguard." After saying that, Gun Yinji felt a little strange and immediately added, "This girl is pretty and good at fighting. She's my idol." He Jichu, a female bodyguard? Yeah. Gun Yinji feigned ignorance. Women are very powerful too. They're no worse than men. He Jichu's pursed lips relaxed. He didn't want to put down the phone and began chatting with Gun Yinji. Finally, he said, "Pay attention to the news in South America and Japan for the next few days. Your verdict in Japan should be coming soon." Gun Yinji froze for a moment before remembering the angel in the World Foundation. Are they still dragging it? How annoying. Is it so hard to find a new judge? Gun Yinji pouted, her face puffed up in anger. That's why they're pushing for the appointment of a new judge. He Jichu sneered. I like to see how much they can pay for this foundation. Gun Yinji didn't understand what He Jichu meant at the time, but she understood the next day. News related to this suddenly popped up on Weibo like mushrooms after the rain. Hashtag Brazilian government changes. claiming that the cooperation between the former government and Japan has serious problems, withholding $750 billion of mineral investment from the Japanese government. Hashtag Brazil's largest gathering of Japanese expatriates has been closed down by the police on suspicion of drug and human smuggling. Hashtag Japan's biggest ambush in Peru. The president of Yamaguchi Corporation was killed on the spot. Hashtag Brazil's richest man, Real, breaks off investment talks with a Japanese consortium, claiming that Japan is not a country friendly to foreign businessmen. Hashtag news like this took up a lot of space. Brazil was Japan's biggest interest in South America, followed by Peru. This time, both countries suffered heavy losses. Every day, everyone watched how much money the Japanese government and the Japanese people lost, as if it was a festival. The Japanese stock market was also facing a large-scale sell-off. The stock price plummeted, and it became a carnival for short-selling merchants. Gunyinji couldn't help but feel itchy. She used her overseas account to short the Japanese stock market and cashed out a large sum of money. She donated it to Song Jinnings Institute of High Energy Physics for experimental funding. Under such a series of blows, the relevant people in the Japanese government finally understood the crux of the matter. They couldn't resist the massive loss of the stock market and overseas interests and began to force people to let go, especially the government and parliamentary personnel related to the Angel in the World Foundation. Otherwise, everyone would lose more, even more than they had gained from the Angel in the World Foundation. Within 2 days, the new judge for Gunyinji's case was suddenly selected, and the final sentencing date was immediately set. At first, it was set to be 10 days later. Hijichu sneered and called his men in South America. Japan's interests in South America were flowing away even faster. Soon, the Japanese government compromised again, claiming that the case had been dragged on for too long and needed to be resolved quickly. The sentencing date was changed to tomorrow, 8 days ahead of the original date. Gunyinji only wanted to sneer when she saw the news. At this point, they were still thinking of dragging it out as long as they could. Unfortunately, they had met Hijichu, and they were destined to suffer. Gunyinji had already returned to her apartment in the 3rd Ring Road. Xiaoyi was still living with her, but Gunyinji didn't say anything special. She still treated Xiaoyi the same as before. Xiaoyi didn't say anything, and no one brought up the topic again. Tomorrow was the time for the Angel in the World case to be sentenced. Gunyinji was still a little excited when she thought about it. She took a bottle of grape juice and knocked on Xiaoyi's door. "Xiaoyi, come have a drink with me." Xiaoyi could tell at a glance that it was fruit juice, not wine. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Drinking fruit juice isn't called having a drink. Drinking was called having a drink." Gunyinji smiled and said, "I've prepared red wine for you. I'll drink grape juice with you." Xiaoyi smiled and followed her to the dining room to sit down. She said, "Ninji, you're already 19, right?" "Yes, I'll be 20 in a few months." Gunyinji looked forward to it. "I'll be able to drink when I'm 22. "Xiaoyi," she asked in confusion, "why 22? As far as I know, you can buy alcohol at 21 in bars abroad." Gunyinji shrugged. "I'm not sure either, but since Major General Hua and Professor He said so, I can only listen to them." Xiaoyi smiled slightly and poured herself a glass of red wine. She raised the glass and swirled it. "Come, I wish you more and more beautiful, and everything you want will come true." Gunyinji smiled happily. "Xiaoyi, you didn't even ask me why I'm so happy." "There's no need to ask. If you want to tell me, you'll tell me." Xiaoyi looked at her with a smile. Under the lotus lamp in the dining room, her face was so beautiful that Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat. This young lady was too perfect. If she were a man, she would probably be moved by her. Gunyinji took a sip of grape juice and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just a lawsuit abroad. It's been going on for a long time, and the verdict is finally going to be pronounced tomorrow." Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow and said politely, "Congratulations." "You're welcome." Gunyinji was in high spirits. "By the way, where did you learn Kung Fu? Can you teach me when you have time?" The two of them chatted for a while before Hua Xiaoheng walked in. Xiao Yi quickly stood up and said, Major General Hua is here. I'll be going back today. Every time Hua Xiaoheng came to visit Gun Yinji, Xiao Yi would avoid him. Firstly, with Hua Xiaoheng around, Xiao Yi didn't have to worry about Gun Yinji's safety. Secondly, they were engaged, so how could she have the nerve to stand there and be a third wheel? Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand to stop her and said, You've been performing very well recently. I've already requested for you to be commended. The organization just approved it. I came here today to tell you. Gun Yinji's eyes lit up. She held Xiao Ye's hand and said, Congratulations. You've been promoted. Hua Xiaoheng nodded with a very gentle expression. You're already a colonel now. Keep working hard. Xiao Yi was in a great mood, but because Hua Xiaoheng was there, she tried her best to suppress her joy. She said steadily, Thank you, Chief. This is what I should do. I need to call my parents. Excuse me. With that, she went back to her room. Gun Yinji looked at Xiao Ye's disappearing figure and said with a smile, Xiao Yi also has parents? What do you mean by that? It's not like she jumped out of a rock. How could she not have parents? Hua Xiaoheng pinched Gun Yinji's nose in amusement. Colonel Zhao's father is General Xiao of the General Assembly, and her mother is the principal of the military university. They are both dedicated to their country. These words made Gun Yinji sad. She buried her head in Hua Xiaoheng's arms and muttered, I feel like I jumped out of a rock. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He had planned to leave after telling her the news, but now he had no choice but to hug Gun Yinji and comfort her. The two of them returned to Gun Yinji's bedroom and lingered for a while. Hua Xiaoheng watched her go to the bathroom to wash up when he heard a phone call. Major General Hua, the Japanese field office has important news to report. Put through. Hua Xiaoheng put on his Bluetooth headset and walked to the window to make a call. What's the situation? Mr. Hua, we've just received news that we've located Do Qingyan. The Japanese field agents seem to be in a spacious area outside, and their voices traveled quite far. Where? Kyoto's Shimizu Temple. The Japanese field agent said nervously. She lives with a middle-aged woman. This person looks similar to Yamaguchi Aiko and Yamaguchi Yuko. This is the second chapter for today. Chapter 1379, Jumping Out of the Rock. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the third watch. Monthly votes, recommendation votes. The more the merrier. Thank you. Chapter 1391. Hua Xiaoheng's expression froze when he heard about Yamaguchi Aiko's whereabouts. Are you sure? Do you have a photo? Yes. The other side quickly sent a photo. The photo was taken in the morning. The early morning sun automatically added a layer of soft light to the photo. The photo was of a wooden Tang-style 3-story building. The wooden window on the third floor was slanted open with a thin bamboo stick. A few cherry blossoms bloomed vigorously outside the window. Two women in kimonos sat opposite each other and drank tea under the flowers. A beautiful long-haired woman sat on the left side of the window with her hand supporting her chin as she looked at the person opposite her. The woman opposite her wore black-rimmed glasses and looked to be in her 40s. The crow's feet on both sides of her cheeks were obvious. The two of them happened to look at the cherry blossoms smiling through the window at the same time, so their faces were illuminated. The young long-haired woman was indeed Do Qingyan, and the middle-aged woman opposite her looked very similar to Yamaguchi Aiko. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the photo and immediately decided, You guys keep an eye on her. I'll send someone to pick her up right away. He hung up the phone and had already decided to go to Japan himself. If he guessed correctly, Do Qingyan had been with Yamaguchi Aiko ever since she was released from prison. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't believe his luck when the people he had been tracking for so long suddenly appeared one after another. But when luck came, he wouldn't deliberately go against it. Hua Xiaoheng said to Gun Yinji through the bathroom door, I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first. By the time Gun Yinji came out, he was already on his way to the airport. When Gun Yinji called him, she heard the wind outside and asked in confusion, Major General Hua, where are you? Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, I suddenly receive a notice to go to the grassroots level. You should sleep early. Gun Yinji also understood the nature of Hua Xiaoheng's work, so she quickly said, "Then be careful and don't stay up late." She paused and whispered, "Call me tomorrow." Tomorrow was the day of the angel in the World Foundation's verdict. Gun Yinji really wanted to share this joy with Hua Xiaoheng. "Okay, be good. I'm hanging up." Hua Xiaoheng walked out of the car. In front of him was a flight to Tokyo, Japan. Because there was no direct flight from the imperial capital to Kyoto, they could only go to Tokyo first and then to Kyoto. His procedures had been completed a long time ago. His face was disguised, and he did not look like himself at all. His passport and credit cards were also his current appearance and identity. 10 minutes later, the plane roared into the sky and flew toward Tokyo. 3 hours later, they arrived at Tokyo International Airport. Hua Xiaoheng took In Shixiang out of the airport and didn't stop for even a second. He called a taxi and rushed to the Shinkansen train to the capital. By the time they were done, the sky was already bright. Early in the morning, the capital was shrouded in a light purple mist. Qingshui Temple was famous for praying for marriage. It was the oldest temple in the capital. It was made entirely of wood and sat at a high place, overlooking the entire capital government. There were cherry blossoms in spring and maple leaves in autumn. The scenery was very beautiful. It was early June, and the cherry blossoms had already withered. It was different from the photos. However, the eaves were high and the trees shaded the place, giving it an ancient solemnity and solemnity. It was just that no one knew what kind of evil was hidden under this solemnity and solemnity. Hua Xiaoheng and In Shixiang met up with the field personnel in the capital and asked, "Have they been here all this time?" "We received a report yesterday and checked. They are indeed here, but the middle-aged woman seems to have just arrived. She hasn't been here all this time. Dou Qingyan has been here all this time." Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and looked up at the tall temple in front of him. "Have you verified Dou Qingyan's identity?" "Yes. Our people sneaked in yesterday and got some of her hair. We've already done a DNA test." The field personnel took out the DNA report and showed it to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng's current identity was only one of the field personnel. Even his own field personnel didn't know that he was the commander of the Special Operations Forces. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at it quickly and asked the man to send the report back. He worked out a plan with him. He looked at his watch. It was already 6 in the morning when Qingshui Temple opened. "Let's go." Hua Xiaoheng took the topographic map and tickets that the field personnel had prepared for him. He and In Shixiang followed the crowd into Qingshui Temple. Dou Qingyan lived in a meditation room in a small building in the back. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't be able to live in a 1,000-year-old temple like this. But if someone helped her, it would be easy. Thinking about it this way, Yamaguchi Aiko really had a lot of power in Japan. No wonder she had been able to hide for so long. Hua Xiaoheng and In Shixiang split up and snuck their way to Dou Qingyan's meditation room. It wasn't a scenic area and was very quiet and peaceful. A black-backed, red-crowned bird chirped in a tree. It wasn't afraid when it saw them coming. It blinked its beady eyes and tilted its head to look at them. Hua Xiaoheng put a finger to his mouth and shushed it. The bird cooed and spread its wings to fly into the blue sky. The window of Dou Qingyan's small building creaked open, and a middle-aged woman wearing black-rimmed glasses leaned out to look. She had short hair and thick bangs that rested on her forehead. Her skin was a delicate, milky white. Hua Xiaoheng felt a strange sense of vigilance in his heart. He stopped and stood under a big tree, motionlessly looking in the direction of the small building. In Shixiang had already snuck over and climbed up the small building from the wall. When the middle-aged woman saw him, she used a thin bamboo stick to prop open the wooden window. Hua Xiaoheng waited for a while, then followed his original plan and went up the stairs in front. His footsteps were very light, so light that they didn't make sound. However, when he was about to reach the second floor, a cat suddenly rushed down from upstairs. Caught off guard, it saw Hua Xiaoheng, meowed, and scurried past him. The door not far from the stairs opened, and a voice came out. "Is that Mimi? She's up so early?" The voice was clear and melodious. It was Dou Qingyan's. Then he heard a gentle Japanese voice saying, She's a cat. Of course cats get up early. Do you think she's like you? But there was no reproach in her tone. Do Qingyan smiled and said with some melancholy, "It said that this place is the most effective place to pray for marriage, but I've lived here for almost 2 years. I've been going there every day to pray, and I've never seen that heartless person come to see me. How can he come to see you with your current identity?" The gentle female voice spoke again. "But maybe you'll see him when you open the door. Dreams always come true at the last moment of life." Hua Xiaoheng was alarmed. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The wooden door on the stairs was pushed open, and Do Qingyan appeared in front of him in a green crane kimono. She glanced at Hua Xiaoheng in disguise and frowned. "Who are you? You must have lost your way. This isn't a scenic area." She thought he was a tourist. Hua Xiaoheng was about to speak when the sound of a silent pistol suddenly rang out from behind Do Qingyan. Several bullets were fired in rapid succession, all of them entering Do Qingyan's back, straight to her heart. Do Qingyan fell to the ground without even closing her eyes. Her vision was fixed on Hua Xiaoheng's tall and handsome figure. This figure was so familiar. In the last moments of her life, Do Qingyan thought that the Qingshui Temple Stone of Love was indeed the most efficacious. The stairs were narrow, and Hua Xiaoheng couldn't dodge or retreat. As soon as Do Qingyan fell, a middle-aged woman in black was revealed behind her. She held a gun in her hand and stared at Hua Xiaoheng in astonishment, as if she hadn't expected someone to come to such a secluded place at this time. Who are you?" She clutched her chest and asked in a trembling voice. She raised her hand and fired several shots at him. Hua Xiaoheng remained silent. He twisted his body and fired a shot with his wrist against the staircase railing. There was a muffled bang, and the bullet hit the woman's wrist. The gun in her hand fell to the ground. She clutched her wounded wrist with her other hand and knelt on the ground in pain. Hua Xiaoheng looked up and saw Yin Shixiang climb in through the window behind her, nimble as a monkey. This was the third chapter of the day, chapter 1380, The Stone of Love to Pray for a Good Fate. Are you guys not going to vote for me because I'm always at the third chapter? Or do you want to keep your monthly votes and vote at double the amount at the end of the month? Thank you. Chapter 1392. Hua Xiaoheng took a step forward and placed his hand in front of Do Qingyan's face. He found that she was no longer breathing. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to escape being shot in the back by the middle-aged woman. As soon as Yin Shixiang jumped into the room, he immediately rushed behind the middle-aged woman. He reached out and grabbed her left and right shoulders. With a tug and pull, both of her arms were dislocated. Hua Xiaoheng followed suit. He reached out with his transparent plastic glove, grabbed her chin, and pulled it down, dislocating her chin as well. At the same time, Yin Shixiang took out an instrument and carefully scanned the middle-aged woman's face. A holographic image of the woman's facial bones quickly appeared on their phone screens. Very good. There were no signs of surgery on the bones of her face, and there was nothing hidden in her teeth. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand and put the middle-aged woman's chin back in place. The dragging and pulling, dislocating and putting back were all excruciating pain. The middle-aged woman was in so much pain that large beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. Her face was pale. She was already pale to begin with, and now her face was even paler than before. She was like a female ghost in the night, eerie and chilling. What should we do? Yin Shixiang communicated silently with Hua Xiaoheng in sign language. He also saw Do Qingyan lying in a pool of blood, and then looked at the middle-aged woman with the gun. He knew that their previous plan was useless. Hua Xiaoheng frowned and looked somewhere. The surroundings were very quiet. There had been a few birds chirping just now, but now there wasn't even a trace of the wind. After a while, Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand and made a gesture to Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang understood and pulled up the middle-aged woman who was lying on the ground in pain. She knelt in front of him and patted her face with the gun. He lowered his voice and said, "Are you Yamaguchi Aiko? Why did you kill Do Qingyan?" The middle-aged woman opened her eyes and spat out a string of gibberish in Japanese. Yin Shixiang sneered and punched her shoulder where it had been dislocated. He said, "Don't play tricks on me. I know you can speak Chinese." The pain seeped into her bones, and the middle-aged woman almost fainted from the pain. When In Shi Xiang raised his hand again, the woman said weakly in Chinese, "No, I'm not Yamaguchi Aiko." "You're not." In Shi Xiang took out a few photos. "Look at this yourself. Don't you look exactly like this person?" They both had thick bangs, big black-rimmed glasses, round faces, and small mouths. Of course, there were slight differences, but those were minor differences in their expressions and had nothing to do with their appearance. Ordinary people couldn't make every selfie look exactly the same, let alone photos downloaded from the surveillance system. The middle-aged woman averted her eyes and refused to look at the photo in In Shi Xiang's hand. She stammered for a long time before saying, "The person looks similar. I don't know this person." "You don't know him? If you don't know her, why are you with Do Qingyan?" In Shi Xiang squatted down and looked at the kneeling middle-aged woman. He raised the photo in front of her eyes. "Open your little mung bean eyes and look carefully. How dare you deny it? Should I call you Yamaguchi Aiko or Yamaguchi Yuko?" The middle-aged woman's body shrank, and she knelt down on the ground. She turned her head and said fearfully, "No, it really isn't me." The more she tried to quibble, the more In Shi Xiang felt that she was pretending. He was furious and slapped her. "I'll give you a minute to think about it. If it weren't for Yamaguchi Aiko, I would have sent you to hell right now." Hua Xiaoheng walked around the house alone and looked at the furnishings. Finally, he found a safe in the storeroom at the back of the house. Hua Xiaoheng was best at opening safes. He stared at the combination lock expressionlessly for a while, then took out an instrument and began to decode it. In less than a minute, the safe opened, revealing passports, identity documents, bank cards, jewelry, cash, and several share certificates. Hua Xiaoheng was wearing plastic gloves, so he wasn't afraid of leaving fingerprints. He reached in and took out all the identity documents, passports, and share certificates. He opened them and saw that they were indeed Do Qingyan, Yamaguchi Aiko, and Yamaguchi Yuko's passports and identity documents. They had already bought passports from a South American country, and it seemed that they wanted to go to South America. And the share certificate was actually the share certificate of the charity organization Angels in the World. It turned out that Yamaguchi Aiko had such a close relationship with Angels in the World. No wonder. Hua Xiaoheng put these things into the transparent file bag he carried with him and took them out. When he arrived in front of the middle-aged woman, Hua Xiaoheng took out the two passports with the names Yamaguchi Aiko and Yamaguchi Yuko written on them and handed them to In Shi Xiang. In Shi Xiang looked at them and clicked his tongue. Yamaguchi Aiko is indeed Yamaguchi Yuko. Look at this photo and look at the time of the visa. Isn't it? Hua Xiaoheng had already noticed it, but he remained silent and glanced at the middle-aged woman. When the two passports were placed in front of the middle-aged woman, the woman finally gave up and sat on the ground. She gritted her teeth and said, "So what if it's me? I just hate them. The Gu people think that they can be superior just because they left the great Japanese empire. Stop dreaming. Are they worthy of being bastards who were bred like animals?" Hua Xiaoheng couldn't take it anymore. He struck out like the wind and almost broke the woman's neck with a crisp slap. Her head was slapped to the side, and half of her teeth fell out. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted again from the intense pain. In Shi Xiang stared at Hua Xiaoheng in shock. He couldn't help but gesture. "Major General Hua, take it easy. If you kill her with one slap, you won't be able to ask questions." Hua Xiaoheng clenched his fists and slowly loosened them. The sneakers on his feet were already covered, so they wouldn't leave any footprints on the ground. Hua Xiaoheng stretched out his long leg and kicked the middle-aged woman, waking her up again. In Shi Xiang continued to scold her. "Don't pretend to be so King noble. Wasn't the Gu family's matter caused by animals like you? Do you have any shame? You call others animals, but animals really don't know how to speak human language. Look at you. You're worse than a beast. I don't know how your parents made it to give birth to an animal like you." When it came to scolding people, In Shi Xiang was also one of the best. The middle-aged woman's face turned purple from his scolding, and the blood vessels on her forehead were about to pop out. All right, since you admit that you did all these things, what about Gu Xiangwen? Where is he? Hua Xiaoheng and the others had basically confirmed that Gu Xiangwen's disappearance was related to these people. The Angel in the World Charity Foundation was an organization on the surface, but there were also some people, such as Yamaguchi Aiko and Gu Yanran, who worked for this organization in secret. Their target was very clear. It was Gu Xiangwen and his daughter, Gu Nianji. The middle-aged woman was quite tight-lipped. No matter how hard Yin Shixiang tortured her, she gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. In the end, her hair was disheveled, and she suddenly laughed like a lunatic. "Haha, who asked you to be so anxious? It's best if you're anxious to death. If you're anxious to death, you can go see Gu Xiangwen. Ha ha ha. If he can't be used by me, what else do I need him for? If you want to find him, go to the Cape of Good Hope and collect his corpse. Remember to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Her voice was mournful and long. It had a strong, penetrating power, as if she was sending a signal. Hua Xiaoheng felt a chill on the back of his neck for no reason. He suddenly leaped diagonally and shouted at the same time, "Get down!" Yin Shixiang, who was standing diagonally opposite him with his back to the window, reflexively fell to the ground. A sniper bullet brushed past his scalp and hit the middle-aged woman in the middle of her back. If Hua Xiaoheng hadn't reacted quickly, the bullet would have hit Yin Shixiang in the back. "There's an ambush. Let's go." Hua Xiaoheng suddenly pushed open the door and left in a hurry with Yin Shixiang. Not long after they left, an ear-piercing alarm sounded in the capital's Shimizu temple. The two of them blended into the crowd of tourists and were evacuated from Shimizu temple by the police. The people around them panicked, and 4 or 5 people snatched taxis together. The two of them found their own people and left in a private car. The two of them didn't stop anywhere. They took the Shinkansen back to Tokyo and bought tickets from Tokyo International Airport. It was only noon the next day when they returned to the Huaxia Empire's imperial capital International Airport. Fan Jian picked them up in front of the terminal. Sitting in the car, Hua Xiaoheng asked Yin Shixiang, "Have you collected their blood samples?" "I've collected them. I'll test Chun Lai's DNA later." Yin Shixiang scratched his head as he spoke. But there's no comparison for Yamaguchi Aiko. The news of their deaths should have spread by now. Yamaguchi Aiko's identity should be confirmed. Send a message to the field personnel in Japan and ask them to sample Yamaguchi Aiko based on the news confirmed by the police. They should be able to compare it. Hua Xiaoheng really didn't believe that Yamaguchi Aiko had also jumped out of a rock. They had a record of Do Qingyin's DNA here, so they would know if it was her or not. As for Yamaguchi Aiko, they would have to wait for their field personnel in Japan to provide Yamaguchi Aiko's identity verified by the police before they could get a DNA sample for comparison. Yin Shixiang understood and nodded. "Then I'll wait first." They didn't speak again on the way back to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Both of them didn't feel very good. They had chased all the way to Japan, thinking that they could get to the bottom of Yamaguchi Aiko's matter. In the end, the mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They had almost been buried in a trap. Fortunately, the other party didn't know that Hua Xiaoheng had gone personally. If they had known, they probably wouldn't have only sent a sniper to clean up the aftermath. If they had known that Hua Xiaoheng had gone personally, they would have done everything they could to make sure he didn't leave Japan alive. After breakfast that day, Gunyinji went to the B University professor's building and went to Hijichu's professor's suite to wait for the verdict of the case with him. She had wanted to experience this important moment with Hua Xiaoheng. However, Hua Xiaoheng had to go down to the grassroots level at the last minute, so there was nothing she could do. However, she wasn't angry. She only felt a little regretful. However, this regret disappeared without a trace after seeing Hijichu. At least she had Professor He, who was like family, to wait for the verdict with her. Because Hijichu had been guiding their legal team behind the scenes with this case, Hijichu paid more attention to it, even more so than Gunyinji herself. He took out the snacks that he had specially prepared for Gunyinji. These are blueberries from my organic farm. I baked a few blueberry snacks. Try them. Of course, he hadn't baked them, but the raw materials were from his family. Rounding things up, they could be considered as snacks that he had personally made. Gunyinji ate a blueberry muffin. It was fragrant in the mouth and had a sweet aftertaste. There was also a faint milky fragrance. It was delicious. Gunyinji licked her fingers exaggeratedly and said, "Professor He, your blueberry muffin is amazing. I almost swallow my finger." Hijichu pursed his lips and chuckled. "You can't eat too much even if you like it. This thing has too much sugar. It hurts your teeth." Gunyinji nodded with a smile and took a sip of milk. The two of them chatted for a while. At 9 o'clock, the court finally opened and officially announced the verdict. Gunyinji's lawyer played it for them on his phone. After the lawyers from both sides arrived, the new judge pretended to go through the motions and said a series of polite words before he began to announce the verdict. The Angel in the World Foundation accepted unknown donations. Established. The Angel in the World accounts were unclear. Established. The Angel in the World concealed the use of funds. Established. The verdict is that the Angel in the World Foundation will return $20 billion to Gu Xiangwen and Gunyinji. Of this, the Angel in the World Foundation only has $3 billion left. The remaining $17 billion have already been squandered and cannot be repaid. The foundation is ordered to go bankrupt and liquidate. The person in charge of the Angel in the World Foundation said that they would not be able to repay it even if they went bankrupt. The court could only sentence them to jail. Gunyinji didn't have any expression when she heard the result because it was completely within her expectations. If she had known earlier, the $20 billion that Gu Yanran had donated to the Angel in the World Foundation would have been squandered in the past 7 years. She said calmly, "They can go to jail, but all the projects supported by Angel in the World will be transferred to me. I'll send someone to lead their bankruptcy and liquidation." Hijichu nodded. That should be the case. He turned to look at Gunyinji and sighed. "Nyinji, you've really grown up." She was much more thoughtful than before, and she didn't cry and make a scene whenever she was unhappy. Gunyinji cupped her face with both hands and sighed. "Professor He, I've aged a lot. I'll be 20 in a few months. How can I not grow up?" Hijichu, who was about to turn 30, silently touched his chest. This stab was so painful. It was already noon by the time he finished listening to the verdict. "Shall we go to lunch to celebrate the closure of the case?" Hijichu stood up and looked at his phone. "I have class in the afternoon. How about we go to a restaurant near the school?" "Sure. I'm fine with that," Gunyinji said cheerfully. "My case is over, so I can report to the Senate tomorrow." "So soon? Rest for a few more days." Hijichu gave her an idea. "Why don't you wait until after your engagement party with Major General Hua before going to work at the Senate?" If there was still someone who was blind enough to stand up and pick on Gunyinji, Hijichu would respect her for being a man. Gunyinji thought about it and felt that Hijichu's words made sense. She smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll have to ask my granduncle if the guest list is out." She had been busy with the lawsuit for the past few days and hadn't contacted her granduncle. She didn't know if he would be angry. Hijichu snorted and said, "You're the woman. Don't ask such questions yourself. It's degrading. If others find out, they'll think you're in a hurry to get married." Gunyinji, "Then what should I do?" She frowned. "But I have to see the guest list." She also had a lot of colleagues and friends on her side, so she couldn't leave anyone out. "I'll go ask. Don't worry about it." Hijichu's heart ached, but he still perked up to help Gunyinji plan. Chapter 1393. After lunch, with Hijichu, Gunyinji drove back to the Special Operations Forces headquarters. After entering Hua Xiaoheng's official residence, Gunyinji saw Hua Xiaoheng's orderly, Fan Jian, coming out of the kitchen. She asked casually, "Brother Fan, you didn't go to the grassroots level with Major General Hua?" She knew that Fan Jian usually drove when Hua Xiaoheng went to the grassroots level. Fan Jian, he scratched his head and helped Hua Xiaoheng with a smile. Major General Hua just came back from the grassroots level. Gu Nianji was delighted. He's back. So soon? He hadn't called her. Is he upstairs? Gu Nianji wanted to see Hua Xiaoheng immediately and tell him about the angel in the world case. After dragging it out for so long, there was finally a result. She was also very emotional. Fan Jian shook his head with a smile. How could he be at home in the middle of the day? He went to the office building. Oh, Gu Nianji instantly became listless. Then I'll go up. She couldn't disturb Hua Xiaoheng's work. In the office building of the Special Operations Forces headquarters, Hua Xiaoheng was holding a team meeting to review the recent work. Yin Shixiang and Zhou Qiyuan were sitting in the meeting room. Zhao Yangzi, who was far away on the small island in the Cape of Good Hope, was also participating in the meeting remotely via online video. The other members of the meeting included their teams from the past few operations, as well as Xiao Yi, who had just returned to the team. Yin Shixiang first reported the situation of their trip to Japan. He said with a pained expression, "We were too impatient this time. We thought we could catch them all in one fell swoop, but we were almost caught in one fell swoop." Zhou Qiyuan frowned. There was such a big mistake in the intelligence work this time? What exactly is the problem? The team leader in charge of the dispatch this time was also very confused. But we did make full preparations this time. All the clues in Japan were cross-confirmed, and neither Do Qingyan nor Yamaguchi Aiko were fake. How could there be such a big problem? They couldn't understand why Yamaguchi Aiko wanted to kill Do Qingyan at this time, nor did they understand the meaning of the sniper who appeared at the end. Xiao Yi also found it unbelievable, but she was experienced and knowledgeable, so she analyzed, if we leak the news, then Yamaguchi Aiko wouldn't have foolishly killed someone right under our noses. Because in that kind of situation, she wouldn't be able to escape. She would simply be throwing her life away. And that last shot almost seemed tailor-made for her. Maybe the sniper wasn't targeting Big Xiong, but Yamaguchi Aiko. Xiao Yi did not know that Hua Xiaoheng had personally gone to Japan this time. Even within the system, they all thought that Yin Shixiang was the one leading the team, so there was almost no possibility of any leaks. Moreover, from the looks of it, the sniper's target was indeed not Yin Shixiang, because after shooting Yamaguchi Aiko, the person did not make another move. Otherwise, if they had continued to ambush Yin Shixiang and Hua Xiaoheng, they wouldn't have been able to slip away so easily. Hua Xiaoheng's emotions were extremely complicated. If the owner of the invalid number was Yamaguchi Aiko, then how many secrets had been buried with her death? What was the other party's goal? Yamaguchi Aiko, who had been on the run for so long, had suddenly appeared to kill Do Qingyan. She had done it just as they arrived, and there was no leak in their system. Her methods were truly unimaginable. Yin Shixiang would not say that Hua Xiaoheng had personally gone. He only looked thoughtfully at Zhao Yangzi on the big screen, who was a darker shade than before, and asked, "Little Zhe, what do you think?" After experiencing Bai Shuang's death, Zhao Yangzi had not only become much darker, but also much rougher. He had grown a beard on his face. The handsome young man of the past had now become a tough man who had been tempered by life. Zhao Yangzi was expressionless. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng, who was even more expressionless, and gave an irrelevant answer. "It's not going well on your side, but it's going quite well on my side." Hua Xiaoheng looked up in his direction and nodded calmly. "Speak." Zhao Yangzi's profile picture quickly disappeared from the video and was replaced by a comparison of two magnificent sea maps. His voice sounded like a narrator from the stereo Bluetooth speakers installed in the four corners of the roof of the conference room. The map on the left is the sea area I've searched this year, and the map on the right is the sea area I've recently searched according to the range given by Major General Hua. Then the two maps began to overlap and merge. The sea map on the left swallowed the sea map on the right. In other words, the sea map on the right became a small circular area in the middle of the sea map on the left. It was like a small circle within a large circle. A small red dot appeared in the small circle in the middle. It was the specific coordinates given by Hua Xiaoheng, which was also the range shown in the screenshot of the shared location they had obtained from Luo Jialan's phone. I just discovered that there's a different sound wave at the bottom of the sea in the core area on the right. They searched the sea area, mainly relying on sonar and the underwater drone, the Flood Dragon, to cooperate with the detection. However, the sea was so big that it wouldn't be possible to search it in a short period of time with just the people stationed on the island. Hua Xiaoheng had originally estimated that it would take 5 years. In other words, Zhao Yang's team would have to stay on this small island for a full 5 years before they could completely search this area. In the end, with the help of the shared location on Luo Jialan's phone, they actually made new discoveries in less than 10 days. They recalled that before Yamaguchi Aiko was killed by the sniper, she had also called for them to go to the Cape of Good Hope. Could it be that the location that Yamaguchi Aiko had shared with Luo Jialan was really related to Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts? What did you find? Tell me. In Shixiang couldn't wait any longer and anxiously slammed the table. The image on the big screen changed again, and this time, a color image of the underwater sonar appeared. Under the vast ocean, all kinds of aquatic creatures swam around. On the image displayed by the color sonar technology, they still looked like dark shadows. Finally, the image froze on a dark object at the bottom of the sea. It looked like an olive. Of course, it was a large olive. Zhao Yang's voiceover sounded again. After sonar detection and imaging processing, we found that this is a small submarine. It's about 4 meters in diameter, about 40 meters in length, and 5 meters in width at its widest point. It could be said to be a mini submarine. Are you kidding me? There's a submarine here, and it's a small mini submarine. The conference room was in an uproar. If it was a large submarine here, they wouldn't be surprised. Countries with submarines would send their submarines out to the 5 oceans from time to time. However, the appearance of a small mini-submarine here was somewhat interesting. Basically, it could be ruled out that it was the work of the militaries of various countries. Firstly, for a small mini-submarine to dive to such a deep seabed, the technical difficulty required was not ordinary. Just a sustainable power support was a huge problem. At present, no country in the world had made a breakthrough in this area, so a normal submarine was very large. Whether it was a nuclear submarine or a conventionally powered submarine, a large part of the design was to provide space for the submarine to support its power. Secondly, the strategic significance of that place was almost non-existent. Even if a country achieved a technological breakthrough and built a small mini-submarine that could dive to such a deep depth, it wouldn't be placed in such a place. So whose small mini-submarine was this? With one hand on the conference table and the other playing with a lighter, he asked in a deep voice, "Did you send the Jiao Dragon down?" The Jiao Dragon was the name given to the underwater drone by the Huaxia Empire's military. Zhao Liangzi said, "After the sonar detected the target, I released the Jiao Dragon." You can take a look at the video taken by the Jiao Dragon. The image on the big screen changed again. This time, their perspective followed the Jiao Dragon's underwater drone as it gradually sank, and they saw more and more beautiful underwater scenery. The lantern fish with its head shining, the electric eel twisting around like a bolt of lightning, and the colorful coral all appeared one by one in the Jiao Dragon's lens. However, the people in this meeting room weren't so romantic. They were only focused on the dark big olive at the bottom of the sea. Soon, the Jiao Dragon reached a certain depth and couldn't go any further. It stopped at its extreme diving depth, then moved parallel to the big olive to film. Although it couldn't get too close, the image was already very clear. Everyone watched the scene intently and held their breath, as if they were worried that someone would suddenly open the submarine's door and greet everyone in the next second. Of course, that didn't happen. The video taken by the Jiao Dragon finally stopped above the dark big olive. Xiaoheng stared at the scene for a long time before saying, "Did you use the life detector?" Zhao Yangzi was quiet for a while, and his voice was a little low. "I did. I used 2 types, the infrared life detector and the radar life detector. Although these 2 types were sold on the market, and the military also had equipment for disaster relief and battlefield rescue, Their accuracy and strength couldn't be compared to the equipment owned by the Special Operations Forces. The infrared life detector used the principle that objects would produce infrared radiation above absolute zero to detect signs of life. The infrared radiation emitted by the human body and objects that could generate heat was stronger, while other objects were weaker. This could be used to determine if there was life. The radar life detector used the electric field generated by the ultra-low frequency radio waves emitted by the human body to determine the location of the living person. Hua Xiaoheng's heart sank, but he still asked calmly, "What are the results of the detection?" The sound of Zhao Yangzi taking a deep breath could be heard clearly from the stereo Bluetooth speaker. Everyone's hearts sank. No signs of life were found. Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes and fell silent for a long time. In Xixiang sensed that something was wrong and immediately said, "Maybe it's too far away, and this is a submarine. Maybe the materials and coatings used are too powerful and completely block the infrared radiation and electric field, so it's possible that it can't be detected." Zhao Yangzi said, "That's not impossible. So in the end, we still have to fish this submarine out of the seabed and carefully examine it." Fish it out? Could it be that this submarine is broken? A member of the operation team asked in surprise. Then what should we do? The normal operation of a wrecked submarine was to quickly float to the surface, unless it was so broken that it couldn't float anymore. Everyone knew that if the wrecked submarine stayed at the bottom of the sea, the people inside would only have one way to go, and that was death. The sonar detection shows that this submarine has no signs of power, so it's inclined to have sunk to the bottom of the sea. Based on the analysis of the submarine's condition at the bottom of the sea, it has been at least 6 or 7 years. Zhao Yangzi finished speaking and turned off the video playback. His head appeared on the big screen again. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1382, Signs of Life. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, there was an additional update for the first full moon of the little princess, Qianmo. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the third update. Chapter 1394. The submarine had been at the bottom of the sea for 5 to 6 years. Her words were like a heavy hammer that weighed heavily on Hua Xiaoheng's heart. His brows were cold, and his eyes were as deep as the sea as he silently looked at the big window of the conference room. For the sake of confidentiality, the windows of this conference room were also one-way glass. They could see from the inside, but they could not look in from the outside. No one spoke and waited patiently for Hua Xiaoheng to give the order. After some time, just when everyone thought that Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't say anything, Hua Xiaoheng finally spoke. "I'll apply to the military to send a research ship to the Cape of Good Hope and bring that submarine back." The mini-submarine had sunk to such a depth that no other facility could tow it out except for a large salvage ship. The Cape of Good Hope wasn't part of China's territory, but the place where the submarine sank wasn't in the territorial waters of any country. It was on the high seas. However, it would be too eye-catching to sail a salvage ship to the high seas. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to attract the attention of other countries, especially the United States on the other side of the ocean. Therefore, sending a large research ship was the most suitable method. After all, the Huaxia Empire's tradition had always been to protect the country, protect the Ministry of Agriculture, expand the territory of the Fishery Bureau. After the meeting was adjourned, Hua Xiaoheng and In Xixiang immediately went to report to General Ji. When General Ji heard that the submarine had probably been at the bottom of the sea for 5 to 6 years, his face darkened. "Are you sure this submarine is related to Gu Xiangwen?" General Ji walked back and forth in his office with his hands behind his back, his brows tightly furrowed. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and felt that he understood General Ji's concerns. So he immediately said, "If the submarine is proven to have nothing to do with Gu Xiangwen, I'll pay for all the expenses myself. Just treat it as if he was renting equipment and manpower from the country. This research ship would cost at least hundreds of millions of dollars. If it had nothing to do with Gu Xiangwen, then their losses would be huge. General G's hesitation was understandable. General G turned around and glared at him. Do you think I'm such a petty person? It wasn't like the military couldn't afford it. I'm just worried that if it really has nothing to do with Gu Xiangwen, some people will talk about it and harm you in the future. It doesn't matter. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't worried about that at all. It would be a lie to say that he was not ambitious and did not care about being promoted. However, it wasn't Hua Xiaoheng's style to be restrained just because he was afraid of being criticized. After discussing the details with Hua Xiaoheng, General Ji waved his pen and signed the consent form for him. Hua Xiaoheng took the consent form and went to the Institute of High Energy Physics to look for Song Jining. Director Song is in the laboratory. Please wait a moment. The staff from Song Jining's laboratory welcomed Hua Xiaoheng into her office. They knew that Hua Xiaoheng was Song Jining's son, so they didn't have any concerns. Hua Xiaoheng waited in Song Jining's office for half an hour before she came out of the lab. What kind of wind blew you here today? Song Jining smiled as she washed her hands and took off her lab coat. Hua Xiaoheng naturally took it for her and hung it on the coat rack. He said, Ms. Song, there's something I want to discuss with you. Seeing how cautious Hua Xiaoheng was, Song Jining quickly closed the office door. The two of them sat in front of the desk. Hua Xiaoheng briefly explained Zhao Liang's findings. Before he could continue, Song Jining had already stood up excitedly and said, Is there really Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts? Oh my, that's great. I admire him so much. You want to send a research ship to salvage it? I'll recommend myself. Let me go with the research ship. I'll help adjust the equipment. Hua Xiaoheng had come to find Song Jining precisely because he wanted her to personally go. However, he wanted Song Jining to personally go, not because he wanted her to adjust the equipment, but because he had other motives. Ms. Song, if that submarine really has something to do with Gu Xiangwen, I'm worried that there might be something else inside, so I need you to check it out. Among the scientists in our country, I only trust you when it comes to high-tech technology. Hua Xiaoheng was very reserved. Song Jining didn't quite understand at first, but she smiled and said, You can't say that. The scientists who have the most knowledge about submarines are all in your military. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with a faint smile. Song Jining suddenly came back to her senses. Are you worried that those people will be tempted by Gu Xiangwen's technology? We have to be on guard. After all, Yi Zitan's mistake was there for all to see. Song Jining nodded and said thoughtfully, You can rest assured in this regard. I will never take other people's research results for myself. I know, so I hope you can go. Hua Xiaoheng showed Song Jining the consent form signed by General Ji. I'll give you a special letter of appointment. That way, you can go as a representative of the military. Hua Xiaoheng acted very quickly. He reported to the military at noon, then watched the big shot sign and personally went to transfer the research ship. With him around, the procedure that would have taken more than 10 days to complete was completed in less than 2 or 3 days. The lanterns were lit, and Hua Xiaoheng, who had been busy all day, finally returned to his official residence. After entering the door, he took off his military cap and hung it on the coat rack at the entrance. As soon as he lowered his head, he saw Gun Yinji, who was wearing home clothes, holding slippers in front of him. Gun Yinji half-knelt on the ground and looked up at him with a smile. Major General Hua, I bought you a pair of slippers. Do you want to change into them? Hua Xiaoheng had never had the habit of wearing slippers in his official residence. However, looking at Gun Yinji's sweet smile and beautiful eyes, he didn't say anything and silently put on the blue slippers Gun Yinji had bought for him. Gun Yinji pointed at the pink slippers on her feet and said, They're a pair. We're wearing couple slippers. Only then did Hua Xiaoheng realize that Gun Yinji's slippers had a pink rabbit painted on them. His slippers had a blue rabbit painted on them. Hua Xiaoheng, don't they look good? Gun Yinji wasn't sure what Hua Xiaoheng was thinking. Don't tell me you think it's too childish. I still spent a long time picking out the more mature and stable couple slippers. Hua Xiaoheng, when did this kind of cute rabbit become mature and stable? Hua Xiaoheng looked down at the cute blue rabbit on his feet. He rubbed his temples and asked Gun Yinji, Did you go out shopping today? Gun Yinji nodded. I woke up at noon, and you weren't back yet. I was bored here alone, so I drove out for a walk. You went out by yourself? Hua Xiaoheng's expression became serious. How many times have I told you to take Xiao Yi with you when you go out? I forgot. Gun Yinji smiled embarrassedly and shook Hua Xiaoheng's arm. Major General Hua. Major General Hua. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Gun Yinji acted coquettishly as she carefully observed Hua Xiaoheng's expression. She saw that he was still unsmiling, and there seemed to be an indescribable sense of exhaustion between his brows. Gun Yinji was puzzled. Was work tiring today? Do you want to rest for a while? I'll give you a massage. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and bent down to pick her up from Gun Yinji's legs. He carried her horizontally and said, Do you want to see if your man is tired? Gun Yinji was shocked and quickly hugged his neck tightly. She said angrily, You can't ambush me. Hua Xiaoheng kissed her face and carried her upstairs. In Shi Xiang, who followed him in, clicked his tongue and said loudly, We haven't even had dinner yet, and you two are already showing off your affection. Luckily, I'm no longer single. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1383, Surprise Attack. It was delivered to the little princess's full moon celebration by the alliance leader, Qian Mo. It was the third update at around 8 p.m. Chapter 1395. Gun Yinji lifted her body from Hua Xiaoheng's arm and looked over his shoulder. She made a face at In Shi Xiang with a smug expression. Hua Xiaoheng looked down, and a smile flashed across his eyes. He carried Gun Yinji quickly up the stairs to the second floor. The two of them went to the second floor. Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng's rooms were on opposite sides of the corridor. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it, then opened his room and carried Gun Yinji inside. Gun Yinji pursed her lips and smiled even wider. After entering, Hua Xiaoheng placed Gun Yinji on the sofa and kissed her for a while before saying hoarsely, Wait for me. I'm going to take a shower first. His voice was very deep and had a magnetism that could tug at one's heartstrings, making one's ears go numb. Gun Yinji blushed slightly and pretended not to hear what he was implying. She deliberately said, Okay, I'll go see if dinner is ready in the kitchen. Then she was about to slip away. Hua Xiaoheng grabbed her and carried her to the bathroom. Since you're fine, accompany me to take a bath. Gun Yinji wasn't willing. She did whatever she wanted to him, causing his body temperature to rise. Finally, he pulled Gun Yinji into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water drowned out all other sounds. The next day, the first signs of the summer heat in the imperial capital. He Jichu called Grandfather Xie and said that he wanted to talk to him about Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng's engagement party. Old Master Xie sat under the ginkgo tree in his villa, playing with two black jade-like walnuts in his hand. He smiled and said, May I ask who you are? Who is he to Yinji? How come I didn't know Yinji had a relative like you? It wasn't that he didn't know about He Jichu. He even knew a little about He Jichu's feelings for Gun Yinji. However, if he were to show it now, he would be dwarfed by He Jichu. He Jichu knew what the old man was thinking. He snorted dryly and said, I am He Jichu. My ancestors were family friends with the Gu family. Yinji doesn't have any other relatives, so I'm part of her family. So what? Old Master Xie denied it? Ha, young man, don't be so rash. You're from her side of the family. That's good. You should know your place so that we can talk, right? He Jichu pursed his lips and said coldly, I just wanted to ask how the engagement party you prepared was going. Our Yinji also has a lot of friends and colleagues to invite. Can you show me your list so I can help you fill in the gaps? The guest list? I'll have my assistant contact you. Old Master Xie wouldn't do it himself. He would let his subordinates handle it. He was even more interested in He Jichu. Before He Jichu could put down the phone, Grandfather Xie asked him again, Mr. He, right? Where did you grow up? Your He family used to be a big family, but it declined later. I'm sorry. It sounded like he knew a lot about the He family. He Jichu became vigilant and said sullenly, If the descendants don't work hard, no matter how big the family fortune is, it will still decline. Is the Xie family different? All that's left of your ancestors' business is money. He hung up the phone. Grandfather Xie looked at his phone in shock. After a while, he couldn't help laughing. He tapped the armrest of the rattan chair with his hand and said thoughtfully, "This Ijichu is quite interesting." Not long after Ijichu hung up, Grandfather Xie's assistant contacted Ijichu. Not only did he exchange the list with him, but he also discussed the details of the engagement party. This was a great respect for the woman. A family like the Xie family was indeed impeccable in etiquette. Ijichu's mood improved a little, so he didn't care about the sharpness in Grandfather Xie's words. After finalizing the details of the engagement party, Ijichu took Gun Yinji to Japan to take over the remaining assets of Angel in the world. Hua Xiaoheng sent Xiao Yi to follow them, and also sent several field personnel to secretly protect them. However, with Ijichu around, Xiaoheng's arrangements were a little redundant. They had a smooth journey in Japan and didn't encounter any problems. Even when crossing the road, there were Japanese police motorcycles clearing the way. It was like a visit from the head of state. Gun Yinji was secretly surprised, but she didn't show it on her face. They went straight to the headquarters of the Angel in the World Foundation and watched Ijichu's staff go in and out to move the information. One of the people in charge of the foundation was escorted by the police. He personally handed Gun Yinji the key and password to a safe and said in Japanese, "This is our foundation's most precious asset and Mr. Gu's masterpiece. Please be sure to check it." He made it sound like he was a courier. They were clearly taking over someone else's property and research results, but now they looked like they were returning it to its rightful owner. It was really amazing how thick-skinned they were. Gun Yinji took the key and said with a half-smile, "You've illegally taken over my father's research results for so many years. What exactly have you researched?" The person bowed even deeper and kept saying, "We're researching biology." "Mr. Gu didn't have much results?" "Ha! Why do I sound like you're very regretful?" Gun Yinji looked away and looked at a safe welded in the wall of the room. Fortunately, there weren't many results. Otherwise, you guys would really be in heaven. Gun Yinji held the key and looked at it for a while. She walked to the safe and inserted the key, then entered the password. After a series of complicated procedures, she opened the safe. There was nothing special in the safe, only a heavy cylindrical object. Gun Yinji put on insulated gloves and reached out to touch the cylinder. It was very hard, like it was made of some kind of alloy. She opened her fingers and took out the cylindrical object. The upper part of the cylindrical object was designed like a telephone dial microphone. When the keys were pressed one by one, a beep could be heard. "What is this?" Gun Yinji was surprised. "What can it do? It's so heavy." The man's eyes flashed with excitement, and he said repeatedly, "This is a quantum communicator. As long as I know your phone model, I can call you at any time without relying on the phone network." Ijichu's face instantly turned livid. He snatched the quantum communicator from Gun Yinji's hand, but as soon as he held it in his hand, he knew he was overthinking. Gun Yinji was shocked by Ijichu's action and quickly said, "Professor He, what's wrong?" Ijichu nonchalantly placed the quantum communicator in Gun Yinji's hand and said, "I'm worried that there's something wrong with this thing. I'll help you check it." "Is there a problem?" "No." Ijichu smiled and shook his head. The charity foundation, Angels in the World, had been operating for so many years. Although it was now bankrupt and liquidated, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. There were still quite a few things. Ijichu and Gun Yinji only stayed in Japan for 2 days. They sealed up the things in the foundation's headquarters and took them away. Ijichu entrusted his legal team members to continue receiving the assets of the other branches. He took Gun Yinji back to the Huaxia Empire. Gun Yinji took the quantum communicator to Song Jining. "This is the quantum communicator?" Song Jining held the cylindrical object and couldn't bear to put it down. "I'll go check it out." Sigh. "I've never seen a real quantum communicator before." She used all kinds of instruments in a laboratory for a day and night before she came up with the results. Hua Xiaoheng also attached great importance to this thing, so he came with Gun Yinji to listen to Song Jining's lecture. Song Jining said excitedly, "This quantum communicator is indeed a genius invention. It's a genius application of quantum theory. Only someone like Gu Xiangwen can think of it and put it into practice. Is that amazing? Gu Nianji raised her long eyebrows. I heard from the Japanese that as long as you know the phone model, you can make calls without relying on the phone network. Song Jining and Hua Xiaoheng both thought of the invalid number that the mobile company couldn't find at the same time. However, the invalid number that Song Jining saw was on Hua Guanyuan's phone. Hua Xiaoheng had found out about the invalid number from Hong Kong Quan, Tan Dongbang, and Luo Jialan's phones. Song Jining said, thoughtfully, this quantum communicator can disguise a normal number as an invalid number. Using quantum theory, it can achieve real-time communication between two phones. But unfortunately, what's wrong? Hua Xiaoheng's heart sank. This device is already broken. It can't test the effects you mentioned. Song Jining said regretfully as she handed the quantum communicator back to Gu Nianji. And its technology is too advanced. I don't know how to repair it. Let's wait for your father to find it and let him repair it himself. Gu Nianji stared blankly at the cylindrical object in front of her. She rubbed it with her hand and hugged it tightly in her arms. This was the third thing she had from her father other than the doll and the pink diamond crown, right? This thing was extraordinary. It was even more precious than the doll and the pink diamond crown. This was because her father had personally made it. This was his invention and creation. It was a technological achievement that was decades or even hundreds of years ahead of the world. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at the quantum communicator in Gu Nianji's arms. He still had doubts in his heart, but he thought that as long as the submarine was salvaged immediately, these doubts should be solved. After He Jichu brought Gu Nianji back from Japan, he threw himself into the preparations for Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng's engagement banquet. He had just discussed the details with the Xie family, but Hua Xiaoheng was up to no good. That night, he received a call from Grandfather Xie's assistant saying that Hua Xiaoheng had something urgent to attend to and had to postpone the engagement banquet for a month. In addition, Grandfather Xie's son, Xie Beichun, was entangled in an acquisition in Europe and couldn't get away for the time being. He also agreed to postpone it for a month. He Jichu's expression turned cold. What was so great about Hua Xiaoheng that even the engagement banquet had to be postponed? This is today's third update, Chapter 1384, from the Father. Today's third update. I'm asking for a wave of monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Has everyone seen the new cover? This is an exclusive copyright. It cost me a lot of money. If everyone sees the same picture, please report it. It must be a stolen picture. Moi, everyone. Chapter 1396. He Jichu was quiet for a moment. Then he said to Grandfather Xie's assistant with a serious expression, "Do you think you can postpone it just because you say so? Did you ask for my opinion?" Grandfather Xie's assistant didn't expect He Jichu to be so rude. He scoffed and said, "Mr. He, what do you mean? Our old master informed you about this matter because of our relationship. You have to know your place." In other words, it didn't matter if he didn't tell him. Why was He Jichu putting on airs here? He Jichu was well aware of the Xie family's attitude. It was precisely because he knew that there were many things to do in such a large family that he took the initiative to contact the Xie family himself and not let Gu Nianji interfere. It was to prevent such an awkward situation from happening. Gu Nianji was a woman after all, and she had no relatives to make decisions for her. The other party could do whatever he wanted and inform her after making a decision. Did he even ask for her opinion? He Jichu sneered as he opened the curtains and looked at the setting sun outside the window. He said dryly, "I'm in the right position. I was representing the bride, the other main character of the engagement party, Miss Gu. Have you communicated with Miss Gu about the decision to postpone the engagement party? If there's no communication, what right do you have to postpone it?" The other party froze for a moment before saying, "But this is Hua Xiao's decision. Miss Gu will definitely not object." More importantly, there was nothing he could do about it. He Jichu was furious. He was certain that Nianji had no family, so he could do whatever he wanted to her, right? She definitely won't object, but you'll have to ask her first. Since you're not sincere, then there's no need to hold the engagement party in a month. That person said anxiously. What right do you have to say no? Then what right do you have to postpone it? He Jichu hung up abruptly and stood in front of the window with a stern expression before calling Gun Yinji again. He looked at the location on his phone. Gun Yinji had already returned to her apartment on San Juan Road. She wasn't at the Special Operations Forces headquarters. The phone rang for a while before Gun Yinji finally answered. Professor He? Why are you calling me at this time? Do you want to treat me to dinner? Gun Yinji's laughter was like a sweet spring that instantly calmed He Jichu's restless heart. He rubbed his temples and thought about it with a bitter smile. Actually, if he were to personally marry Yinji off, he would be cutting his own flesh with a knife. Unfortunately, some people just didn't cherish it. He Jichu composed himself and said, The CF family just called me and said that the engagement party would be postponed. Gun Yinji's breathing visibly stopped for a moment before she feigned casualness and said, So be it. They're the organizers, so of course they have the final say. It was obvious that the other party hadn't discussed it with Gun Yinji before deciding to postpone it. He Jichu felt even worse, but seeing that Gun Yinji was already upset, he didn't have the heart to criticize her in front of her, saying that would only make Gun Yinji feel worse. He Jichu changed his words and said confidently, Don't worry about it. I'll talk to them about this. If they have any difficulties, I'll organize the engagement party for you. Gun Yinji finally let down her guard against He Jichu and opened up to him. Her voice was a little choked up and a little awkward as she said softly, Thank you, brother He. He Jichu's eyes were a little moist when he finally changed Professor He to brother He. He Jichu grunted and said in a low voice, Yinji, don't worry. I'm a member of your family. If they did something wrong, I'll come forward and negotiate with them. How could a girl be allowed to handle her own engagement? Would she have to hold her own wedding in the future? At the thought of this, He Jichu had the urge to beat Hua Xiaoheng up. The girl he had in his hands and couldn't get was being put aside as a decoration by him. Did he really think that he and Gun Yinji were already settled and that Gun Yinji wouldn't be able to leave him for the rest of her life? He Jichu took out a tissue, wiped his hands elegantly, and threw it into the trash can. Gun Yinji spoke a little more to He Jichu before hanging up and calling Hua Xiaoheng. He Jichu was also calling Hua Xiaoheng at the same time, but no one could get through because Hua Xiaoheng was in a meeting. He was forming a team for the research ship. This research ship was called a scientific research ship, but in fact, the only real scientist on board was Song Jining. From the captain, chief officer, to the sailors, soldiers, and the equipment expert from the military's General Armament Department, they all had to be carefully selected. In addition to the research ship, they also had to be equipped with cruisers, destroyers, submarines, and anti-submarine patrol ships for protection. The cruisers were the personal bodyguards of the research ship, providing it with air defense, anti-ship, and anti-submarine protection. The destroyers provided protection for the cruisers and expanded the scale of air defense, anti-ship, and anti-submarine protection. There was no need to mention the submarines. When such a large research ship was dispatched, the safety of the seabed depended on the powerful nuclear submarines. The anti-submarine patrol ships were used to deal with the opponent's submarines. To put it bluntly, the battle at sea was still a matter of using one spear to attack one shield. It was to see whose spear was sharper and whose shield was harder. Because they needed to rely on the equipment experts from the General Armament Department this time, the General Armament Department had specially sent the political commissar, General Xiao, to attend the preparatory meeting to express the General Armament Department's support and importance to this operation. The political commissar of the General Armament Department was second only to the minister of the General Armament Department in terms of administrative rank, but his power within the organization was even greater than that of the minister. Hua Xiaoheng held a laser pointer and showed the generals and ministers his operation arrangements on the big screen. Finally, he said, "The purpose of this trip in the name of the research ship will be absolutely confidential. Everyone, don't ask me what I'm going to do. In short, everyone will know after the operation is over." The General Armament Department only knew that they were going to the high seas to salvage a submarine. As for who the submarine belonged to and why, everyone knew nothing. Those who knew the real purpose had been told not to tell anyone. However, with Hua Xiaoheng's identity and job functions, even if they thought with their toes, they would know that this time was a top state secret, so they didn't ask blindly. General Xiao, the political commissar of the General Armament Department, was a very calm middle-aged man. He also looked very handsome. He expressed his unconditional support and said, "Major General Hua, this is the roster of our General Armament Department's equipment experts. Take it and choose. It's our honor to serve our country, but it's also our responsibility." The big shot of the General Armament Department had already spoken, let alone the other departments. They were afraid that if they were too slow in expressing their stance, their limelight would be stolen. Therefore, the meeting this time was very successful. After the personnel were confirmed, the Special Operations Forces still had to carry out an independent political review to confirm that there were no problems with these people as soon as possible. This required the mobilization of the entire country and even the field personnel of the Special Operations Forces from all over the world to work together to ensure that all the political reviews would be completed within 3 days. Therefore, Hua Xiaoheng had been so busy these days that he hadn't returned to his official residence even once. Almost all of his meals and accommodation were in the office building. After the meeting, General Xiao took a few steps behind and smiled at Hua Xiaoheng. "Major General Hua, I heard that you postponed the engagement banquet because of this." The invitation to Hua Xiaoheng's engagement banquet had already been sent out, but because of this matter, it had been postponed for a month. Hua Xiaoheng nodded with a smile. "The mission is more important. The engagement banquet isn't in a hurry. We'll do it when I get back." Although he also felt that changing the time at the last minute was a little unfair to Gu Nianji, he couldn't continue waiting when he thought that Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts were finally clear. Even though he knew that Gu Xiangwen's chances of survival were very slim, he still couldn't help but hope that if he rushed over earlier, that slim chance of survival would increase a little. General Xiao patted him on the shoulder and said with emotion, "It's not easy for you either. Your fiancée can understand, right?" "She understands." Hua Xiaoheng was very at ease with Gu Nianji. She understood his work and what it meant to be the family of a soldier. "That's good. Your Auntie Chun and I have already prepared gifts. Both the engagement and marriage are double. We're just waiting for you to do something big." General Xiao smiled boldly and left. Chun Lai followed behind Hua Xiaoheng and said with a smile, "Xiao Ye's personality is more like uncle's." General Xiao, the political commissar of the General Assembly, was Xiao Ye's father. Xiao Ye's mother, Principal Chun, was Chun Lai's aunt. Chun Lai would also be going on this operation. He was the best doctor, and taking him out to sea was also a precaution. Hua Xiaoheng had made the most thorough preparations for this time. It could be said that he had been preparing for this day for 7 years. After 7 years of sharpening his sword, he was finally going to unsheath it. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was as usual. He chatted with Chun Lai as he walked out of the office building. He could finally go back and take a shower. As soon as he walked out of the office building, the ban on his phone was lifted and calls came in one after another. He took out his phone and glanced at it. 2 of the calls were from Gu Nianji, but after being told that Hua Xiaoheng was in a meeting, she stopped calling. The other 20 or so calls were from He Zhichu, that lunatic. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched, and he called Gu Nianji back first. Unfortunately, Gu Nianji didn't answer the phone and went straight to her voicemail. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and called Xiao Yi, who lived with Gu Nianji. Xiao Yi immediately picked up and asked in confusion, "Major General Hua, it's so late. What's the matter?" Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly, "Is Nianji home?" Xiao Yi took her phone to Gu Nianji's bedroom and smiled. Miss Gu was taking a shower. No wonder he called her. It was probably because no one picked up Gu Nianji's phone. Hua Xiaoheng was relieved. "Okay, it's fine." He immediately hung up on Xiao Yi. At that moment, He Zhichu called again. He didn't know what was wrong with He Zhichu again. Hua Xiaoheng cursed silently. He quietly put on his Bluetooth headset and transferred the call to a private channel so that it wouldn't be monitored. Professor He, what's the matter? Hua Xiaoheng walked to a spot not far from the entrance of the official residence. He wasn't in a hurry to go in. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and stood under the tree to smoke. He Zichu asked immediately, Hua Xiaoheng, did you discuss with Ninji beforehand about postponing the engagement party? Hua Xiaoheng, he blew out a smoke ring and said calmly, I'll tell her. Tell her. He Zichu sneered. What kind of tone is that? Is Ninji a pet that you can summon at will? Have you ever thought of respecting her? Hua Xiaoheng's face turned cold. This is between me and Ninji. It has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with me. But if you want to postpone your engagement party with Ninji, it has something to do with me. He Zichu put one hand in his trouser pocket, his face as cold as snow. What the hell is the big deal with you? You even have to postpone the engagement party. Hua Xiaoheng ignored him. Did he need to explain his actions to He Zichu? What a joke. You're not going to speak? Ha, you postponed the engagement, but why didn't you postpone the sex? You're making excuses. Do you not want to take responsibility? Let me tell you, I can take Ninji away from you at any time, and you'll never be able to find her. He Zichu was so angry that he almost spoke incoherently. Hua Xiaoheng's face was as dark as the night. He directly hung up on He Zichu and asked Fan Jian to drive the car over immediately to take him to Gun Ninji's apartment in the 3rd Ring Road. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1385, Women Are Precious. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8 p.m., the second update. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Enigma Yangtze and love for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Moi. Chapter 1397. Hua Xiaoheng's expression didn't change much, but as his orderly for many years, Fan Jian could sense that Hua Xiaoheng wasn't in a good mood. He stole a glance at Hua Xiaoheng through the rearview mirror. It was common for people in their line of work to not sleep for a few days, but the human body was not made of iron. He could tell that Hua Xiaoheng was still exhausted. Hua Xiaoheng propped his head up with his hand and rested his elbow on the edge of the car window. Fan Jian could only see the side of his face. His jawline was very strong and clean, but now it was a little tight. There was a murderous aura about him, and he exuded a strong aura of stay away from strangers. Fan Jian shrunk his neck and didn't dare to say anything. He just drove fast and arrived at Gun Ninji's apartment complex in 15 minutes. Usually, it would take half an hour to get there. The car was parked in the parking lot, but Hua Xiaoheng was in no hurry to get in. He sat in the car and pondered silently. Finally, he called Gun Ninji. Ninji, are you done showering? Hua Xiaoheng asked nonchalantly. It was impossible to tell what he was feeling from his voice alone. Gun Ninji had just finished showering and was wrapping her hair up as she sat in front of the vanity to apply a facial mask. She responded and said faintly, Were you in a meeting just now? Yeah. Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and leaned back in his seat. After a moment of silence, he said, I have a temporary mission. The engagement party will be postponed for a month. Gun Ninji's hand paused, but she quickly pretended to be relaxed and said, Really? You must be careful. Also, since everyone is so busy, just cancel the engagement party. Hua Xiaoheng didn't really care about the engagement party. He had already proposed, so the most important thing now was to have a wedding. As for the engagement banquet, it was just to satisfy old Master Xie's request. It was just a treat. Since it was a treat, of course, the host was the most important. Hua Xiaoheng really didn't see himself and Gun Ninji as the main characters of this banquet. But when Gun Ninji said that, Hua Xiaoheng could hear a hint of resentment. It looked like He Zichu was right. Gun Ninji was still unhappy, so this engagement banquet was very important to her. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything for a while. He opened the car window and lit a cigarette. He hadn't slept for a few days, so he relied on cigarettes to keep himself awake. In the parking lot late at night, the cigarette between his fingers flickered, just like Hua Xiaoheng's deeply hidden thoughts. Gun Ninji waited for a while and saw that Hua Xiaoheng wasn't talking. She thought he was busy again, so she hung up. Hua Xiaoheng heard a beeping sound from his Bluetooth headset and knew that Gu Nianji had hung up. He didn't say anything and continued to smoke. After a while, he threw away the unfinished cigarette in his hand and got out of the car. He took the elevator from the parking lot to Gu Nianji's floor and rang the doorbell. It was Xiao Yi who opened the door. She saw Hua Xiaoheng standing at the door through the peephole and was very surprised. She quickly opened the door. Hua Xiao, why are you still here? Aren't we going out to sea? Hua Xiaoheng had told Xiao Yi that he was going out to sea. He was most worried about Gu Nianji's safety when he left this time. He didn't want Gu Nianji to be in danger as soon as he left like last time. Therefore, he arranged for a new group of people to protect Gu Nianji. At the same time, he told Xiao Yi, who was by Gu Nianji's side, to be more careful. He didn't want Gu Nianji to act alone. Hua Xiaoheng had a feeling that only by towing the submarine back and confirming Gu Xiongwen's life or death would those people targeting Gu Nianji stop. He had always thought that those people were interested in Gu Nianji because of Gu Xiongwen, who was behind her. As long as Gu Xiongwen appeared, regardless of whether he was dead or alive, the other party probably wouldn't continue to pester him. However, Hua Xiaoheng didn't want Gu Nianji to know that he was going out to sea. Therefore, he gave Xiao Yi a look and didn't answer her question. Where's Nianji? Xiao Yi understood and immediately pouted in the direction of Gu Nianji's bedroom. She's in the bedroom. There's nothing going on tonight. It's just that professor he called her in the evening that made her a little depressed. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and walked towards Gu Nianji's bedroom. He knocked on the door. Gu Nianji's sweet and soft voice came from inside the door. Is that Xiao Yi? The door isn't locked. Come in. Xiao Yi smiled at Hua Xiaoheng's back and turned to return to her room. Hua Xiaoheng placed his hand on the doorknob of Gu Nianji's bedroom and gently pushed it down. The doorknob made a clicking sound. He pushed open the door of Gu Nianji's bedroom and quietly walked in. Then, he closed the door behind him. Gu Nianji saw it was Hua Xiaoheng in the three-sided mirror on the dressing table. She turned around in surprise. Major General Hua, why are you here? Were you downstairs just now? The two of them hadn't spoken much before hanging up the phone. It hadn't even been 5 minutes, right? Hua Xiaoheng took off his military cap and walked over. He placed his military cap on Gu Nianji's dressing table and bent down. He wanted to kiss her face, but when he saw the facial mask on her face, he only hugged her shoulder. Gu Nianji had just taken a shower, and there was a faint scent of roses on her body. Hua Xiaoheng sat down on the soft stool next to her and leaned his back against the dressing table. He lowered his eyes and said, "Time is tight this time." The engagement party was granduncle's good intentions. It's not good to cancel it. Gu Nianji could tell that he was here to explain to her. She smiled and looked at the mirror on the dressing table. Actually, I didn't have to hold this engagement party. But if you wanted to postpone it, you had to at least tell me first. I heard from someone else that you wanted to postpone it. Did you think about how I felt? Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and thought that Gu Nianji really valued this engagement party. He said slowly, "It's just a meal for everyone. I didn't tell you in advance. I was negligent." Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that in Hua Xiaoheng's heart, this engagement party was just like a banquet that old Master Xie wanted to treat everyone to. He really didn't have the self-awareness that he was one of the main characters. It was just a meal for everyone. He couldn't go at the last minute, so of course he had to inform the host to postpone it. Because he subconsciously didn't think of himself as the main character, he naturally didn't think of Gu Nianji as one of the main characters. Therefore, he only told the Xie family that he wanted to postpone the news. Gu Nianji naturally had someone inform her. Therefore, it was normal for the Xie family's assistant to call He Jichu. Normally, if there was a change in the time of a meal, wouldn't it be a last-minute notice? Hua Xiaoheng was very disgusted by He Jichu's constant criticism of him. Understanding what Hua Xiaoheng meant, Gu Nianji pursed her lips and teased, "Major General Hua, are you explaining and apologizing to me?" TSK, it's really not easy. Major General Hua, who is used to giving orders and not going back on his word, has a day when he has to humble himself and explain to someone. I'm really flattered. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at the mirror on the dressing table and met Gun Yinji's angry gaze in the mirror. His heart skipped a beat, and he thought, so Yinji is so beautiful when she's angry. Then he realized that he really loved this girl. Even when she was angry, she looked so lively. He smiled and turned to pick up the hairdryer. He stood up to dry Gun Yinji's hair and said, this time, it's actually just a meal for everyone. The so-called engagement party is just an excuse. Don't be angry. When we hold the wedding, we'll listen to you. You can do whatever you want. Foreign weddings were all organized by the bride. Of course, the bride was also paying for the wedding, so the bride had the absolute right to decide. The groom just had to be careful not to run away before the wedding. Hua Xiaoheng had been on missions abroad all year round, so he had a very thorough understanding of foreign customs. Gun Yinji pursed her lips and said, you're spouting nonsense again. Can I make the decision about the wedding? Because President Putin of Russia had said that he would be their witness, the Huaxiao Empire was already making preparations to make the wedding a diplomatic feast. Hua Xiaoheng felt even more guilty. He hadn't thought about it at all. Recently, all his thoughts had been occupied by the small mini-submarine at the bottom of the Cape of Good Hope. He leaned over and hugged Gun Yinji. He wanted to tell her about the small mini-submarine. However, he was worried that Gu Xiangwen wasn't alive inside. He couldn't give her false hope first and then shatter it with his own hands. That would be worse than having no hope. Pursing his lips, Hua Xiaoheng pushed the matter aside and changed the topic. I'll explain the wedding to General Ji and Speaker Long. You're the leader, and they're just supporting you. They can't take over the role. When Hua Xiaoheng said that, Gun Yinji was worried about him again. She turned to look at him and whispered, will you offend them by talking to them like that? It's fine. Hua Xiaoheng thought to himself, as long as I don't offend you, it doesn't matter if General Ji and Speaker Long offend me 100 times. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1386 in living color. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi. Chapter 1398. Actually, General Ji and Speaker Long weren't unreasonable people. Gun Yinji was even more so. Her maturity made his heart ache. Thinking about the understanding and support the people around him had for him, Hua Xiaoheng's heart gradually warmed. He put down the hairdryer and stroked her smooth hair that had just been washed. He whispered in her ear, wait for me to come back. Gun Yinji nodded. Her concern for him overshadowed her earlier unhappiness. It would be a lie to say that she had no emotions, but the two of them had been together for so long. She couldn't keep harping on other people's mistakes. Compared to before, Hua Xiaoheng was already much better. Moreover, Hua Xiaoheng probably didn't mean to ignore her this time. Looking at the dark circles under his eyes, the stubble on his chin, the strong smell of cigarettes on his body, and his thinner face, it was obvious how busy he was and how tense his heart was. Gun Yinji didn't know what important mission Hua Xiaoheng had, but looking at him acting like he was facing a formidable enemy, it probably wasn't a small task. Moreover, with Hua Xiaoheng's current status, small tasks wouldn't be his turn. You have to be careful. Gun Yinji reminded him again. Okay, I'm fine now. You can go back. Rest well. You look like you didn't sleep at all last night, right? Hua Xiaoheng's eyelids were actually so heavy that he almost couldn't keep them open. He really couldn't take it anymore and said, I'll just lie here for a while. Don't worry about me. As he spoke, he sent a text to Fan Jian to tell him to go back first and pick him up at 6 the next morning. Fan Jian drove away as soon as he received the text. Gun Yinji got up to get a blanket from the closet. When she turned around, she saw that Hua Xiaoheng had already fallen asleep on the couch in the bedroom. She wanted him to sleep on the bed, but he wouldn't wake up no matter how hard she tried. Hua Xiaoheng seemed to have fallen asleep in a second. Gun Yinji could only carefully take off his shoes and lift his legs onto the couch. She covered him with a blanket and quietly returned to bed to sleep. Lying on the bed, she looked in Hua Xiaoheng's direction and sighed softly in her heart. Then she closed her eyes and fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, it was already 8 in the morning. The couch on the other side of the bedroom was empty. It was clean and tidy, not even a blanket. It was as if everything that had happened last night was just her imagination. Hua Xiaoheng didn't come. He didn't apologize to her, and he didn't sleep on the sofa. Gu Nianji blinked and climbed out of bed. She went to the closet and opened it to take a look. The quilt she had taken out of the closet last night was folded neatly on the closet lattice like a piece of tofu. Gu Nianji smiled. It wasn't her imagination. Hua Xiaoheng had indeed been here last night. Other than Hua Xiao, no one else would be able to fold this into a standard tofu block. Gu Nianji smiled and had just closed the closet door when her phone rang again. She walked over to pick up her phone and saw that it was He Zhichu's call. She quickly swiped to answer it. "Good morning, Professor He." He Zhichu frowned. He had been Big Brother He yesterday, but now he was back to Professor He. However, he didn't say much. He felt that Nianji was just used to calling him that. Nianji, about the engagement banquet, Gu Nianji quickly said tactfully, "Professor He, Hua Xiao has already told me about this. It's fine to postpone it for a month. I'm not in a hurry anyway." Her tone was very different from yesterday. He Zhichu was quick-witted and quickly thought of the reason. His face darkened as he said, "Hua Xiaoheng looked for you yesterday? Nianji, you can't be like this. You won't be angry just because he coaxed you a few times. If you do this, he'll ignore you more and more in the future." They were both men. How could He Zhichu not know the bad habits of men? Gu Nianji smiled slightly and said, "Brother He, I know you're doing this for my own good, but Hua Xiao does have a mission right now. I understand. Even if we want to fight, scold, or quarrel, we have to wait until he comes back. I don't want to be at odds with him when he's about to go out on a mission and distract him." She was unhappy, and Hua Xiaoheng hadn't completely coaxed her last night, but she knew the severity of the situation. In her heart, nothing was more important than Hua Xiaoheng's safe return. He Zhichu was speechless, but he couldn't say that Gu Nianji was wrong. Although he still felt uncomfortable, he could only say, "It's good that you've thought it through. I'll follow up on the rest, and I'll tell Grandfather Xie about this." Gu Nianji quickly said, "Forget it. Grandfather Xie might not know. Why cast a shadow over his good intentions?" She didn't want He Zhichu to be unhappy, so she quickly changed the topic and said, "Brother He, I've been studying the quantum communicator that my father invented recently. I really regret not studying high-energy physics in college." He Zhichu, his anger was instantly extinguished by the quantum communicator. After a moment of silence, he said, "Take your time studying it. I still have things to do." With that, he hung up the phone. Gu Nianji didn't mind. She took out a high-energy physics textbook that Song Jining had forced on her in the past and planned to study it by herself. However, she probably didn't have the talent for it. After reading for a while, she felt sleepy again. She threw down the book and went back to bed. Hua Xiaoheng did wake up on time at 6 in the morning. He washed up quietly, tidied up the sofa, and kissed Gu Nianji on the forehead before leaving quietly. Xiao Yi was waiting for him in the living room. She whispered, "Don't worry, Major General Hua. I won't leave Miss Gu's side. If anyone wants to harm Miss Gu, they'll have to step over my dead body." Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. He said amiably, "I know Colonel Zhao's abilities. I believe that you can protect both Nianji and yourself." "Yes, Chief." Xiao Yi's heart warmed up, and she stood at attention and saluted excitedly. With such a boss, why didn't they follow him wholeheartedly? They would do their best until the day they died. Hua Xiaoheng came out of the elevator of Gu Nianji's San Juan apartment and went straight to the parking lot at the bottom of the building. Fan Jian's car stopped there on time and took him back to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. He went back and continued to work for 2 more days. The results of the political investigation returned one after another, and all the personnel were confirmed. The research ship and the escort fleet were already in place. They were quietly moored at the southernmost military port of the Huaxia Empire, ready to go. Before leaving, Hua Xiaoheng stood in front of the window in his office. He looked at the blue sky and red sun outside the window and narrowed his eyes. For some reason, he felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Everything made sense, and it matched all the clues they had found in the past 7 years. If he had to say that something was wrong, It was probably that many clues that they had not found in the past 7 years had suddenly appeared in the past 2 months and finally gathered in the Cape of Good Hope that they had already confirmed. But it could also be said that quantitative change had caused qualitative change. Their 7 years of hard work had finally paid off at this moment. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at the empty square outside the window. He put on his Bluetooth headset and said to Zhou Qiyuan, "Make the arrangements. I want to see Gu Yanran immediately." He still needed to confirm it one last time. The whole world had been searching for that plane for so many years, but only Gu Yanran claimed that she had seen the crash plane. However, the father she had saved wasn't Gu Xianwen. She had already confessed during her trial last year. When she found the wreckage of the crash plane, her father had already been killed, so she cremated him and his wife and threw their ashes into the sea. The place where the plane crashed was in the Cape of Good Hope. This was also the reason why Hua Xiaoheng still sent Zhao Liangzi to search the islands in the Cape of Good Hope, even though he didn't believe her, because they had found out through the lie detector that Gu Yanran's words were still partially true. For example, the place where the plane crashed was most likely on that island. However, Zhao Liangzi still hadn't found out which island in the Cape of Good Hope it was. Before he found the island where the plane crashed, Hua Xiaoheng had obtained another coordinate from Luo Jialan's phone. Zhao Liangzi used this coordinate to find a small submarine that had sunk to the bottom of the sea, but he didn't find the wreckage of the plane. From all aspects, only Gu Xianwen had the ability to build this small submarine. Therefore, they felt that salvaging this submarine was the closest clue to Gu Xianwen. However, Hua Xiaoheng felt that there was still an important link in how Gu Xianwen had changed from the plane to the submarine. The only person who could possibly know what was going on was Gu Yanran. Perhaps there had been Yamaguchi Aiko in the past, but according to the resume investigation and DNA comparison blood sample sent back from Japan, it was proven that the middle-aged woman killed by the sniper at the temple of Kaimizura in the capital was Yamaguchi Aiko. Hua Xiaoheng pressed down on his military cap, turned around, and walked out of the office building to where Gu Yanran was being held. Gu Yanran was a foreigner, and her conviction was in the Huaxia Empire. Because she had a close relationship with the Gu family, she had been held in the secret base of the Special Operations Forces until Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts were confirmed. The heavy metal door opened to the left and right with a clang, and Hua Xiaoheng's bulletproof car drove in. Gu Yanran's eyes were covered with a black cloth. She was brought to a small room with no windows and only a door to sit. After a while, someone came in and untied the black cloth from her eyes. The sudden light was too bright, and Gu Yanran quickly covered her eyes with her hands. After a while, her eyes adjusted to the light and narrowed. Standing in front of her was a tall, handsome man. It was Hua Xiaoheng. Under the military cap, the breathtakingly beautiful face had the ability to make people fall in love with Hua Xiaoheng for the rest of their lives. Gu Yanran saw that it was him and slowly smiled. She said meaningfully, "You've finally come to find me. I've been waiting for this day." "Really?" Hua Xiaoheng sat down in front of her and lit a cigarette. He played with the Zippo lighter that Gu Ninji had given him with one hand and tried to get information from her. "You finally thought it through. Then tell us everything so we don't have to waste our breath." His attitude was calm, and his expression was calm as usual. There was no sign of panic at all. Gu Yanran's heart skipped a beat. It was different from what she had imagined. She looked at him suspiciously and said, "What did you say? Didn't I say everything I needed to say?" This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1387, Waiting for This Day. Today is the third update. A reminder for everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. It's Monday, especially the recommendation votes. The next update will start at around 1 p.m., and the third update will start at 8 p.m. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.